then. I just need to go and make sure everything is working. Okay, Twitch is working. I'm not really sure what to expect from Twitter. But I cannot see anything there. I mean, Restream still says I'm offline, so let me check on YouTube as well. I mean, I should have like a joined up chat through the Restream platform. So I do want to see what's going on with this. I see there are some people on YouTube at least. Drop some things in the chat and I'll see if they're coming up in my Restream chat. Because obviously it's going to be much more useful for me to be able to see everything. Sorry, just bear with me for a moment here. I'm just trying to work out how to get the chats all linked up so I can see them all. How confusing. Oh my god. I really need to work out how streams actually work properly. By the end of this month, I'm going to be pretty good at this, hopefully. Maybe I'm just going to have to pop everything out. Also, is anything happening on Twitter? Like, it says it's streaming to Twitter, but I don't know what that really means. Maybe it's only on the mobile app. Let me check that. All right. Man, hella confusing. Let me just pop out all of the chats then, because I can't get a linked up one. Pop out, and I'll pop out YouTube as well. Also, another thing about streaming through Restream is that I can't, like, oh, I've just found it. I was looking for my YouTube, like, live stream control room. Here we go. All right, I hope everybody's doing well. Let me know if you can hear me all right as well. I had to tweak my audio settings because I was recording a video separately. Oh wait, I am streaming on Twitter. Damn, I have no idea. It says I'm streaming on Twitter, but I can't actually find it when I go to Twitter. How very confusing. Well, that does mean if anybody makes a comment on Twitter, I'm just not going to see it. So I'm sorry if that happens. Oh, maybe the restream chat's just started. I should have done a test stream earlier, but so confusing. Oh wait, I'll just use the one in the browser. Yeah, Nami, I will announce the stream. 29 people watching on Twitter. Hey, Twitter. Yeah, I also did not realize that Twitter had a streaming service available. I just saw it, so I signed up for Restream. I thought it was free. Well, it is free, but then they brand it Restream, and I don't know. I don't want everybody to have to look at branding all the time, so I got a cheap month. If you want a Restream account, I just like tried out Halloween 2021 for a coupon code, and it actually worked. So use that if you sign up for it. All right then, let me announce this in a few places. I think the chat is actually starting to come through. There may be a little bit of a latency just because I'm going through through Restream, and then that's going out to everybody else. Let me announce this on Discord and places like that. Oh wait, I literally only just found the thing on Twitter. It's like a post. How very strange. Okay, well at least that one's kind of announced itself. Let me just share the YouTube one in Discord then. I also need to come up with some thumbnails for these streams. Stop leaving everything last minute. I came up with, I added a new node. If anybody is getting the toolkit, I added a new node for mesh to instances because a lot of people gave me the correct solution for working that out with the mesh line. So thanks to everybody who said that. I've added that to the toolkit now so people can use that as they wish. Here we go. And if you want to join the Discord as well, it's in the description on the YouTube. So there's a lot of node folk over there doing a lot of cool work. A lot of Nodevember stuff going on. All right, I think I'm basically set up now. Has anybody else been having performance issues with Blender 3.1 as well? Because I am just every time I move something, it's just been hopeless. Terrible. Hey folks, hey. Hey Sarah, I'm good, thank you. How are you? And oh yes, how often do I update the toolkit? At the moment it's every other day. I really need to start doing numbered updates because it's I've just been overwriting level 2. Oh, sorry, version 2, and it's just not been, yeah. I think it's probably quite difficult for people to keep tabs on. Cool. There's some GeoNode mutes fix for today's build. I use the Blender launcher. Yeah, Blender launcher. because it lets you like download loads of different things, and if you need to delete a bunch, then you can do that, and you've got your daily and your stable and your experimental builds. So if you want to try out any of the branches that are, at least like the ones which are compiled by the build bot, you can find those under the experimental section. So it's just really, really useful. Make an Aaron launcher that updates the toolkit. I actually would love to, because you know there's that Blender stuff for the future that's like using Blender in like more internet stuff. So like more internet for like updates, and I know there are add-ons which do online updates automatically, well not automatically, like you click them in Blender. Things like Sverchok does it, Grassrolled, the new like G-Scatter add-on that can do it. So yeah, it's just, I mean I can't actually code, so I've got Josh doing it for me. Should you update to 3.1 with the toolkit? Nah, you should update to 3.0. I'm going to maintain it for 3.0, I think, and then do, as soon as 3.0 goes stable, I will do like a more experimental branch for 3.1 with the new nodes that get added, and I will differentiate that. So that's when I might do a different number. I think I'll keep 3.0 for, sorry, yeah, I'll keep version 2 for Blender 3, if that makes sense. 12 p.m. in your country. Yeah, I think this one's going to be a fairly long stream. I mean, the last one was 7 hours, and I just kind of had to pull it to a close because I was dying. So hopefully this one's going to be a little bit, hopefully I can pace myself a bit better. Do I have a plan for more documentation? I do. It's coming. I mean, I have the PDF, like all of the pictures are in, half of the writing is in, but it's like 90 pages, so it's just taking me a long time to do it. I was thinking of doing some videos in the meantime, because I can just do like a half-hour video that goes through each node, and then people can just like click through it. Happy Diwali. Happy Diwali, folks. Grant Abbott was talking about my channel. Oh, that's nice. I like Grant. He's a really nice person, and he's got that, chill vibes. I'm down for that. Plans for today's prompts. Well, let me just actually start. So the idea is, so it's four-sided, right? And today's prompt, so for today's prompt, I'm doing like a room with there's like a load of, I don't know if people know what vacuum tubes are. Basically in like old shops and libraries and places like this. In fact, if you've watched Paddington Bear, they have vacuum tubes in the council building when they go there, and they're basically like these glass tubes, and you put capsules in them, and the vacuum, like the air pressure, sucks them up to different places in the building. So I want to do something like that with vacuum tubes like coming up and through this room, but I want to try and work out a way to like make them go around a little corridor in the middle, and just do something like that, and then there'll be like a door at the end, and you'll go through it, and everything will be like exploded and hanging out in white space. That might be fun. Alrighty then. Oh yeah, just when I checked between Restream and then the YouTube live stream, it's definitely like a few seconds of difference there. Alrighty then. Right, I'm going to close all of these background streams that I've got going so that my internet doesn't shut itself down. Cool. How's the looking glass? It's good actually. I've not used it as much as I would like to, but I keep seeing people's Nodevember projects and being like, oh, that would look really good in the looking glass. So I think I'm going to try and get one from Julia. Let me actually show you because it's really cool. I don't know. It's like one of those like really chill little loops that just looks nice. Let me pull this out here. It's just like such a clean thing, and all of these wires are actually holding their ends, which I was surprised at because she's using the wire flood and I didn't realize it could actually stick to stuff. So that's nice, finding out new things. Hey, pancakes. Alrighty then, let's get started. Oh, Julie, you're here. Right, I need a rim to begin with, so let's delete everything, and we'll start with all of our mesh primitives. I'm going to be splitting everything up. Yeah, I'm going to be splitting things up into different sections. So I've got like floorboards, and because I want there to be a section which is like blown up, I also need to have the contents of the walls. So like, I want to do like lath and plaster, studs, plumbing, cables, lights, and things, so that as it breaks apart, you can see all of the pieces. I think that would be cool. Fiction. Hey, Erin, can you give some advice for learning sketching? Draw as much as you can from life. Also draw from imagination, because that's like a whole skill, but you should draw from life because that's going to like build up your visual library. And it's the same with modeling, right? Model and just see things, because when you make stuff from real life stuff, you learn how real life works. Like if you go into a cafe, you're not like looking at stuff, but if you go into a cafe and draw the cafe, you'll just be like, oh wow, that like the paneling, the way it joins onto the side of the window reveal, and like knowing how different materials terminate. It's a really important thing to understand if you want to be able to reproduce things which are credible. So yeah, even if you're doing like really hard fantasy stuff, like nothing to do with reality, ultimately people still have to look at it and understand what they're looking at. And a really useful thing to be able to do there is like material terminations, understanding how materials can join together and physically how stuff sticks together. James, thanks for the GeoNose tutorials. Thank you. I'm glad they're being useful. I feel like we're going to come up with a bunch more this month, just because we're going to keep coming across stuff, new stuff. And obviously more stuff is being added to Blender just all the time. Deep in couch, could you talk like a normal person, not like a sexually aroused guy? Unfortunately, that is my normal state. Team Avatar, would you be able to make a dragon from Game of Thrones procedurally in Blender? You could probably do like some things for like the scales and things. I would ultimately want to do something like a main sculpt. You know, games like Spore or No Man's Sky, like the animals in there just look like ass. They're just terrible. And it's because there's just not enough like creative direction, and you can't really create a procedural system which does a good enough job of evolution. Like there are so many things going on. So I would still probably rely on sculpting, but then do stuff procedurally, like adding the scales, or even just like a certain amount of the animation you could do procedurally. Well, if you're not happy with your drawings, Fiction, learning perspective, just like really hit those fundamentals. Have a look at Feng Zhu Design School on YouTube. He's just like who I would always go for. Feng FZD School. Just so good. This channel has like so many like fundamentals and things. Let me pull this out here. There we go, this one. The videos are amazing. Scott Robertson is a terrific instructor. Oh, I know that name. Scott Robinson. Yeah, I've definitely seen some of the Gravity sketch stuff. Wish you could connect a float directly into one channel of a vector input instead of using a combine XYZ. Oh, right, yeah. That is actually a real pain. But just add it to your quick favorites, because you can add anything to your quick favorites. And if you're using the Node Tabber add-on, which is just incredible, Node Tabber, it basically allows you to add stuff. I really need to get an updated version, but so for me it's on C, but I think normally it's on tab. But you can do stuff like combine X, Y, Z, and if you use this enough, right, so by default that would be, for me, C and then CX. So the next time I bring this up, if I were to do that a few times and be using this a few times, then it's going to start coming up because the tally, it like starts to preference stuff. Yeah, Robertson, sorry. Do I still draw, or is 3D my go-to? I really want to start drawing more, but I just keep not doing it. I do really need to start drawing more again. I'm so out of practice. I think I'm probably in the same boat as you. Like when you're doing a drawing and it's like, oh, that really like took the wind out of my sails because I'm seeing that I'm not very good at it. There was somebody just asked about the asset browser and marking assets. The way that we used to do it was right clicking on the thing to the left of the, let me try it with, oh, so for a cube, I could just mark it as an asset if I just right click on it. And then let's try node group. No, that does not seem to be, maybe we need more like experimental asset browsers. No. I need to look into that more. I've not been using the asset browser. And I will actually keep this side open for a text editor just in case I have any bugs that I want to write down. Don't not draw. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to do drawing, draw every day. Just, even if it's a little thing, even if it's half an hour. I did a really good course on somebody that was like doing daily drawing things. No group assets aren't supported yet. Yeah, going back to drawing after a break is just, it's so hard. And realizing that your hand, like when especially when you get to a point where like you can make marks and they make sense, like it's your brain, you imagine something and you make that shape, and then after a little while you just can't do it. Do you need to be able to draw to be successful in Blender? Absolutely not, but it will help you get ideas out quicker. And you don't need to be able to draw well, you just need to be able to articulate an idea very quickly as you see it in your head, so that as you model it, you're not being steered by the tools, because it's really easy to make something and be like, this isn't very good, but it's too difficult for me to do that. Like if you want to be kind of true to yourself and true to your creative vision, it's really useful to be able to quickly mark down and just, I've got like pens and notebooks and post-it notes right next to me all the time, just so I can like scribble out ideas, and it does really, really help. How do you connect a group output easily? Alt Shift. So if I grab a mesh primitive, mesh circle, I need to unbind that. I changed my mapping to be Control Shift so it matches the shader, but by default it was Shift Alt left click. So that's the one you want. Hey, I found it confusing to go through the Blender documentation and truly understand what does what. You got any tips for me? No, not really. You just have to go through and try stuff out. I would say that it's, like the Sverchok documentation is amazing compared to the Blender documentation, and the Blender documentation is still good, but I do feel like it's often written for the developers, or it's definitely written by the developers. But yeah, you just got to try stuff and the more you know, the more you can contextualize the like random bit of information you've just added, and then you'll be able to start adding it together. The documentation is old. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of commits come past of like updated documentation being drafted. Fiction. Do you feel like streaming is less productive because you have to answer our questions? No. If I didn't want to answer questions and chat, like this is part of being productive and just having a nice time. So I like hanging out. Also, this is why I've started a bit earlier today, just because like I can realistically go until about like 3 or 4 a.m. So as long as I can get everything that I need to get done for today's prompt within the next 12 hours, we'll be good. We'll be fine. Okay. Yeah. It's about like the two-way conversation. So like, yeah, like in last time when somebody said about using the convex hull node, I wouldn't have done that. Or, people coming up with ideas, like it's all about just hanging out and having a bit of a, I mean, it's just really useful for me as well, having the hive mind, like just available. Always very, very useful asset. Can you quickly demonstrate selecting different vertices and rotating them? Do you mean procedurally? And what do you mean by, you mean like grabbing a group of them and rotating them with like a vector rotate? I can do that. Let's actually do let's do a little twist so that we've got, sorry, not a cone, a cube. So I'm going to make it a little bit taller with a few more verts. Let's get wireframe showing. Hopefully this is nice and visible for you. So let's say I want to, so if I wanted to specifically select the top face, right? There's a couple of ways you could do it. You could either do it by face normals, or in this case, I'm just going to do it by Z position. So let's grab a geometry set position because we're moving the vertices, and this is the node that does this. Also, a quick plug, anybody wants this this minimap add-on for their node editors, it's very useful. There's an affiliate link down in the YouTube description. Yeah, so set position. I'm going to grab my input position because I'm dealing with the position attribute, like the position in our spreadsheet here. And I'm going to grab a separate XYZ, so vector separate XYZ. And I'm interested in the Z position for making my selection. So I'm going to go utilities, compare floats, where Z is greater than a particular value. So this can be my selection in this first example. And then I'm going to use that selection to vector rotate my position. And I just have this all set up, sorry, into the position there. So I can leave my center because that's fine, and my axis in the Z axis. And you can see I can twist that. So I'm making a selection and I'm rotating things. And then if you wanted it to be like a gradual thing, then rather than a specific Boolean selection, you would want to be using an actual gradient. So not use the selection, you would actually be wanting to control your angle, in this case, with your Z gradient. So I will use a map range, which allows me to set things like my top and bottom position. So I might go from like -3 to +3. So -3 to +3, plug this into my angle, and now you can see I can rotate this and have controls for each end of the rotation there. Sarah asks, do you use Nodevember instead of Node Wrangler? So they're different add-ons. Nodevember allows you, it's basically a quick shortcuts. It's like, it goes straight to a search. It's kind of like the Houdini search for nodes things. But for example, if I search P, then it's going to give me position, or if I were to search, like we did before, CX, that's going to give me combine XYZ. I think map range is MR. Yeah, there we go. So you can use kind of quicker shortcuts. Once you get used to it, it's like, it's so fast. And because it has a tally system, the more you use something, the more likely it is to appear at the top of the list. So it's going to go by tally before it goes by, it's going to like preference tally over your alphabetical order. So that can be really helpful. Yeah, and Node Wrangler is just really useful because I can do things like my lazy connect, like Alt, right click and drag, or if I'm wanting to join stuff together, I can do my Shift Control, right click, and obviously you can connect stuff to the output viewer with your Alt, Shift, left click. Hey, Toxic Trooper, TT, how's it going, bud? All right. Oh wait, Marina says, I thought that the greater than node would work to where am I looking? Would work only from its point forwards, but it changes the position which is plugged into it. Huh? So the selection is, it basically makes a mask, and it will only process, the set position will only process data that is like switched on in its selection. So if you have a mesh which is really, really, really dense, but your selection is very small, the set position is going to compute very quickly because it's only doing a very small amount of processing to deal with that little bit of the mesh. So that's why it can be better to use the selection if you have an on-off rather than having like a Boolean value coming in here. So even if things aren't being processed, or even if things aren't being transformed, they would still be processed. So if you can use a selection, do. But obviously if you need a gradient like we're using here to get the twist, then you would want to use the gradient. All right. I think all of the comments are coming through from YouTube, which is fine. I just realized I hadn't checked Twitter or anything. If I miss anything in anywhere else, obviously don't feel like you have to look out for comments in other places, but let me know if I'm like accidentally ignoring stuff. See you later, Noah. Thanks for stopping by. I'm actually going to start now. Let's begin. All right, we've got a cube. Make a new one, make a clean one. This text is massive on my screencast keys. Let's go down to like 20. Right, okay. So I need a room, and I need floorboards. So I'm actually going to start with making a bunch of floorboards. Yeah. Yeah, oh, it's a shame we don't have something like an inset. That would be very useful, because then I could just like make a bunch of subdivisions. And I'm not going to use the brick node. I'm going to do this one manually. What add-on is he using for having the whole node tree preview? You mean the minimap? If you look in the YouTube description, I think it's the second link, you should find the node minimap. Have I seen Simon's number 2? I actually missed it completely. I really ought to have watched it. Did he post it on Twitter? I feel like my Twitter has been curating itself and stopping me from seeing stuff. Oh damn, that's so good. Let's see if I can bring this up on stream. Look at that. Is this geometry nodes? That is sick. So he's got these like little wood sidings, and he's got his corners, and then he's instanced all of the tiles over. And even got a little ridge in there. Animated wind. This is nice. Little grid, mesh to curve, curve to mesh to get the outlines. And some additional cubes going on. But it does show you how simple you can actually set something up. Like, but this is essentially all cubes and a couple of grids. And just using those and a bit of instancing and positioning, you can do something really cool. Really cool. Amazing. Simon's work is always top drawer. Right. Let's grab a grid. Yeah. I want to get a random offset per row. And let's work out how to do this. Right, I need a bit of space. I'm trying to imagine how big my room is going to need to be. Maybe like 3 meters by 5 meters. If you ever can work to real world scale, do. It makes your life so much easier. And here we go. Right, let's make a few rows and columns. So I'm just making some like rough boards. And actually I should probably make this longer because I'm going to go for randomly offset rows. Yeah, let's go for 10. So I need to make sure that I can select each row as an individual entity and then put white noise on it and then translate it. So this is just very similar to the shader workflow. I wish I could show indices on just in the viewport, but maybe that is not possible. Unicorn, what am I going to make? I'm making a kind of hopefully cool room with a bunch of tubes in it, and then a door and stuff explodes. That is my goal. It's going to be another little animation. Grid, right, input, because I want to make sure that I have my indices here. I'm going to need an integer. I'm also going to need to work out which way my grid is going. Oh, it would be so useful if we had... Oh, we do. So I can see in the position that we have all of these. My x's are all clumped together, and then yeah, so basically we're running across in the x direction like this. And then we've got row 2 up here, and then row 3. No, wait, is that wrong? That is wrong. We're going this way. That's much more useful. So I can just use my y integer value here as a modulo for my index. So take my index, modulate it by whatever this is. Oh wait, no, I need an index per row, don't I? So I'm actually dividing and then flooring. So what this does is, if you have like, let's say like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7, 8, whatever. So if I divide it, first of all, by the number that is in that row, then we're going to get like 0, 0.2, 0.5, 0.6, whatever. And then when you floor it, that's all going to go down to 0. And the next row is all going to come down to 1. So you end up with actually getting an incremental index per row, which is very useful. And then what we can do is we can just use... Oh wait. In the display panel of the interface tab, tick developer extras. Wait, display of the interface. Oh, I do have developer extras. What? But it doesn't seem to be coming up in my as an option. Do I need to be in a different viewport mode? Do I need to be in edit mode? I mean, edit mode works, but then it'll be only for the original cube, which I'm not using. I need it for the generated geometry. I feel like I saw Bradley do that though before, because he was showing something with his random attribute shuffling, and I swear he was doing indice display, but I couldn't get it working on mine. Sam says, hi, do you think that after realizing instances there is a way to pass the result to Virtual workflow somehow to keep playing with points? Yeah. I mean... Wait, how do you mean? Do you mean the points before the instances? Because if you want to do that, you're going to need to actually have 2 objects. So you're going to need one which gets up to the point of making the points. And then you need another one that pulls that original object in, just with an object info, and then continues the instancing. But separately in Sverchok, you can also pull in that original object and just work on the points. As long as you click post on the get object data node, it'll be post modifiers. So that's very useful. Also, let me know if that's not what you meant. Jason. Right, let's grab a white noise. This is going to give us a random per row. So I'm going to set this to 1D so it's not doing extra work. And then I can multiply my value just so that I have a control for the amount of offset we're going to get. Oh, that is connected. And then I can set this to be another a Y offset. And we just need a set position node, set this to offset. And now we can see that we have an offset per row at random. So I need this to be longer. In fact, maybe we set this to be a map range instead. So I'm going to switch it with Shift S to a utility map range. And just so I can try and center it a bit better. There we go. Could you make a quick tree with geometry nodes? I see people doing it, but I can't figure it out. Is it instancing lines on top of line? Yeah, it is. Basically, some people do it instancing on the vertices. Some people do it instancing on the extruded geometry, like mesh to curve to mesh, using a profile and then point and distribute on top of that. I do actually intend to make some bushes. Maybe not today, but certainly at some point this month. Or I might actually just do a tutorial on that because that's useful. A lot of people ask for foliage. I also have a plan to do a, what's it called? A palm tree, because that was being requested for like since ages ago. I've got to try and drink more today. So if people remind me to drink, that would be very useful. Right, I can now instance on points a cube. The little overlay is the node minimap. It's in the description. It's in the description, hopefully, anyway. I definitely put it in the restream description. Yeah, it is. Second link in the description. Drink time. Alrighty then. We need a cube. And I just need to make it fit. So thickness of a floorboard is around about 20 mil. So 0.02. And oh, these are really narrow. I feel like they should be a bit wider, about 0.25 maybe. Kind of want them to be a bit broken up. Oh, maybe we can use our mesh to instances thing. So I can actually show that for people who maybe missed some of the comments on that on that last video. Oh, using this default grid node is very annoying. Like I don't know. I want a little bit more control over like how things get orientated. This is fine. All right. Let's make these longer so they all fit together. Cool. So now we've got some floorboards looking pretty swish. Right, let's make a few different floorboards and we'll have a look at how we can do that. Mesh to instances and then pick the thing. So let's have a look at this one. I want to make sure I've got a few more vertices in the X direction and I want to basically alternate. So I want some which are flat. So that one can be our flat one. Like so, and I want some which are bowed and some which are twisted so that we have a little bit of, I want it to look old and yeah, I want it to look old. So this one is going to be bowed, so up in the middle. And we can do one which is down in the middle as well. So input, position, and I'm going to use a geometry set position node on here. We're going to be taking the absolute X so that we've got the middle. So vector separate and then math on the X set to absolute If you want to be faster as well with selecting things, have a look at where the underline is. So for example, if I press D, it'll change to divide, M for multiply, A for add, S for subtract, B for absolute. Can just really speed up your workflow a little bit. What am I making today? I'm making a sort of an old-fashioned 1920s style room with some vacuum tubes. Am I involved in the NFT or metaverse scene at all? I'm very close to it. I have friends who are very involved in it, and people who go and talk at conferences and things. And I have been around it. Like, I've had a Maker's Place account since like the beginning, like January 2018. So I've been around it for ages. I've just never really got into it, and now because it's so contentious in the community, I'm like, I'm hanging fire just so that I don't get lynched. It's crazy. I mean, it's so polarizing. It's so polarizing, and there's so much misinformation, but it's just, I don't know. I think people just need to chill about it. Right, here we go. Get a little bit of a bow going in that direction, and let's make another one of these. So let's frame this up, Control J. This one is bow down. Let's make one which is bow up, which I can do literally just the other way. So I'll set my min and max to be the different way, so 0.15 and 0. Oh, maybe something like that. All right, I might tweak these as well once they're on if they look too varied. Or actually, I should be able to center them. So my mesh to instances node, if you're interested in how this works, oops, it literally just, well, essentially it just instances on a single point line, but I've also added a little bit of maths to give you the option of centering, like resetting the position in case you want to. So like on this one, I can, if this was really high up, then I could reset it so it was like centered on the origin, just in case that was useful. And then I want one which is twisted, so we'll use that twist trick that we showed before. Twisted, here we go. Is it possible for you to create a Marvel-centric tutorial? I mean, that is a huge universe. Have you got any specific requests? Because, yeah, for sure, we can do something like that. So this time I'm going in the Y direction, just along the Y direction. I'm not combining, I am rotating. So vector rotate, the position. This is my angle. This is setting the position now instead of the offset, because we're actually taking the original position here. And my axis is the Y axis instead of the Z axis. And I want to create a few more subdivisions along the length for this one. So we can do something like this. Great. Is it possible to make Conway's Game of Life purely with geometry nodes? I believe so. It's definitely possible to do it with shaders, and I've seen some reaction diffusion done with geometry nodes. Wait, is Conway's Game of Life just reaction diffusion? It will be possible. It's essentially just maths and repeating itself. Maybe creating something similar to the Spider-Verse movie or something along the lines of Symbiote. We might be able to get a guest lecture from, well, maybe I shouldn't volunteer him without asking first, but one of the concept artists, Vaughan, who worked on Spider-Verse. So that might be cool, because I know he teaches some Blender stuff as well. He like has a course where he teaches it, and he has his own version called, and he teaches it on a platform called Heavy Poly. So that might be cool to get him to do. He's just a lot more qualified to talk about it than me. Here we go. Just a little bit off there. Production methods for generative 3D landscapes and miniature worlds. Yeah, I mean Svetrock, Blender in general is getting a lot more useful for procedural generation, especially with geometry nodes being added. And obviously we still have animation nodes, which is very feature rich, and Svetrock as well, which is just an amazing design tool. Right, so to turn these into instances so that I can use my pick instances, I'm just using these ETK mesh to instance nodes. If you're using ETK, then you can just download the file from today. Let's grab another one for this. Also, you can add ETK nodes. For example, if I want wire flood on my quick favorites, I can add it like that. I didn't know that was going to work because it's an add-on, but it actually does seem to. All right, so flats here, I'm going to join these together and then join the rest of them in. So I now have 4 different instances being joined up. Going into my instance on points, and I can set this to pick instances, and now you can see we're picking randomly per point. Awesome. I'm going to set these all to reset position just to make sure that we are centered, even though some of these are bowed, just to give me the best chance of getting things to fit. Nice, looking pretty good. Now then, I also want to maybe do a boolean. Nobody likes booleans. Maybe I could do a delete geometry instead and just make sure I have a lot of subdivisions in the y-axis. Just avoid booleans if you can. So much better to not use it. Oh, hey Tom, thanks so much for saying thanks. That's nice. I hope you get back into 3D properly. It's such a good medium for being able to articulate yourself and build stuff. How do you get the lines in between the nodes to be straight instead of noodly? Under Preferences, Themes, Node Editor. Down at the bottom, we have, well, you have the option for grid levels as well, so you'll notice mine is clean. But if you wanted your dots, they are in there. And noodle curving is also in here, but I find it very distracting because it doesn't point where things are going. So I like to have it just straight. Why does nobody like booleans? Because they're incredibly slow. You know, if I came in here and used a mesh boolean, yeah. And I also need to realize geometry. Oh, instances, realize instances. And then I was to just chuck in like an icosphere. That's just not working well, is it? Man, it's just so slow to make anything move. You can see how slow that is updating just on the radius there. If you can avoid booleans, do. Use all of your power to avoid them. That's just not worth it. Boolean modifiers are also very slow. The thing is, if I can come in here, right, if I can just add some subdivisions in the y-axis, right, and make things a little bit denser, because my walls are going to be like 200 mil thick anyway. But if I can make enough subdivisions that I can just delete everything which is like at each end, like that, then that's going to be so much faster. It's just deleting points rather than having to generate geometry and check for intersections. Is the size of all of the planks available in one parameter? Yeah, you could change it all on the instance node because they've all just been instanced. So regardless of how you set them up to begin with, you can always make your changes later as well. I just want all of my cubes to be... Oh, do you know what I should do? I should actually just make these all come off the same cube. That would be a little bit more intelligent, just to make sure that I have a little bit easier control. There we go. So I'm going to make sure I got to like 20. And now I can just delete stuff which does not fit into my box. So let's go ahead and grab a geometry, no wait, instances, realize instance. And then, already at 17,500 vertices. I'm going to use one of my selection nodes. So my mask box. Here we go. Oh yeah, the brick wall opens as a door. Ben's amazing. His work is always so good. Michaela, I will do a time lapse out of this stream, so I will speed it up. I will cut it down to just the bits where I'm actually being productive. It was funny when I was cutting down the last stream, which was 7 hours, cut out all of the bits where we're just like chatting and trying stuff, and it ended up being like 4 hours. So there is always a little bit of extra padding around the sides. Right, geometry, delete geometry. We are deleting outside our box, and I'm going for 3 by 5. There we go. So this is our main room, and it's not super clean on the ends, like a boolean would be cleaner, but this is like within the limits of what we want. Now I also actually want a corridor coming beyond, so, or do I? Yeah, I do. I was just wondering if I should do that separately, but I might as well do it now because it's easy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of Boolean maths to join together 2 of these, and that is going to be an OR? We will find out. Boolean math, like this. If I drag this out, oh, it's and. There we go. Right, that is our corridor, 1.2 meters wide. A little bit longer. Something like that. All right. CG Matter used shader nodes and Python was involved, so I don't think pure implementation. Oh wait, what's that for? Maybe something else. Oh, hello, Sharon. This is a room. I'm going to make a 4-sided room with some pipes. I'm not sure how the pipes are going to work. I was thinking about it last night, and I was just like I really want them to make a tunnel down the middle, so I can like have the camera coming through, and there's stuff going like through the pipes, which would look really nice if I have like glass pipes and like steampunky capsules. And obviously, this is not going to be super polished like the. I mean, you know, the previous one was also not super polished, but I'm basically doing these as experiments for the future. So next time I come to make these, I will use like normal modeling and just like pre-made assets and things. So it's gonna save me a bit of time. Hey, Matisse is here. How's it going, buddy? Right then, I need to make some walls, and I also want the walls to be breakable, so I want them to be like cell fractured, so that is going to be a job for Sverchok, because we don't have any way to cell fracture conveniently at the moment. I might also make this a little bit wider, something like that. All right. So this is the floor points. I'm trying to be more on it this time with naming stuff. Things got a little bit hectic last time. Let's join these ones up. Oh, I can use the Noodler add-on. There we go. Oh, my coordinates are just messing up. I don't know if this is a geometry nodes thing. It happens with my... Let me show you. When I'm like joining stuff. Oh, that seems to be working now. Yeah, you can see, I don't know what this is pointing at. There's no node there. Apparently it was this one. So it's just I'm having loads of problems with like the coordinate systems. I don't know if it's because of an add-on or if it's just like a mess in Blender. Floorboards. Let's go with Oh, that's very vibrant. There we go. Join these ones up as well. You're hesitant to jump into geometry nodes. Any suggestions for how to learn it? Oh, well, I have some 101 videos which should help with a few of the specific nodes, and we should also have a few more tutorials coming out. So yeah, I would just jump in. I mean, the logic is much the same as it was for 2.93. So those tutorials are still like technically followable. Oh, Pringle, so rude. Yeah, but there's so many bits to geometry nodes now. I appreciate that it is really difficult to jump into it, and especially when everybody's making like different content with different methods, because a lot of stuff is kind of like teaching themselves. So people just kind of come to different solutions all the time. So I would recommend just trying stuff out and make a project. Like, think of something you want to do. Even it doesn't have to be particularly complex, but just like go through making a few different objects, a few different nodes, and seeing how stuff works. What nodes can help me put my life back together? You want a mix RGB set to linear light? That just solves every problem. Right, let me make some walls here. Drink time. Thank you, Spectrum. Right, let me grab some. All right, we're going to do the walls in Sverchok. Let me make a note of what I'm planning here. So walls, Sverchok for the cell fracture. And I want to do like lath and plaster. Lath and plaster, for people who do not know. I don't know how prevalent it is in other countries, but lath and plaster. It's a way of putting stuff together. I feel like you definitely have it in America with laths, so like sticks of wood that are on, so the verticals in a stud wall, like these vertical bits, these are called studs, and the horizontals are noggins. So you basically nail your laths onto the studs and noggins, and then you plaster over it, and it'll stick. Basically, it'll stick in here. So I want something like that, I think. But obviously I want it to be breakable so I can blow it up. Oh, stucco. Is stucco the manner of putting up plaster? Oh no, it is actually the name of it. Is that just for the outside of buildings, like render? Because lath and plaster you just use internally. Oh, right. Okay, let me jump back in here. So walls are going to be like that. We're going to do... so this is for like the plaster covering on the walls. But I can do the laths and the studs in geometry nodes. And I want to have some pipe work in the walls, so it looks as if there's plumbing. It's not really going to go anywhere. It's just going to be some, you know, a decorative pipe work. I would also like to do some wires, so there's like, I'll have a light in the middle. Maybe we'll do a chandelier. That might be fun to do procedurally, because that's where proceduralism shines. Pardon the pun. Chandelier? That is a word I cannot spell. Wiring. I need a door. at the end, I'm going to need vacuum tubes because that's like the main part of it, with a corridor. And then, what else do we need? We need to blow it up at the end. Man, I'm so used to like looking at my keyboard while I type. And when I'm doing videos, I have my microphone like right in front of my keyboard so I can't see. Explode. Alright. That doesn't look like too long of a list. That looks fine. Can you make pipes by using solenoids to rotate different directions? Yes, probably. But I want things to have like proper adjacencies, you know, because like if you have one which is like, oh, in this voxel we're going to make like a left hand right angle bracket, and then in the next one above we're going to need either a straight or a rotated. And I need pipe to have, I need pipes to be continuous because they're supposed to have vacuum like shuttles going through them. Let me bring up some vacuum tubes in case you don't know those. They're very cool. I bet I can't find any now. I'm only finding like valves. Oh, here we go. This is a lady using a pneumatic tube. So she's putting a little capsule with something, little like roll of paper in it. And then it'll be like whoop, sucked up this pipe and sent somewhere. They're just so nuts. There we go. Pneumatic tubes. How cool are these? So this is what I want running through, but I'm going to have them as glass so that, there we go, so that you can see them. Hopefully, anyway, hopefully it'll look good. It's the beard carries over to the voice. I mean, your beard's even bigger than mine, Matisse. You must be doubly as calming. Right, let's grab some walls, get these going. And let's make studs. So I'm going to need a run of points. Right, okay, here's a nice easy way for you to get a subdivided edge. Get a cube, not a cube, get a grid. And then this needs to be the same size as my room. Oh, but I'm going to need to miss the doorway. Hopefully should be fine. Let's grab approximately the same size. I'm going to use a vector just so I can pull this off. So we're going for like 4 by 5 on this size, and that can, oh, the grid is like in 2 floats. Let's grab a transform. Let's be lazy. And I'll set this into the scale. Alright, so this is definitely not the same. Yeah, cool. Same floor area. I'm going to delete these internal vertices so that we don't have anything in the middle. And then I'm going to delete faces with a delete geometry. And you can just set this to only faces and you'll just get the edge. Super handy. And then we can use a subdivide to subdivide our edges. Give it a few cuts. And then I can now just instance on these. So instance on points. My stud, which is going to be a cube in the Z-axis. And these are normally like 2 by 4s. So 0.5 5. Oh, but we're going around sides and I don't want to have to. I'm just going to do them halfway. 0.7 by 0.7. 0.07. Here we go. Instance. That is too many cuts. Normally you'd have 600 mil between them, but I do need to make sure that I have an open doorway as well. You would subscribe to my to my Only Faces. We're going to go up to 2.4 meters for my room height, and I'm going to use my align mesh by mesh to get these up onto floor height. Here we go. All right. Do just want to make sure I get rid of at least this middle one. Join these up. Oh yeah, definitely that middle one, that is in the way. Only voices. Well, you know, I am genuinely considering, and when I say considering, I mean I am going to start doing Twitch, like just talking, making some, like, I don't know, reading some books, having a little chat. So if you want just like chilled out, relaxing streams. Cotton balls in your head. Alright, these are my studs. Make audiobooks. Well, I want to find stories or like get committed stories that are just like, I'm not much of a writer, but I would like to read people's stories. But I need them to be like between 10 minutes and 2 hours. Like I really cannot be doing like seriously extended reading sessions. And to begin with, they're going to be terrible as well. Like I have to let you know that in advance. I am not good at reading. Like I can read, and I can certainly read in my own head, but reading out loud is like a whole skill. So I just don't want it to be like, you know, The Lord of the Rings or something. I don't want to do anything super long. Right then, let's make sure I'm just deleting this. I'm just going to use a delete. Oh, I can do it in my selection. So I can use my mask. I'll just use a sphere. Just this is like a position. Selecting my outside ones. And let's move this in the y-axis here. Here we go. Nice and easy. You can all write terrible stories for me to read. Absolutely. We'll get some, we'll like procedurally generate a space, something like we're doing today, and we can green screen me into it. Have some nice like chill stuff. I wonder if we can do like live collaborative spaces so people can be modeling the space while I'm reading in it. That would be pretty sick. Right then, I need to come up with some noggins. So noggins, and it's a dumb word, but they're basically the bits that go like this, right? And you have to offset them, because if you don't offset them, you can't get your drill in to drill the screw into the end of them, and that's just the most annoying thing. So, procedurally generated stories. Have you seen those AI written like plays? They're so good. Scribbling all over the walls with crayon. Yes. I was thinking actually we could do some, let me go on a tangent real quick here. So let's just add a mesh primitive grid. I was thinking like, could you make procedurally generated graffiti? Like not necessarily very good, but like scribbles on the wall. And I reckon you can. I reckon you can. So let's make this a little bit bigger. 5 by 5. We're going to go pretty dense. God, how dense is this? I'm literally getting confused by the moire patterns there. Okay. 200 is definitely enough. And then I need to distribute points on the surface. So I'll just use a point to distribute points on faces. And then I'm just going to... I have a node which turns points into Beziers. Just can be useful. I don't really remember how it works. Oh right, it just generates a circle, and inherits the position from the points. So there we go. And so now I have just some scribbles. I want this to be kind of more like individual parts. But essentially, anyway, this is just proof of concept. We can then use like a geometry proximity. This is my target. We're interested in the distance output. Unsupported type curve. Well, let's turn this into a mesh then. So input, curve to mesh. We're going for the edges because we've only got edges, and then passing out the geometry. Oh, we need to assign a material because we're going to do this in materials. Interpixel, what prompt is this? I'm doing the 4-sided one, although right now I'm just having a look at making graffiti. Let's just switch over to a shader editor. New material. And now I can use an attribute input, bring in my attribute from over here, call it test, and then I have at some point broken Node Wrangler, so it does not work in my shaders. Alright. So you can get stuff to like scribble. And then you can use that in your shader. Like it's basically just outputting an SDF, like a signed distance function. So you could do so many things here, like map range. You could scale it up. You could make it sharper. You could have a lot of fun with this. Although you might want a few more rules just to make it a little bit more, you know, precise. And you also might want to shuffle it. So if you use a field shuffle, which I've got in here, then I actually need this to be setting positions. So set position. This is my geometry. This is my position. And we're going with a position as my attribute that I am shuffling. And there we go. Now you can get these to screw up a little bit better. You could use the string nodes to scatter some random words in there as well. You actually could. That's a good idea. I always forget about the string nodes. I haven't really dived into them much. Although I have seen some really cool little bits of motion graphics being done with them. So that's always cool. Right. So we have our wall. And let's make some little noggins. To do this, I am going to find... Oh wait, maybe I should delete... Yeah, I'm going to do something a bit different here. Just to make sure I find my wall centers, like my center positions. We're going to do this, right. So instead of using that as a selection, I'm going to use it as a delete geometry node. So come in here, delete geometry. We are interested in deleting everything inside our selection. And now we're good. But now what I can do is I can use a mesh to points node. Mesh to points. And if I view this, instead of vertices, I can go for edges. And now we have our edge centers. I'm going to need to make sure I have two different, my two sides. I wonder if I can like, oh no, I was going to say, I wonder if I could just use my curve tangent to like manipulate it, but it's probably easier just doing it on X position. So let's grab these. And now I can instance a few things. About your text, if you wanted to go through the effort, you can use attributes to take vertex IDs and make them into strings. Then instance on points to show the vertices in viewport. Oh man, that is a nasty workflow. Let's do it. Value to string. Attribute capture, an index. If this works, this is just gross. All right, taking this value, Oh, come again? Doesn't like that. Does it work with... Oh, does this not take a How does it work with a string then? With a field. Let me know if you know how that works. Because at the moment I'm just getting an error on that one, just because it doesn't take it. The value to string only takes single values. But that would be, I mean, terrible, but useful work flow. How about string to curve? I mean, it still needs the strings to actually come in as a field, but at the moment it's only going to take like single values, I think. Maybe a false alarm. That's true, actually. A lot of stuff does error just randomly. String to curves. Value to string. And let's use that attribute capture again. And the index. Yeah, that's not outputting anything. Yeah, no. That would have been cool though. Oh, I wonder if it's because my... Oh, I mean it's not because of that, but that probably didn't help. That my geometry wasn't like going through to the right place. But I think until... Wait, Bradley, if you're here, how did you get your index showing when you were showing me the... You did that like the field shuffle. How did you get your index showing on those edges? Because I feel like in the video you showed there were indices on your like diagonal lines, but I can't get them to work. Well, I mean, I don't even know how to make them work. Yeah, it would be a good addition to the toolkit to get vertex drawing, or like indices drawing. Mesh to points, and then I can instance. Let's move these up at random and then we can instance something on them. So set position, texture, white noise in the z-axis. Combine in the z. Offset. There we go. And I'll set this to 2D just so it's doing a little bit less. Or I could even set it to 1D and use the index, that would be fine. Just all it needs to be is different for each point. Cool, and now I can use this just to just to instance on points. A couple of little studs. Which I can just do like this. Here we go. Just need to make sure that we are fitting things in between here. Cool. Yeah, Bradley Animation. Let me bring up his channel. Animation. This one is so useful. Just loads of little like tutorials on doing different things, working through different workflows, showcasing different stuff in both animation nodes and geometry nodes. So a lot of really useful and inspiring stuff as well. Like I copied the folding fan from you, I think. Cool. Ah, 2.49. Yeah, same. Right. I need to rotate half of these because they're on the wrong axis. So let me just use a selection. Again, mask. I'll just use a box in this case. And everything which is outside it. So I'm just going to use a map range on one of these. We're going to 0 and pi by 2, just so it's like either no rotation or 90-degree rotation. And then I need this to go into a combine XYZ. Into my Z, because it's a Z rotation, and then plug that back into my rotation over there. Like so. Alright. Now I can just make this big on a couple axes. Interesting. Oh wait, it's because of my Z axis. There we go. Drop it in the Y. Here we go. And it just needs to be the other way. So I'll use the outside instead. And now everything is properly aligned. I need to affect my scale for the ones in these as well. So I can use another combine XYZ and another map range. Just using the same mask in here. Onto my scale, we're going to use ones in both of these. And we are scaling in the x-axis. So I'll go 1 and 1. Oh, thanks, Mohammed. If you find the view index, that would be sick. That would help people out, I think. This one is going to be 1. This one is going to come down. And there we go. Cool. Noggins working nice. Now I just need to make sure that I have 2 at least. I might also reduce my white noise a little bit. Or actually, I also want to move it up, so I'm going to use we can use a multiply add for that. So we're going to reduce it a little bit, just so I have offsets, and I'm going to multiply it down, just so it's near the ground. And then I'm also going to use a transform and then join these two together, just so I've got one above the other. So geometry transform on my cube, and I'm also going to join them. Those auto links get confused all the time, right? Translate these ones up. Cool. So it's starting to look like a room. Now I need to thread some pipes through. So let's make this all into a frame. Grab these, Control J. These are my studs. Hey David, how's it going? And I need, so studs and lathes, they are done. Good stuff. Pipe work. So I just want to thread a couple of pipes through. Trying to think of the best way to do this. I've already got my room outline from somewhere. Down here, making the studs. Wait, what's going on? Oh, these are not studs. These ones are noggins. Any tutorials you'd recommend for geometry nodes beginners? Yeah, have a look at have a look at Bradley and have a look at Chris P. Chris P. He's great. He does some really good beginner stuff. And also Andrew Price actually has some good stuff. I don't know if he's done anything on the new series, but I do know he's about to. Or maybe I'm not allowed to say that. Forget I said that. Let's have a look at Chris P. Chris P, he did, you may have noticed some of these coming up in your Twitter feeds and things. He's just, yeah, he explains things really well. Let me drop this one in the chat. Yeah, Chris Preniger. Leaked. Yeah, rip. Okay. Hi. Is this Nodevember? This is Nodevember, what I'm working on. I'm trying to keep myself more in the center of my little face cam circle. I noticed when I was editing the last one, it was like I was over here just all the time. Not very professional. Cycles and nodes scare you. Yeah. Oh my god, just the materials back in 2.49 were hard work. That was not an easy thing to get into. Bad normals? Yes, actually. Bad normals just like appeared suddenly a few weeks ago and now he's big. He has seen some real growth. Oh, I want some studs down the side of here. How am I going to get those? Maybe a grid? I can literally just add in a grid. I'm just trying to make this a little bit bigger. Do you have a PhD in math? No, I have a bachelor's in interior design. Let's grab a excuse me. Let's grab a let's use mesh lines just because they're easier to work with just when I'm doing little stuff. So I can do lines. Offset is fine. We're going to have to do another rotate mask to get these ones on this working correctly. But I can just join these because that's working. And here we go. Let's use an offset of y equals, no, x equals 1. No, y equals 1. And our start location. Let's bring these out. I'm going to just clip these through, that's fine. I'm not too worried about stuff not working. Oh, do we have a rotation here? That's not good. There we go. Where's our line? Cool, that's a very round number to work with. And let's get this a little bit narrower. Something around here. Good stuff. Now I need to rotate these ones. Nelson, damn, I'm late. Can someone please explain the last 72 minutes of what's going on? Why, yes, I can. What we've done is we've taken a grid. We've used some white noise to offset the Y position. We made a bunch of floorboards, which are just boxes. And I've got a flat one, I've got some which are bowed, and I've got one which is twisted, so like along the length. I've turned them all into instances with this little node group that instances it on a single point. And then I've instanced them on the points to make a big array, which I've then used a couple of masks on to make a box, room, and corridor. Then I've gone and made some studs, which I'm still working on, and some noggins, just to get my horizontals. And there we have it. Perfect. All right, let me, actually I can make my life a little bit easier here. There we go. That saved me some masking. How do you get this position of scattered points? Just the position node. It'll use whatever context you plug it into. So if you've scattered something, then like if you're using like capture position, for example, wherever you plug in, or the offset position, you know, this index doesn't contain any data. It just reads the index where it gets plugged in. That's all it's doing. So yeah, you don't need to worry too much about what data stuff holds, which is what's really nice about the new geometry node system. You can just work through kind of logically in your head. All right, let me duplicate these up and over just to make sure. Got another line, which I can just duplicate this one. Does this still count as four-sided? Yeah. I'm sure it's fine. I know it's like, it's got a few more sides, but it'll be alright. Transform. Join these up. Oh, I can just join that one straight. And then this one is coming up in the X, down in the X-axis. Here we go. Beautiful. So we've got the structure of our room. Oh, how am I blowing it up? What do you think about where all my lines are? Right. It's important if you're designing something just to be aware of your your long game, because otherwise you're going to get scuppered with not knowing where your data is. So I need to know where all of my points for all of my things are so that I can like blow them up at the end. So these are all of my points, which means if I just use an offset position, wait, yes, and I'll make these orange. If I need to remember it, I'll make it orange, and then I can just use it later. So if I was to stick in a, let me just use a random vector from in my toolkit, plug this into my offset. If I increase the size of this, that is going everywhere. Oh, deviation. That's my bad. Not the size, the deviation. Cool, cool, cool. So now if we go to the end, we can see all of our stuff comes off and flies around. Would you mind telling me if that vertices collection on the top left is an add-on? This is just the spreadsheet. It's like a default editor in Blender. I'm not actually using it. I don't find in 3.0 the spreadsheet has kind of become a bit useless because the viewers are like just a bit useless. So yeah, kind of a shame. It would be nice if it was a bit more useful. Somebody commented on, I think maybe it was Colin, commented on Discord, like, oh, it'd be good if you could click on stuff and it would highlight it in the 3D. And yeah, it would be amazing if you could do that. All right, this might want to go into rotation as well, just so that we get a little bit of like tumble as stuff explodes. Nice. Magic. Orange, here we go. Let's uncolour that one. You can view attributes using a viewer node. You can, but I mean, just plug it into the output. If you want to view it. I mean, yeah, you're right. In a rare case, you may want to just debug something. And yeah, and once named attributes come back, then it will be much more useful. I mean, I used to use it all the time in 2.93, and when I'm using Sverchok, I use the text viewers all the time. All the time. I'm so like data centric, but when I'm using geometry nodes, I'm just like, does this look about right? That's kind of as accurate as I bother getting. All right, I need the same randomization to happen for my noggins up here. So I'm going to add vector math add to my rotation, and I'm going to use another set rotation, set position, and another random vector node. Pull this one up here. Right, this offset and into my add as well, And the deviation, yeah, nice. These just all shoot off in different angles. Go for a different seed, just so I've got something different. And set this to orange, so I know where I'm going. All right. Oh, the align mesh. Do I want it? I think I'm actually not going to use this on my studs. I'm just going to move them up manually, just because otherwise when they all blow off, they're all going to stay in like the same place. So let's go ahead and grab a transform. And 2.4, so we need to go up 1.2. In fact, maybe I go up 1.1 just so that we shoot through the floor a little bit. Good stuff. Now, I want... Yeah, alright. Let's bring these back to 0. Gonna need a few more things. I need a ceiling, which I forgot to put in. Ceiling, skirting boards. We have added a door. It's an old building, so we should also have a picture rail, which is like a bit of wood that you tack on high up, and you hang pictures off that rail, just because you want a little bit more freedom to move them around and center them in the room. And they might not, if you'd like, you need to drill obviously into your stud, because your lath and plaster isn't going to hold a picture. So to have the freedom to move stuff horizontally, old buildings would have picture rails that you would get special picture rail hooks to go onto. Let me just make sure, let me just double check on Twitter that nothing's gone awry. Oh, there are a couple of comments. Just give me a sec here. Kilber says, earlier you were talking about drawing practice, which reminded me I've been slacking in my drawing practice. Nice. Always good to see people making work. That's the thing, like, people always stress about putting work out and being like, oh, this isn't the best I could do. But it's like, everybody pulls everybody along. If you're making work, regardless of how you think it is, somebody else is going to think, oh, that's really good, I wish I could do that. Because everybody is in different points in their like creative position. So like the more work that you can put out, the more you encourage other people to put out work. Because we're a community, everybody is like getting sucked along by everybody else. That's one of the things which I really appreciate from Discord, is like I get so motivated by seeing everybody else's work, because it's like you're around, your peer group is producing work, so you want to like naturally keep up with them. And it's a good way to like to motivate yourself. Do you recommend any videos for learning maths? Yes. Charon has some good vector math videos and some more to come. So that's just 3D things. 3 Blue 1 Brown has some really good ones, and who's that woman? Freya something does a lot of videos on maths as well. I remember seeing like some of her Bezier videos a while ago. There's definitely a lot of stuff out there, but it's one of those things that people get stressed about, like, oh, I need to know maths. Nah. You can just like brute force it. Make stuff look good. Yeah, Wanna's Melfate as well. He's got a really good video on raycasting. Yeah, the Bezier videos are gorgeous. Alright, so we've got our scattering worked out. I'm just going to bend the floor, I think. Or I might scatter it as well. I will do both. Let me just sort this one out. So, instance on points, which means our points need moving and bending. I kind of want them to... Maybe I can... if I use an attribute capture, I can capture can I? Maybe I can't. Or maybe I can. If I scatter them. Okay, so what I'm thinking is I scatter the planks, but I still want them to rotate, to bend like around themselves. I don't want each one to be bending, or I should say I want it to bend as if it's still part of the floor. I want everything to be bending relative, which means I need to scatter them and then capture all the positions, do an attribute transfer. All right, this is going to take a couple more steps than intended, but that's fine. Right, so I can get rid of this realize instances, and I can use my instance to attribute node, or attribute to instances. Drop that on here. So now it's all realized, and I need to realize the position from before the rotation, before the scatter. So let's go ahead and use an input position node in here. If people are interested in how this attribute to instance node works, it's essentially just doing an attribute transfer from the original target onto scaled down instances. It is then capturing it on those scaled down instances, and then it is transferring it by index to some regular instances. So it's a very useful technique. But there's also a node in my toolkit if you just wanted to grab that, link in the description. All right, so now I have my positions, which I can use with my rotation. So let's use a bar. What's going on? This needs to be I need to capture it, and then I can use it after my delete geometry. I think that's correct. Because otherwise I think it's going to get out of sync when I delete indices, because I'm just doing a transfer. So let's use a vector. So now we're saving the pre-bent local position per thing. And then I can now use this after my delete geometry. So now I can use a vector rotate with this. Wait, what's going on? Oh, right. No, I think I do know. So I need to, this is getting a bit convoluted, so my apologies. I need to take my original position of my boards as they are here, right? And then I need to subtract the position of the point which all of the boards were originally instanced on. So now we have, is that right? Maybe that's not right. I need to, wait, what? When I scatter these, I need to actually try this. All right, geometry, set position, toolkit, random vector, bring this up here, right, into the offset, and we can just move these a little bit. All right. Oh, and then they're being deleted differently. I can't delete them if I don't realize them, and I can't move them if they stay. Right, okay, I've got it. Maybe. So we move them afterwards. So if I've got this, I need to be able to move them, but without it just being everything. So rather than using this, I can use, man, proceduralism gets confusing very quickly. Right, 2D thing, because we're just working in the Deca 2D plane, and then this is the original position captured on my geometry. So now I can offset the boards without deleting extra bits. Good start. And we can scale this so it goes in all directions. And also actually subtract 0.5 so that we center the transform. Alrighty then, we're getting somewhere. I need them to also bend. Where are the Nodevember prompts? So generally people center their Nodevember work on Twitter. So let's go and have a look at the Nodevember Twitter. And in here, you can see the pinned tweet has all of the prompts. So today is 4-sided. This year they're doing like double day prompts, just so that people don't get, don't burn out so bad. And then if you need some more specific prompts, you can have a look on mine at the, wow, Jesus, I make so many tweets. Coming back, here we go. So if you want more specific prompts, we have some which we made on our Discord, like a few of us chucked in some ideas. Just, I know some people want different ideas that are much more specific. It can be really difficult to jump into a wide open prompt. There we go, sorry, just scrolling on Twitter on midstream. Yeah, it can be hard when you're doing like a wide open prompt to really have to like really want to do it. Drink time. Spectrum, you are like the real MVP here. I'm just trying to think as well, like how am I liking fields so far? So much. It's so much better for me at least. That yeah, the logic just feels so much more like straightforward. HTTPS, come on. I think I got that right. Yeah, the logic just feels so much more workable compared to how it was before, where it was like writing stuff to attributes, calling the attributes in literally the next node, and then having to like, oh, it was just pointless. It was pointless having to do all of that work, and it made it completely illegible. When I was making the toolkit update, I said this in the last stream, it was so hard for me to actually translate data from one to the next. Real English man drinking with a pinky man, do I? Oh, that's embarrassing. It's the way the Queen does it, my dear. Right, I've completely lost my train of thought now. What are we doing? So I want to get this bend basically so I can like roll these up. How am I liking Windows 11? It's okay. It's okay. I mean, it's not like a horrible interface. It's better than Windows 10 in my opinion, but there is some weirdness. Like if I think it's in downloads. If I right click, oh, I'm not doing it now. What? Okay, so I've got my, you get these like options at the top of your right click menu, which are like cut, copy, paste, rename. But in some places, just randomly, they're at the bottom. How weird is that? And if you want the old menu, you have to go show more options, and then you get all of your options in here. So it's like, I don't know, it just seems like it was a bit of a disaster. Like they just really rushed it out the door. Windows 11 steals around 25% of performance on Ryzen. That has been patched, so that is no longer an issue, from what I've been told. Yeah, the index is this, like basically which row you have, and it's under input index. So this integer is just this, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you make your taskbar on the left or right finally? No. No, my preference is on the top because I have my monitors quite high, and I just, you know, I like working like that. I'm used to Linux where I always have my bar along the top. But no, you cannot do anything customizable. You cannot change the size of this. You cannot do like double height. If I right click on the taskbar, if I wanted, for example, to go and get my like task manager, which I would use to right click on the taskbar, now I have to go like Control Alt Delete and then get my taskbar. And now I can get my task manager this way. Sorry if that made the screen flash. I didn't mean to do that. Windows 11 is great. It is fine. I think it's like, it's in the same as Windows 10 and Windows 8. It's not excellent, but it's like, it's fine. Yeah, the lack of customization, or like the backward step in customization is just insane. PC specs, I've got a Ryzen 9 3900X and an RTX 2070 Super. Control Shift Escape gives you Task Manager. Thank you very much. That's very useful. Although it's kind of an awkward shortcut, but definitely easier than going Control Alt Delete and then clicking. Thank you, I will remember that one. Alright, so what am I doing? Why am I not on Linux now? My laptop is on Linux. I use Manjaro, but my PC, I like video games and I occasionally have to do like VR, like make assets and develop and stuff for VR. So, and just drivers and stuff in general like that. So, yeah, if I could get everything working on Manjaro, I would absolutely just run Manjaro all the time. So much faster. Used to not have to access the index. Oh, used not to have access to it. Yeah. So many workarounds. They remove the clocks and stuff from secondary monitor taskbar. Yeah, I don't even have a taskbar on my second monitor. Oh yeah, hardware, like cameras. Fingerprint does not work on my laptop because there's no driver for that hardware. Bit of a pain. Oh wait, how am I getting this to rotate? I need the position of the point before the delete. So I need another capture that captures the positions. No. No, I don't. I just need the regular position. So I'm rotating. Oh, I'm so confused. So maybe I'm bending it before the set position, which offsets everything. I think I can actually use these sockets in series, so I can just use them both on the same node. So I'm going to use a rotate vector, use my position. What's my opinion on Pop! OS? It's okay. People like it. I think it's pretty ugly. And also, so I really like Manjaro. I use GNOME 40 Manjaro because I really love the GNOME experience, and the GNOME experience works really beautifully when you have a trackpad because you get all of your GNOME gestures. Pop is Debian based, so you get an update every 6 months, and I don't like that. I prefer to do rolling releases because you don't ever really break stuff. Or at least if you break stuff, it's like one at a time rather than breaking stuff every 6 months. So much more useful. But yeah, I know a lot of people in Blender Foundation use Pop! OS. So I guess it must be, separate XYZ. I guess it must be good. Yeah, it's good. Map range in here. So this is for my y-axis. Into my angle, I'm rotating around my rotation axis is going to be around my x-axis, and my rotation center Is that correct? My rotation center wants to follow the position. Excuse me. What is the main benefit of using Linux? Freedom, really. If you like to have open source stuff, I do kind of think of it as more of a hobbyist thing. Like, you kind of have to be a bit of an enthusiast to use it. But, I mean, it does just work as well. It's very secure. And Blender runs faster. Quite a lot faster. Like, obviously rendering is not as fast on my, like, I think it's an i6, an i5 in my laptop, and a GeForce MX 450 or something like that. Like, it's not a well-spec'd laptop. It's like, it's fine. But Blender is just as snappy using it as my main PC. Although installing Manjaro on a Chinese import, it's like a Redmi book, so it's made by Xiaomi, who are like Chinese Apple. All right. So I need my center, my fall off. I'm just going to make this into a node group actually. So Control G, just so that I have a bit of controls on my rolling. Your geometry node's mesh primitives are different. Do you have Blender 2.93? Oh no, I'm using 3.0. You won't really see people using 2.93 for Nodevember. It's just, there's not enough stuff. So I'm using 3.0 because I'm having performance issues with 3.1. Like, if I ever click anything, it like hangs for a second and then it will start moving. So I'm just using 3.0 for this month, I reckon. Let me grab a what else do I need? I just realised I've not even been looking at the Twitch chat. But it's fine. I don't think anybody's even watching on Twitch. Right. So I need my roll position, like for my center, and that's also going to be controlling the fall off. So let's grab a from min. That's going to be my X position. And I will ultimately drive this off an empty or a vector if I'm doing it procedurally. Drink time. Thank you. Man, that cup of tea was very cold at this point. It's been 2 hours since I made it. Combine XYZ. Here we go. This is my Y position, sorry. Going into my center. This is my roll center. And I need some fall off, which is going to be this. Roll center, add some amount for my from max. Here we go. That's kind of annoying that comes up so abruptly. That's not very clean, is it? Let's go for a smoother step just in case. I really don't like that. That is not going well. I mean, it'll be rolling down anyway, and it'll only be subtle. So here we go, roll angle, which I can use. When you put a rotation, right, onto the front of a node group, like if I use this angle from my vector rotate, so I have an actual degrees angle, this value inside the node group is in radians. Even though it's degrees on the front, it will automatically convert it for you, so you can just plug this into stuff inside. So just to be aware of. It will automatically do that conversion. I'm very... Ooh, it's not looking good. Maybe it needs to be up a little bit as well. No, that's not helping. How do you use the index node with curves? You're trying to have some geometry be parented or instanced. I'm going to assume you mean instanced, but let's just do that real quick. It'd be cool to have Wi-Fi nodes like in Sverchok, yeah, or even just hidden noodles. You know how things get hidden from a distance or like fade out from a distance? If you could select specific things to be hidden and then they would only appear when you select the node, like how this goes white, I would be down for that. That would be good. Right, if I add a curve, like a Bezier circle, and I want to point instance on points, let's grab a cube, a cylinder apparently. Then danger noodles. Alright, if I only wanted to select one of these, I could just use like an input, index, float, compare, and I could compare when this is equal to a specific index. And now you can see, here we go. We can select just one on the curve there. Or you could do it like less than or equal to, and then you can get like some going around your curve. So that's all you have to do, make a selection with your index to be able to instance on a specific point on your curve. Alright, where are we up to? Doing our curves, doing our roll. I think it's going to be rolling down. And here we go, the roll center. It's going to do something like that. Needs a little bit less fall off, I think. And I want it to twist. So let's go in the X as well. And in theory, yes, these all can move off in their own directions. Perfect. And then I still want to, excuse me, I still want to get these to rotate as well based on my white noise. So let's also do that. We'll add a I need another white noise, don't I? Let's just duplicate this one, take it as a yeah, 1D should be fine, and I'll just come off this. Just because I need another color one, and I need them to both be colors, so I can't just do a split RGB on that color output. I need these actually separate. And this is just going to rotate position. So vector rotate. I know I've just done the bend, but this one's going to be like a general rotation. I'm going to set it to Euler axis. I wish I had a vector map range, but never mind. Or do I? Maybe I made one. Does not look like it. Field map range vector. Damn. Me in the past just knew what I needed. Oh, but it doesn't even do what I need it to do. Okay, never mind. I'll just use maths. Same again then. Subtract 0.5 and scale it. And then I can just plug this straight into my rotation. Whoa. And I need my centers to be driven by my inherited centers. There we go. It's so simple. And now I just need a control on here. So let's grab an input. Value. These will all be driven off a single position. Can you have collisions when it explodes? I'm maybe a cleverer person than me could do that, but I have no idea how you would actually approach doing that. So let's go with this and this. So this is going to come back and this is going to explode. But it's going to be based on the position over here. And yeah, you're right, things are going to clip, but I'll take it. Do you think anyone's doing purely shader node stuff? Absolutely. Gabe is doing world shader only. Let's hop back over into Twitter. Let me just send you a link to Gabe. Gabe's work is absolutely incredible. In fact, let's go straight for one of his things. This was his first one for day one. And this is the world shader, right? So he doesn't even have geometry. It's entirely based on maths inside the world shader. It's just like, it's mind-blowing. Especially considering that there are reflections in here. Like, all of that stuff has to be manually controlled with maths. Absolutely insane. Alrighty then. Not seen Gabe before recently, and it was because of that project right there. Yeah. It's just, I mean, Gabe was pretty big in... So for people who don't know, or for people who are new to nodes, there is Nodevember, which we're doing now, and there is materials, which is people make materials in May. And Gabe basically got popularized, I guess, by materials 2019. And then he also did Nodevember 2020, did some amazing work. And then he did materials again. And now he's doing Nodevember. The kid is prolific. He does have a YouTube, but I don't believe he posts very often. He has a tutorial on vector displacement for making a crystalline structure, or like a crystal, like a literal crystal. Yeah, man, that's the thing. Like, I'm not old. I'm 26, but I'm not anywhere near as good as a lot of the like 14-year-olds who join our Discord server, and it's like, oh my god, how insane is that? Like, these kids are just, they have such a natural aptitude for doing this stuff, and it's just ridiculous what they can come up with. Truly ridiculous. All right. Nugget, yeah. Nugget is insane. Nugget's got like products out. Alright, I've got to show you Nugget as well. I think Nugget is actually 15 now, so, you know, past its prime. But, oh my goodness. Let me just drop a link to this one. This add-on is ridiculous. So this add-on is like a fully procedural world, and it's like, it's just crazy. You gotta check it out. And he's done some updates for it as well, so it's much faster now. Crazy, crazy. Right, where am I going with this? So I need to make sure that everything can be controlled with an empty. Oh, see you later, Aiden. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully we'll have stopped by the time you wake up in the morning. Right, let's go. I'm gonna add an empty. I might do it with actually procedurally later with a vector controlled in the node graph, but here we go. So this is my controller. Let's come back in here. I'm going to pin this. I'm going to try and do everything just with single node graphs now this month. Now that I've learnt that like instance trick, mesh to instance, it's just like, there's no need for more node trees. You're teaching your 8-year-old son everything that's happening about Blender. Oh yeah. I mean, the like neural plasticity is, kids are so supple at that age. It's like a weird description, but they're just able to pick stuff up at such a ludicrous pace. And especially because everything's a game. Like, I learnt Photoshop and I learnt 3D when I was like 10, 11. So at that age, it was just like, we didn't have very good internet, so it was never really an option for me to play video games. Like, we had pretty close to dial-up. It was technically ADSL, but it was basically dial-up. So playing video games was not an option. And just like, you learn everything like it's a game. You're like, oh my god, I can, you know, I bought my first pen tablet when I was really young. It was like some knockoff by, I can't remember the company, but just suddenly being able to like draw in digital space, mind-blowing. All right, let's make some moves. So this capture attribute, this holds the position per board. Yeah, the internet for learning compared to books. I always think this when I see people's like coding books. I remember Curtis Holt showed me like I think it was like a C# coding book or something like that. Oh my god. It's just unbelievable that people actually read those things and make notes and just like have a nice time actually working through it. What am I looking for? Distance. So I'm trying to find the distance between my location of my empty that I just added and the location of each of the boards. Rethberg, are you following some sort of sketch or concept art, or are you freestyling? I'm freestyling. I had like a bit of a I made a mind map last night, just scribbled out some ideas basically, and yeah, that's kind of as far as I ever get with planning. I'm like, I get to the point where I can kind of imagine it, and then I just kind of go with it, especially with stuff like this. Like, if it was commercial work, if it was client work, I would absolutely plan a bit more. But when it's just personal stuff, I kind of like the journey. That's why I do it so much, so obsessively. Right, distance, map range, because I need some fall off control. Talking of fall off control, I've got some fall off nodes. So let's go with this easing one. When everything explodes, right, I need it to be like slow, fast, and then coming to like a slow point, which means I need two different easings. I need ease in and ease out to be separate. Fortunately, I've made nodes that do this. So we're going to use two easing pluses, which gives us an exponent control. Hey, Josh. Josh is the one who makes the toolkit add-on, so huge thanks to him. Otherwise it would literally just still be a blend file that you have to download and append from. But it's like an actual add-on now. So I need another fall off for my mixer, and basically what we need is we need to make a 0 to 1, and this goes into all three, and then we get our ease in and our ease out and a little bit of blending in the middle, and now we can have two separate easing exponents so that we can like come in and then like come up really quick and then come to a stop, and we can play with that when it actually comes to animating. Yeah, for now we're just going to go with this. So let's see. The distance is definitely way too little. And this also needs to be like maybe the other way, 1 to 0. There we go. So things explode as this comes close. And I may also need it to be not the position, but the Y gradient, so that it's linear. So instead of distance, we go change this to subtract, and then we separate X, Y, Z on here with our Y gradient. Here we go. Chuck this in, and now it's back to front again. There we go. So things will explode as they come past there. That's the goal anyway. And we can use our position for the roll center. Which maybe I should have actually just had as a vector. Wait, do I? Yeah. So I need my separate XYZ on here, bring this up. And we're just taking the Y position. Just so, there we go. I should probably clamp that, but there we go. I just need it to explode a little bit. So it's only going to come back to about here. Nice. Have I ever tried Armory 3D? It's free. I don't like, lets you make games in Blender. It's that's like a, maybe I'm wrong about this, but is that an extension of the Blender game engine? Like I know that the game engine is still a branch or a custom project that some people are working on, but I feel like Armory 3D. Does this setup allow for multiple nulls affecting different parts? In what way? I mean, if you use the attribute proximity node instead of the distance node, then it will do it basically from the closest empty, so you could have like a bunch of them. How would you join them though? You just join geometry, so that would be fine. Yeah, cool. Sorry, I just keep half an eye on Twitter just in case. Maybe I retweet it because we've already been going for like 2.5 hours. Or maybe I go and make another cup of tea and then I come back because I don't want to get dehydrated. You're half following? Man, people, this is great. When I posted the splash screen tutorial, which is 14 hours, right? It's just like the stream of me doing it. I did not expect anybody to watch it, really, especially not all the way through. And yeah, I got a bunch of people sending me their versions, like, oh, I followed your tutorial. Like, what are you doing? How are you doing this? Absolutely ridiculous. I would just never be able to do that with such a long video. Especially when it's like, it literally takes them multiple days to get through it. Crazy. Tea break. Okay, so I'm gonna just frame these all up. Control J. This one is my floor boom. There we go. Cool. And we can just use this to control as well the distance or the position, the Y position from the empty, just the same as the floor, is going to control the explosion of the... Oh, maybe I could just do that now actually. So the Y position, I'll come off the same fall off here, go into my deviation, and then again, come up into my deviation up top. And that might need making bigger. Maybe. Map range, oops. I will need to come back to this. All right, I'm gonna go get a cup of tea and maybe a biscuit. And then I will be back. So bear with, and I will see you in like 5 minutes. All right then, I'm back. Let me retweet that. Okay. Scared you. I never like to come back too like aggressively, because I do know sometimes people do, like, jokes aside, genuinely fall asleep while I'm talking. So I don't want to like wake people up. All right. So I was trying to work out how to get my empty to control the offset, the randomizing offset for these studs and noggins. Just bring these forwards a bit. Here we go. Alrighty. Now, oh jeez. All right. Oh, I want them to offset per thingamajig, and somehow they all seem to be going. Oh dear, that's not good. Their rotation is snapping as they come past, which means I'm going to need to set the rotation of my, here we go, up here, based on a position that I capture. Can I even do that? Alright, let's go to those for a sec. Alright, so my goal basically is just to have the same thing as happens to the floor happen to our all of our timbers. I just need to work out how to make that happen. Oh right, maybe it's because these have nothing to do with the attributes that I captured over there. So that was actually like a miscontrol thing. I definitely only want one of these object info. I don't want things to get lost and cluttered. I try not to duplicate as much as I can. So let me set this one to blue so that we can see it. And I just love seeing the mini map. Might even make it a bit bigger. Here we go, 20. It's just a nice thing to have in the corner. A little overview just to show you how many nodes you've been using. Oh, I had let me go to webcam. I went out to dinner last night, just at the most ridiculous place. So it was like, if I ever go out to dinner, it's like a normal kind of restaurant, pub kind of place. But we went out last night, and this is, I guess, partly a flex and partly just wanting to share it because it was so strange. We went to like a Michelin star place, so it was like it was a good place. And the difference in terms of like going to a normal restaurant and going to a Michelin star place, like the service was so ridiculous. Like I remember at one time, so we came in and they took our coats, and that's like, you kind of expect that from like a normal good place. And then we went to our seats, and then like I needed to use the restroom, so I got up. Somebody materialized next to me and was like, "Sir, follow me." And like no words were said. How did they know? And then they took me through to the bathrooms, and that was fine. But just like the whole thing, and also just being called like sir, and like it was just, it was very odd. It was very odd. It was like having servants literally like serve you. It was very bizarre. But also the food was just insane. Like, I've normally thought of food as being like fuel to keep me going. And I've always been a little bit bitter that I have to eat it. Like, it's just a bit inconvenient that I have to stop using blender and go and, you know, make sure my body is still functioning. But then it was like, so it was a tasting menu. It was 14 courses that they brought out to you. A lot of them were tiny, like literally one mouthful. And they were just like, one of them was like carrots, but it wasn't just carrots. It was like this carrot jelly with some sliced carrots and some other stuff in there and some tapioca pearls. And it was just, for a start, it was all very fancy. But there was like, I had never experienced carrot before. And there was another one where I was literally chasing this like 2mm square of apple around the plate because I was like, I can't leave this. This piece of apple is so precious to me that I can't not eat it. It was just great. Like, I would be glad to leave some apple normally. Crazy. But just the food quality. I've never experienced food. I've eaten food. I've never experienced food. Like, it was just so crazy. And yeah, I sent some of the pictures to Pancake Master, and it was just like the presentation is so nice. I'm going to do the terrible thing of just like showing my screen to the camera, but hopefully you'll be able to see some of these. They're just so ridiculous. And then they brought out a cheese board and it was on wheels. Like, they wheeled over the cheese to us and like went and explained all of these different cheeses. Loads of the stuff came on stones. So this is the first one. Oh my god, I hope this comes up on the screen. Where are we? Oh, maybe if I can even get my phone to show it. But it was just, they're probably not going to show up very well. It was like this tiny little cupcake, but it was literally one mouthful. I've never tasted anything so strong in my life though. It was like so fresh. And this was like a little stick of cheese on toast, but it was literally like an inch long. It was crazy. But the consistency was divine. It was the nicest food I have ever eaten. It was crazy. Oh yeah, here are the carrot things. The carrot jelly. Just bizarre. Oh my god. And the crockery was so nice. Here is a little sack that was made out of ceramic. I didn't realise it was ceramic until I picked it up. But it was like full of flowers and local blackberries and things. Anyway, it was... Oh. I literally just can't explain how good the food was. It was crazy. I just didn't know food could be that good. But it was like... Do the chef's kiss. It was incredible. It was amazing. All right. Now I have regaled you with my little story. Let's go back to Blender. Paul, where am I from? From the UK, from England. The place was called L'Enclume, which means the anvil, apparently. Let me find it for you. So they have 2 Michelin stars, and we had the tasting menu. It was just, let me drop that in the chat. It's just fascinating. It's just, yeah, it's so bizarre. But if you ever get a chance, like, it was not cheap, but it was, I don't even want to say how expensive it was, but it was not like, you couldn't do it often. I think I could probably do it every 2 or 3 years at the most. But it was such an experience. But that's the thing, it was like an experience. You weren't just going out for dinner, you were going out for like the experience of going to a place like that. if you do get a chance to, yeah, do. Apparently they were voted the best restaurant in the UK for 2020. They like got the award for it. Crazy. Anyway, we went because it was my sister's 30th birthday, so it was like a special event, a special occasion. All right, where am I needing to work out my positions from? I need to work them out from the points, which is fine because I actually am using them at this point. So input, position. Let's use this, subtract. And then we can use, oh, I need to do the thing with these. The best UK restaurant has a French name. It also has a lot of French waiters. I remember when I picked up the phone the first time and the person was like, "Ah, oui, bonsoir." It's like, oh, hey, I hope you speak English because otherwise this is going to be a short phone call. Okay, I'm going to put these fall off nodes into a group just so that everywhere, so that I can use them in different places and have them behave in the same way for each place. Happy birthday to my sister. I will pass that on. Thank you. These are my fall off nodes. And I'll just duplicate them up. All right. Captain's lens. We're going for our Y gradient. Here we go. And let's see if this works any better. Oh, it kind of does, but it's at the wrong end, which means I'm going to need to maybe pull out these. Yeah. So we're going from 0 to 7. But if I so we can bring these out. Okay, cool. I think I've got it worked out now, and I can put a multiply afterwards to make sure that we're going big, big, bada boom. There we go. Things get blown up. Good stuff. Although it does clip, so, or clamp, sorry. Oh gosh, maybe that's why. Oh wait, I'm going to unclamp it, but then I'm going to use the clamp node before. So utility, oh wait, no, I want a multiply, sorry, maximum. So in this case, we're going for the minimum, 0 to 1, so that we've got this coming out in this way. But for the floorboards, we need it to be the maximum with a math node. So here we go, maximum, anything greater than 0. All right, so now these should explode nicely. Good stuff. And we can always now control these. So come in, maybe up a little bit so it like hits out real quick. Excuse me. And then we can come in here. Why is that not extrapolating for... Oh, it's because of the fall off. I see. So my fall offs are making everything go to a clamped range, which is fine, but... And maybe I need it to happen over a longer period. Here we go. Nice. And then I basically just need to do the same thing. Plug in to this one up here. So if I grab, because I'm using the Noodler add-on, I can grab from this one, press V, press Shift hovering over this, and I can now scroll to make sure I get it into there. Nice and easy. Cool. Many years ago, the franc exchange rate with the pound was 12 to 1. Whoa. Oh, so you just hopped over the channel and then got good food. I knew somebody who lived on the south coast, somebody who I used to work for, and he said that they always used to just, they would drive from like Southampton to Dover, or was it Southampton? Somewhere on the south coast anyway. They would drive to Dover, hop over in a ferry, spend the day in France, living very, very well, because it was, you know, like they're saying, no, the exchange rate was so much steeper, and then they would just come back in the evening. So they would just have like a really good time over the water, over the channel. All right, so we've got our boom happening. I would like to put in my walls a little bit. This is going to be behind the camera, so that's fine that is a little bit broken there. I need to make my walls with sphere chalk because I need my cell fracture. So what I'm going to do, hop over into procedural modelling. I'm going to move this back. Oops. Grab Y. Here we go. Just to make sure everything's back to normal. And yeah, I just need to basically put walls on stuff. I could model it, but I'm going to do it procedurally. Let's do this properly. So we've got a box, instance on the bottom, height of 2.4, I believe. Oops, not that one. We need the scale. 2.4. Oh, we need to do a ceiling as well. Let's not forget that. And right, 2.4 there. We're going to scale this up a little bit in the X as well, just until we kind of reach the walls nicely. They should all be centered, so I'm only checking on one side here. All right, and I don't need the top or bottom, so I can also just delete those faces. But first, actually, can I just, that's a little bit too wide there. So maybe I can scale them in a little bit. I think I've got a live stream this weekend for my course, for my sphere chalk course. And every time I come back to sphere chalk after using geometry nodes for a while, it's like, oh, what am I doing? What goes where? So hopefully I don't embarrass myself. Right. Oh wait, no, transform mesh elements. So I can join these ones up. I love that the mini-map works in sphere chalk as well. Right, verts, edges, faces. I need a mask for my two center ones, which is going to be a vertex mask, so I can just do vector out on my Y axis, I believe, or maybe that is my X. On my X axis. Streaming yourself at work. A lot of the fun is coming to the solutions. I think I see a lot of people stressing about wanting to stream, but they're not being comfortable streaming, and it's like they want it to be perfect, which I do appreciate, but just don't. It doesn't need to be perfect. People just want to hang out. That's why people watch streams. I mean, if you wanted to watch really concise, scripted content, you wouldn't click on a live stream. Where is my absolute? Oh, here it is. So I just always take it with a little bit more relaxing. So we go for things which are less than 2, or maybe 1. Actually, this is not very narrow. Sorry, not very wide. Yeah, Sharon, you should stream again. Streaming is just so much fun. I feel like streaming is making Nodevember easier for me, because I'm not beating myself up about trying to make it like I'm not needing to make anything just like ridiculously amazing, because I know I've streamed it. And I feel like a lot of these streams as well, you know, people can ask questions and we can demonstrate stuff. So I feel like there's a lot of opportunity for teachable moments. So it's all just good fun. Today's project is also complex. Yes, I feel like all of these this month, they're not really crowd pleasers. I feel like a lot of people look at what I'm making this month and just be like, that's not very pretty. But I do just enjoy making stuff. Would you guys watch Houdini? Yeah, if Charon does Houdini streams over on his channel, just 3D things, would you be interested in watching those? Because Houdini is like a whole kettle of fish that I'm not going to touch on this channel. Is there a Discord people could share their streams on? I mean, we have my Discord, which you can find links in the description. So, but I feel like people are more likely to actually stream on their channels directly. Also, somebody mentioned BBBN19 before. Ben started a YouTube channel. Content should be coming soon. Streams his tutorials. Yeah. I mean, Chris is just amazing. Chris is so lovely. You should just be able to click on his... Oh, maybe you can't even click on people's names. But yeah, it's just 3D things. Let me drop a link for that. There you go. That is in the chat there. Alright, I need to extrude this face out, so I've got the corridor. Extrude. Ooh, do I? So, maybe I don't. So basically I need a doorway, and a doorway is not going to go to the ceiling. And I need like a little bit of wall around the doorway on both sides. So, how do I do that? I need another couple of cuts. Oh, should I just... I'm just going to boolean it. I know I said don't boolean, but sometimes you gotta boolean. Let's just oh well, in that case I don't need the transform or the middle things, because I just need 2 boxes basically. Just because I have one that goes in the room, one that goes in the corridor, and then I just make... I can't even remember what I'm saying now. Right, let's just join these together. I feel like that is the one thing about streaming, is it's very easy to lose track of what's going on. Like, I go on tangents a lot, so I'm not helping myself. But it's very easy to, especially while you're still trying to focus on working, just to like suddenly go off on one. Who teaches for CG Cookie? Chris. What is Sverchalk? Sverchalk is a wonderful parametric modeling tool built with Python. So if you know Python, you will understand the data flow, and you should get on with it quite easily, I think. I love it, but yeah, it's not super popular, but it is great. It is just excellent. You can find a link to my Sverchalk course in the description below. I hate saying that, like, oh yeah, check in the description for all of my links. Like and subscribe, guys. It's just not what I like. Alright. Let's chuck in some more doors. I need to delete some faces as well. We're going to boolean, which I hate doing because it can crash, so I've got to make sure you save if you use it. And I'm going to need another door. Sorry, I'm going to need another box for my door. So let's grab one down here. This is my next polys and edges. Let's go to wireframe and grab a matrix. After following on Twitter, I thought his voice would be at least an octave higher. Oh, you've not seen my videos before? I wonder if that's like a common problem. Just like expecting me to be very shrill. Alright, let's move this over. Oh, that corridor is super narrow. 1 meter. That's not building regs. Alright. Go to top view. Move this over. Gonna go for, oh man, 800 mil. That's like already as narrow as I'd want a doorway. Oh, but I can't be bothered to make the walls wider. It's all working so well already. Let's go with this. And we're going to make the doorway 2 meters because I'm lazy. 2 meters is good enough. That's fine. And now, oh my god, save. I really hope this works. Difference. Well, I would not say that was successful. Oh, this is one of the things with booleans that are just a little bit unpredictable. Alright, so I need to work out a different way of getting these doorways cut through. Which is probably fine actually. I can probably just do it in the other one, in geometry nodes with a boolean. Otherwise I'm going to have to actually like scale in mask out faces. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it properly. Gives me good practice as well for using SphyrChalk, which is always a fun tool to use. Right, so I've got my middle section. I'm going to scale down to make a face in here. So let's go extrude separate, because this is going to output me some masks I can use directly. So let's join these up. And I want to scale down so we can see what's going on. This is basically an inset, but we have some additional masks. So I can come in and first of all I need to mask it out to a particular face. Great thing about SphyrChalk as well, you can just go in here into your node, go into online, and it's going to just immediately load you straight into the documentation page. See you later, David. Thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure. Let's find the mask. So the mask is a list of Boolean integers by faces. So I need to pick a particular face, which I will pick by value, by its index, which means I need to go a index to mask for my mask, and I need my mask length to be correct, which I can actually just write in this one because this one's going to be 6. Normally I would use a list length node, but in this case I can just do it manually because it's not changing. So it's giving me my end here. Now I should be able to do a transform by selection using one of these output masks. So let's use a transform. Instead of that one, actually I'll use a transform mesh instead. Should be a little bit easier. Now the main difference between SphyrChalk and geometry nodes is geometry nodes is using fields, right? And a position field can be used in multiple places, but the position itself does not contain any data. In SphyrChalk, we're actually passing around an explicit list of values. If I bring up a text viewer, we can see that actually we literally have a bunch of vertices. This is not just, and it's different in each step, right? So with the fields, you would be pulling like the position column from your spreadsheet at each particular point. But in this case, we're actually passing around the entire mesh and all of its elements independently, which does make it a lot easier to control, I think, generally, but can also be a bit tricky. What am I doing here? Oh, are these face masks? There we go. So I want to scale it down in the y-axis. Here we go. Let's make sure that we're coming in to the right positions. Like so. I wish I could do this by matrix instead. Oh yeah, custom. That's probably easier. Here we go. Set this to 1. Set all of these to 1. And then we're just going to come in like so. Let's set this to full size. So this is the full 2.4 meters. We want to go down to 2 meters, so we're looking for, oh my god, maths is not going well. 2 divided by 2.4, 0.83. Punsara, thank you for hanging around. This is all going to be recorded. I know I said previously that I was going to make all of my streams only available to Patrons, but I thought about it a bit more, and that's just not really, it just doesn't sit well with me to put stuff behind, to put stuff like this behind a paywall. So I'm still going to be releasing all of these publicly, but after Nodevember I'm going to be sorting out all of my like digital strategy and content strategy, so I will at a later time sort out specific Patreon only content, but just for now I'm going to make sure that everything is available on for everybody on YouTube. Punsara, I'm sorry if that's like absolutely butchered that. Punsara Netadun. Charan will agree that I am terrible with my Indian pronunciation. Put my audiobooks behind a paywall. Maybe I should. Once I've actually learnt how to read properly, then I think as well reading is a skill that will make me better at talking. Because at the moment, like when I edit my videos, you think he's not Indian? Oh well, that's my bad. My non-English pronunciation is terrible. I'm really bad as well, like with Polish names where it's like JZD, or you know, just like JZ. It's like, oh, it's such a like British thing to do as well, just to be terrible at speaking words that you're not used to. Oh, you're Sri Lankan. Okay, well, my apologies. Water time. Thank you very much, Spectrum. But yeah, so doing audio reading, like not necessarily audiobooks, but like reading stuff is, thank you, saving. I think it's, when I edit my videos, I'm just like, and I edit a lot of that stuff out. So a lot of people complain that my editing style makes it sound like I'm skipping half words, or like I'll come in at the end of an S sound, or I'll just get like dodgy cuts. And it's because I'm cutting out a lot of really just ugly pronunciations. So that is why, because I'm trying to make it a little bit nicer for people to actually listen to. Here we go. All right then, that's a doorway. Now we need to extrude it with extrude region. Kate, you actually got a compilation of things which I cut out of a video and it was just awful. So bad. And also just like you're making weird noises. Like thinking noises or frustration at messing up a line over and over again. So dumb. Okay, extrude region is a little bit faster, so I'll just use that to extrude my doorway. Hey, love your work, thanks for doing streams. Oh, thank you. No, I'm so glad that people are interested and happy to spend the time watching them. Because these streams are not short. We're over 3 hours in now. But I just think they, yeah. No, I'm happy that people are interested in watching them. And I'm happy that there's an interest in the community for Blender. Because a few years ago, if you said that you were a Blender artist, people would be like, oh, that's cute. But you'll graduate. Like you'll start using Maya soon. When you can afford it. But don't worry, because you won't ever be able to afford it because you won't get a job if you just use Blender. But it's like, that's just not how it is in the real world, and especially not now. Like a lot of companies are picking up Blender. A lot of people are kind of encouraging Blender. So it's an amazing time to be a Blender artist. Let's grab another one. I need to extrude another. Oh, I can totally do it with the extrude region. Let's go in here and here and here. And we're doing another transform. I need to move and scale these like this. And I just need to make sure that my mask is correct. Which I can do view and view. Here we go. At this pace, it's a lot easier to follow and understand. Yeah, my videos are brisk. I will say that for them. I mean, I like, oh God, what am I doing? Yeah. I like the pace of my YouTube videos. Like if I watch them back, I kind of enjoy, I don't watch my videos often, but because obviously I have to edit them and then actually listen to them afterwards to make sure I don't have any especially bad cuts. And I have to make sure that everything still makes sense after I've cut them to pieces. So there's just something about kind of, when you're like running and you're catching yourself stumbling, or in a dream when you're stumbling and you can't quite stand up and you're constantly like halfway falling over. I kind of like that the videos go at that pace. I know that's maybe a really bad thing, but all right. So I need to extrude another face. So we're going to just grab another index mask. This time I will use a list length because I don't know how many faces are coming out of here and I can't be bothered to count them. So let's go with this. There's 14 apparently. Katie, I degraduated from my work making me use Autodesk Solid Ed, to Blender on your own stuff. Blender is just amazing. I remember when I started using Blender after using, my first 3D package was, I mentioned this before, but Pro Desktop, which is like the precursor, or maybe like a bad version of Pro Engineer. And so that was like CAD modeling. And coming to Blender is just like an incredible experience because suddenly you have like all of these tools that are just so good, and so you have so much freedom to use them. Like you extrude a mesh and then you can move the vertices. It's like, I don't know, it sounds so basic for people who are used to using Blender, but it's just amazing. You're making a living using Blender. That's amazing. Honestly, if people who are able to use, not just using 3D software, but to pursue doing something kind of off their own back and then make a living out of it, I just think that's like genuinely so good. All right. What is going on here? Make sure I'm getting my mask the right way around. Make sure I have the correct face. So I'm just going to go until I find one. Is it this one? Feels like it's that one. Yes, it is. Infinity. I haven't even heard of that one. What? What year was that? Infinity. Oh, that's not even coming up with. When the Wikipedia page says was a 3D, you know it's been a few years. Oh, okay, the 90s on Mac. Oh, the speed change from the older versions up to 3.0, like Cycles X is just nuts. So good. Steven, yeah, get the kids to bed. Just send them to bed now. Send them to bed now. Oh wait, I actually need this to be... This is a really convoluted process. I would much rather just do this by hand, but such is life. Why is this doing this? Oh, there we go. I just need the in. All right. Is it good doing only 2D procedural patterns when I have a potato PC that can't render adaptive subdivision? Yeah. I mean, you'd be surprised how much you can do with a bad PC. My first laptop was awful. The one I learnt Blender on. It's terrible. Just push it as fast as hard as you can. If you need it to be lower viewport subdivisions, then you can just set the dicing lower on the render panel. So just under your render settings, go down to subdivision, and you can change your dicing rate in here. Is that behind my head? Yes, it is. So you can, yeah, change your dicing rate in there. Your first was Softimage. Oh yeah, everybody who used Softimage loved Softimage in a way that I've never heard people love. People love Blender, don't get me wrong, but you know, you never hear people talking about Maya the same way that people talk about Softimage. Autodesk did such a bad thing by axing Softimage. That was just such a mistake on their part. I'm guessing it was just not financially viable for them to carry it on, but it does sound like it was just so much better of a project. 1.3. And coming up a little bit. Oh, we need like the reciprocal of this. And then I also need to move it. So mask, faces and edges come through. And we are moving it up just a little bit. 0.0 or minus 0.19. There we go. This should be able to be extruded properly now. There we go, good. And one more extrusion here, just to make sure that we have that corridor, and then I can delete my top and bottom faces and break them to pieces. Do I need to do something for the ceiling? don't know how visible it's going to be. Is there a way to show you my procedural 2D patterns? Well, if you post them on Twitter or Discord, link in the description, you, yeah, I can have a look at them. I mean, the Discord is like super busy. We have a really good Discord, honestly, like it's excellent. The community is super nice, everybody's really friendly and supportive, and it's really active. People are posting in there a lot. And it really didn't get too quiet at any point in the past kind of year and a half that we've been running it. No, it's been really good. Grab this like this, pass across my mask again, and extrude along. Okay. Alright, I know it was a little bit of a headache getting around that doorway, but we got there. Just a few nodes. Oh, that would have been... This is one of those prime examples of when it's just better to do stuff manually. But that, oops, that would not be very Nodevember of us. So now I need to delete the ceiling and floor, so I'll just delete faces with centers above and below certain Z heights. And we're going to grab component analyzer, vertices, faces, find those centers. And now I'll use faces, I'll use centers rather than normals just because I have the top of the door frame that I don't want to lose. Let's use a vector out, a math subtract on the Z to move everything up a little bit. So if I go up to halfway, which will be like 1.2, and then I can absolute this, or yeah, afterwards I can absolute it. And then I can do a logic greater than. So when this is greater than 1, that should be our mask. So now I can just use a list, mask out on the polygons, delete these, put in my mask, make sure I'm working at level 2, and passing through my true data. No, I need to be less than. Here we go. No more ceilings or floors, only walls. So this is looking perfect. I might just make this a little bit smaller because obviously I don't want to be cutting through my noggins. I'm just going to have this as single thickness and then solidify everything after. Man, I wish we had solidify nodes already in geometry nodes. That would really save some time. Alright, let's make these. Let's hot swap this. If you're a SpoShock user, you can type in hot swap and it'll switch out your temporal viewer for a real mesh. So that's always fun. Used to make animated 3D images in QBasic. I tried to learn QBasic, or I should say, my friend, who is now just like the most amazing professional programmer, tried to teach me QBasic when we were at primary school. So that's elementary school. When I was 7 or 8, and I just didn't have the brain for it. It was nice of him to try though. It's one of those times that you just like, you're really aware of your intellectual difference between you and someone else. He was so clever. Kind of scary. Alright, these ones aren't clipping, so that's good. And then, do I want something at the end? Maybe I just delete that end face as well. So we need to add another mask in here. I'll use when the Y is greater than, come on, greater than. What number is this? 6. And, oh wait, 6 on the top row here. And I need it for or, so when either of these is true. Or maybe I need it as and, there we go. Cool, good stuff. So now we've got rid of all of the walls that we don't want by just masking that polygon list. And now I can cell fracture. Ah, Sharon, you finished your prompt. Is it on Twitter or are you still rendering? Let me know when it's on Twitter and I'll share it. Can we use a for loop in SphereShock to generate multiple meshes? You can, but actually a lot of the sockets in SphereShock are already vectorized. They already do stuff in parallel. So you can, for example, if I had a plane, an n-gon apparently. Let's just go here. So we can see we have an n-gon here. If I then bring in Suzanne, so I have a Suzanne, and let's make this n-gon radius a bit bigger. I can just basically put a Suzanne on each point of this by using the points as a matrix, or I could literally make a proper matrix using the points. You can do so many things with SphereShock, it's honestly incredible. You can use it for making a bunch of lights, so you can use the light viewer and generate lights with procedurally generated origins. So if you wanted to do animation, you can also change the size, strength and color of those lights fully procedurally. You can do metaballs with the other viz in here. You can do skin mesher, which is like the skin modifier, the polyline viewer, curve viewer, NURBS. You can make empties, so if you want to procedurally generate empties to use as controllers for geometry nodes, you can go wild. Honestly, SphereShock, people say, should I learn SphereShock or geometry nodes? And I would say, learn both. Oh, is that not right? It looks like the right one. Is it no longer valid? It's still loading. Yeah. I mean, it's saying it's working for me. It just launched it for me. Oh wait. It should work. If not, you can find a link to it. Oh god, I just lost the chat. You can find a link to it in my Twitter bio. I think it's in there as well. Is there a way to import Excel data into GeoNodes or SphereShock? Would we call to import G-code from G-code? Oh, is that like toolpaths? You can use the text in node to bring in CSV, SphereShock, JSON or text files, and you can load these in to SphereShock. So if you wanted to bring stuff into SphereShock, generate a mesh from it, and then use that in geometry nodes, that is a process that you can use. I mean, SphereShock is just like my go-to get me out of bad situations tool. Because once you know it, it's like, oh great, now I can use nodes to control any data inside Blender. It's just like, yeah. And for somebody like me who is a little bit challenged when it comes to scripting, it's just a really amazing tool. It really helps me out. Alrighty then, back to here. We've got our walls built, and I'm going to actually make a new collection specifically for them because I'm about to turn them into dust. So I'm expecting a lot of pieces, and I'm also expecting it to take a little while. Let's put these into a collection. Here we go. And let's use, I haven't got my, I need to make sure I got my dependency, because every time, when you use the Blender launcher, every time you get a new build of Blender, it loses your SphereShock dependencies because they are like locked into your folder. SphereShock, here we go. So I just need one dependency to do my cell fracture, which is SciPy. Install with pip, and now we should be good just after I restart Blender. There we go. So save and quit. and load it back up. You want to know how to make custom nodes of functionality. Is it easily doable? Yeah, it's really easy. You just you select all of your nodes that you've got that you want to make into a group, and then you press Ctrl G and they'll become a group, and then you can just plug whatever you want onto the front of the node group. Just remember that everything inside the node group is the same for all instances of the group, and things which are on the front of the node group are different per node group. So you can have control. You can have control for different stuff. You have no idea how SphereChalk works. Oh, well, good for you. I have a course on how to use SphereChalk in the description. I also have some YouTube videos if you want free content. Let's find our spatial nodes. So we have a few more now. There we go, loaded in. Voronoi on mesh we need, and Voronoi and populate mesh. Where is that? Spatial, populate mesh. So this is like distribute points on surface, verts and faces. And Voronoi on mesh takes those points that you generate and basically creates a Voronoi and makes cuts in between each, here we go, faces. I'm going to be splitting the surface, and you can see already that we have some pretty funky colors going on. Let's make this a few more. Let's go up to 30 to begin with. So you can see what's going on here. I can even change the spacing on these, right? So you can see there's a gap now in between each section. Looking very art house. I need these bits to be really tiny. I need this to like explode. Yeah, SphereChalk is super powerful. And yeah, surprisingly few people have actually heard of it, but it's amazing. Like even just the select node, if I can find it. Is it this one? No, there's a node which lets you do like mesh selection. And I was on a project the other day for a client, and I had a weight map, and it was really awkward geometry. And he was like, oh, I really need you to make it lower poly. And the only way for me to do it was to dissolve vertices manually, because using collapse was just, it was ruining it. But because of the way the vertices were, I could go into SphereChalk, sort all of my vertices so that they were in a regular order. And then in this case, I was able to just select every other vertex and then find where in the original mesh the post-process vertices lined up, like which verts had the same number, like the same vector, and then make a selection out of those. And then I could just basically do this on every element. I think there was like 27,000 elements. They were just little things, but they were like quite complex topology. So there were thousands and thousands of these. And I basically made that selection in SphereChalk in like 20 minutes, and then tapped into edit mode. All of the vertices that I needed were selected. I could just press Ctrl X to dissolve them, and we were done. It was like half an hour, and it saved me literally like 2 days of work. So useful. Hey Jamie. Oh, thanks. I'm glad that they're interesting. I'm going to definitely keep doing streams. Every time I do a stream, I'm like, wow, I can't believe I ever stopped doing this. It's so much fun. Like, I just genuinely really enjoy doing them. Right. I need to make some different bits. What's the difference between the launcher in GitHub and the one that's in 3.0? Sorry, Corey, what are you asking? Do I use the Sawcar add-on much? I don't. It's not in development anymore, I don't think, and I never really got on with it. I found it was quite, I never felt like it offered me more than what I could do with Blender by modeling, and I felt like SphereChalk was offering me like a whole different tool set to my normal modeling. Do I have a list of all the node add-ons I use? I use Photoshop and geometry nodes and shaders. That's all I have enabled. I can use animation nodes, but not very well. I have node escapes, or do you mean like the node systems? Because there's node add-ons I use like Noodler, Node Tabber, Node Wrangler, and Node Minimap. Those I've been using a lot recently. Yeah, the Minimap is great. All right. I'm trying to work out how big the sections I need are and how much variation I want to have in the section size. Because if I set this up to, let me save. Let's turn on node timings because I want to see how long this is going to take. I'm expecting very long. If I set this up to, let me save, and then set this up to 500. I know it's just planes. Oh, actually that was not too long. 1 second. Let's go down to 0. So we're starting to get somewhere. Let me turn on wireframe so we can see a little bit better. We're starting to get something coming through here. I still think they're too big. Let's go up to 2000. See, now it's starting to take a little bit longer. Do I know Houdini? I'll not believe you if you say no. I essentially don't. Like for what it's worth, I essentially don't know Houdini. Can the Voronoi be inverted? What would that mean in this situation? Are complete beginners welcome to your Discord server? Absolutely. You're kind of the most welcome. There's certainly some of us who are like, all right, good, good at nodes. But like that's why the server's there. We're there to teach. We're there to help people learn and share what's going on. Keep on top of the news and yeah, just, you know, everybody gets to enjoy Blender together. Right, I want a gradient in this. So we're going to be making a bit of a gradient here. Let's first of all subdivide the mesh. So subdivide just like this. Oh, I should have probably, let's turn this down to 10 again, just to make those points go away. Can you share your creations in the Discord server? Absolutely. There is a work in progress channel, and do you want me to just give you a quick tour actually? So we have got our server here. Everybody, oh, that's not very helpful. Everybody's super friendly. You'll see how often people post in the introductions as well. Like, oh, even just today, everybody's coming in. Alex, I didn't realize Alex wasn't in the server already. And Stephen. Oh, so nice for everybody to jump in. Hello. Right, so we have general. This is like hangout, chat, talk about anything. Pretty active. Help is obviously where you can ask for help and you can tag at helper or at Sverchok or at shaders or, you know, whatever. In your rules and roles, you can choose which roles you want and any of these should be taggable. So depending on what you know. And if you want to share stuff, work in progress or showcase is often a good place to put stuff. People making cool stuff. If you're doing Nodevember, we also, of course, have a Nodevember channel. And people discuss and share what they're making. So yeah, there's always cool stuff coming through. And quite often there's people in the voice chat, in the hangout, just streaming or working on Nodevember stuff. It's always pretty busy. Yeah, it's weird. You feel like Sverchok is the opposite to Sorkar in that it's not easy to do all the basic stuff and requires study. Yeah, but that being said, it is easier to do the more complex stuff. Well, I mean, it's possible to do the more complex stuff. Sverchok is like, you know, like how Houdini, everyone's like, oh, it's such a steep learning curve, but then it's like so powerful once you can use it. I feel like that's how Sverchok is. All right, so I'm just going to subdivide these real quick. No data passed in. Oh, I need edges as well. Edges, come on. There we go. So that's going to give me a subdivided mesh, which I can give a couple of subdivisions to. And this is going to give me the resolution that I need to be able to set a weight map. Geez, are we still going? Yeah, Houdini can do a lot of stuff. All right, so I'm going to be creating a weight map for my Voronoi distribution. Let's grab just a regular distance node. Sorry, a vector math node. So I'm going to set this one to distance. If I can find that. Oh, sorry, this is a scalar math node. A vector math node has distance. There we go. So I'm just going to grab my face centers. I need to change my binding for the noodle add-on because it's really annoying that I don't have my Svertrocker being able to use V. Is there any way to get an edge in normal using geometry nodes? Is there any way to get an edge normal using geometry nodes? Can you get the coordinates of two vertices that belong to the edge? Oh, I see what you mean. Don't think so. You can definitely find the edge normal though, if you just use an attribute capture set to edge and plug in the normal. That should work. Alright, we've got this. I'm going to set this over to this far end, which is positive y by like 7 or something like that. And if I plug this into here, how does this work? Oh, maybe I need a map range as well. Map range. There we go. So I'm getting a little bit of a gradient now. Bring this back, maybe up. So I basically just want to set the number of points that I have per section, just so that I have a good control to make sure I have like smaller pieces back here becoming bigger the closer we get down. Oh, somebody GitHub. Oh, I see what you mean, the GitHub launcher and just using the launcher in 3.0. Well, the GitHub launcher is like, I mean, the Blender launcher by .bao is just so useful. It's like a versioning controller. So you have access to all of the different versions of Blender and you can basically have them in parallel. So I have like 7 or 8 different versions of Blender installed at any one time. It's just very useful and it's very easy to like add and remove stuff, especially if you're testing beta branches a lot. It can be really useful to be able to, here we go, be able to compare. If you find a bug, be able to go and like try the bug in a different version and see if it was working like yesterday. All right. So now we have a lot more things. Let's go back up to like, I'm going to save and then let's go for 3000 and I'll just leave it at that. You have a bunch of questions about the possibilities of geometry nodes. Geometry nodes is going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. I think it is already very good. And obviously the performance makes it a lot of fun to play with. But it's, yeah, it does have a little way to go still. All right, 3000 points. We've got some weird glitching going on here. Let's change this down to 2000. It's probably good enough. And then I will tweak my fall off from that empty just to make sure I'm losing some of that. Get a few more points on the sides. Thoughts on other visual coding like Unreal, Touch Designer? Touch Design is amazing. Max, also noding in VR could be fun. I haven't tried noding in VR, although I would definitely be down for it. And I've definitely seen people using node-based what are they called? Like audio things. Oh, they plug them together. I can't remember what they're called, but like for generating sounds in audio. I've seen some very cool ones of those. All right, that's a little bit better distribution. So we have finer Voronoi at this end, bigger Voronoi at this end. All looking good. How do you handle Blender preferences settings, homogeneity between different... Well, I don't ever really go backwards. It's very unusual for me to go back to, 2.93. I wouldn't go back to 2.93. I certainly wouldn't go back beyond 2.93. So when you load in a new version of Blender, it's going to ask you if you want to load the settings from your previous version, and I'll just say yes. If I ever run backwards, oh yeah, modular synths. Thank you, Cameron. Yeah. If I ever need to go back and I want to like bring across my settings, you can just copy them from your, if you're on Windows, it's like app data, roaming, Blender Foundation, Blender, and then the version. So you can just find them and copy them across if you need something specific. All right then. Last things for me to do would probably be to center out the origins, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to stop this from calculating by pressing F6, so that disables the tree. Save it, go back to geometry nodes, grab my walls collection, select hierarchy. Oh yeah, select objects, and then I'm just going to set origin to geometry, and that's going to sort all of those out. I'm also going to add a modifier, solidify, and I'm going to give it a little bit of solidifying. Where is this one? Oh, it's over here. So I'm just going to make it like a centimeter thick, or maybe 2. And then I am going to Control L, copy modifiers. There we go. And then I'm going to hide it. And I'm going to bring it into my node tree. Let me just bring back my screencast keys here. All right then. Yeah, portable versions. I only use the portable versions of Blender. I never do an install. I generally don't do installs of anything if there is a portable version available. It's just so much easier to work with. So Spherotrock and geometry nodes are separate objects. They're separate node trees, but you can send attributes from Spherotrock to, like you can make an object in Spherotrock and use the mesh attributes node to literally write attributes that geometry nodes can then read. So you can do a lot of stuff between them. So that, yeah, no, there is definitely a workflow where you're just able to use everything all the time. And that's why I'm happy to pick up different bits of different nodes for different stuff. Let's bring this one in, relative, and there we go. So these are all of our walls, all of our wall pieces, looking good. Separate children, don't reset them. And now I need to use an instance translate and instance rotate. We're just doing the exact same thing as we did for the rest of our stuff, basing the sudo pacman s blender is just so much better than anything Windows can do. Yeah, terminal commands in Linux make your life so much easier. Right, so for now we're just going to take our fall off identical from the studs and noggins, bring these up here. I'm going to use a different seed again. Here we go. Translation and rotation. So now, hopefully, we should see stuff disintegrate. Man, it just looks so cool. All right, I'm enjoying this. Let's join this up to everything else. Control J. These are our walls. And now we can see as we pull this back, everything peels away. It's kind of like a nuclear explosion happening. Anyway, what's up next? We've got to make some pipes. I wanted to do some pipes in the walls, but I might not bother. I might just focus on the vacuum tubes, the pneumatic tubes. But first of all, let's make some skirting boards and a door frame and a door. Is that door too tall? No, it's fine. All right. Cool. So let's start with some skating board. Oh, this is so addictive. All right. I might just chuck it in the same collection as my floor so that it gets the same treatment. Where is my floor? Floor boom is here. The floor itself is here. Position per board. Oh, hopefully I'm not going to cause myself issues doing this. Maybe I should do it separately just so I know. I'm passing attributes around in kind of a confusing way. So this is my empty fall off. All right. 30 inches wide and 84 inches tall. 2.5 by 7 foot. So what's that? 75 by 210 centimeters, roughly, which I think is about the same in the UK, to be fair. Can you somehow triangulate mesh or merge vertices by distance? You can triangulate, but you cannot merge. That will be coming though. There will be a weld or merge by distance coming soon. How old am I? Or somebody in the chat. I'm 26. Oh god, I hate how these get out of order. There we go. And can you use other types of tools that are available for mesh editing? Currently no, there's not really much mesh operation stuff going on in Blender, in geometry nodes, but it will be added. So 3.1 we will start to see stuff like extrude and solidify coming through. All right, I'm taking my time on this. That is definitely a narrow door, but I'm not stressing. It's because the corridor is only 1 meter wide. I'm just going to leave it as is. So next thing to do is going to be to add the skirting board. Right. Let's grab. You're 10 years younger than me. It's a good time to be starting using Blender. Let's find our floor boundary, which must be this one. And that's the delete geometry. So I can take this and turn it into a curve. And then I can, so curve, oh wait, mesh to curve. Drop this on here. Oh, am I going to be, oh, there we go. Oh, that's much better. Got the full thing now. So mesh to curve. We're not coming around the doorway, but the door frame, but that's fine. And then I'm going to be making a quick curve to mesh just to give me a profile curve option, which I'll put a quadrilateral into. Boom. Instant skirting boards. It's not very neat in the corners, but it's fine. Alright, skirting, done. I was going to add picture rail, but I think that's like one of those details that I will save for when I redo this. There's just no point in stressing so much about adding all of these different things when it's like I'm going to be redoing it with more traditional modelling techniques anyway in like a month. So use the strength of your tools to explore the ideas that you want. Let's bring these in a little bit. Move them up a little bit. And I guess bring them in a little bit on the Y. Oops. There we go, something like that is fine. We don't see them in the corridor, but that's all right. Is that going to be a problem? I think there's probably enough stuff falling to pieces that you probably don't even see that they're just stuck there. Maybe I'll still bend them anyway. So these will come down with the rest of the floor. We can do the same as they got as the floor boom. So I can use the same roll and vector rotate and set position. Man, hopefully these videos are not just really boring. I know it's probably quite difficult to follow what I'm doing. The thought process is just, it gets a little bit convoluted after a while. But I'm just like trying to keep track of what's going on. Using the position, subtract the empty. Here we go. And then this one gets joined up. That's definitely wrong. Oh, because there's no vector coming through. Should this be just the position? I can't even really remember how I made this node. Nice, that'll do. Just to make things bend down out of view as it all explodes. Good stuff. Alright, next one. Ceiling, chandelier. Plaster walls in Sverchok. Done that one. We're going to do a wiring, which I will not do this time. Rather do that one later. Pipework, again. Not going to do it. Going to do the ceiling. Done the skirting boards. Not going to do a picture rail. Oh, do I need to explode the ceiling as well? So that's another Sverchok one I need to do. Which might actually be really easy because I can just leave. I can just tweak my mask actually and it will generate it. Alright. Let's come back into here and find out where I masked off the roof. So that was this one. This absolute is what is causing the trouble. So I can just remove the absolute. Yeah, Sverchok is Python based. So if you're used to the way that Python handles lists, like nested listing, then that's, you basically already understand Sverchok. So we're looking for where it is less than. Where it is greater than. What? I'm confusing myself now. Right, let's just temporarily disconnect these three. Or maybe just the verts, that should work. And I can now go to my subdivide. Go back to processing and make sure that I have, there we go. The goal is just to lose the floor. Cool, that'll do. That will be fine. And let's use an edges to polygons, or other way, polygons to edges. Just because I don't want all of the edges, I only really want the ones which are around our things. That's going to get rid of that one in the door. That was messing up my Voronoi slightly. So now this is all working again. And I can, in theory, join all this together, have it process, and it should all just update everything in the geometry nodes one as well. Assuming that the oof, something didn't like that. Oh right, yeah, because it's being blown up by geometry nodes. Good stuff. I just need to go back to doing my origins. There is a way to do all of your origins, center your origins in Bedrock. I would just have to find the center and plug it into here and change this to origins. But if I can't be bothered to do that, then I can just select and right click on here. Make sure I have one selected as well. Select objects, right click, set origin to geometry, save, close this. I'm going to press F6 just to make sure I'm disabling that node tree. And here we go. Now it's all going to explode nicely and we have a ceiling. Awesome. Come into geometry nodes. I need to assign materials based on whether something is a wall or a ceiling component, which means I need to isolate it by its position before we do the translate. Oh, but I'm not going to be... I'm not going to be able to because no, I am going to be able to. I think. I can do an attribute transfer to instances. And then, so basically if you assign materials to stuff, it stops being an instance. But if stuff stops being an instance, I can no longer do my translate and rotate instances. So I need to find a different way of doing it if I want to make sure that I have top and sides being assigned materials differently. And obviously I want to do it all procedurally because it's Nodevember, which means that rather than using my empty fall off from the position, I need to do this based on the local position per instance, which I can do. Man, I have a little fly flying around my room. Very annoying. Alright, so empty fall off. Let's copy these. Control Shift D. Let's bring these down over here. And rather than the position, so I'm going to do an... Oh wait, how am I going to get them to move correctly? Oh right, yeah. No, all good, all good. So I can use my utility, attribute to instances. I'm passing... What? Oh right, yeah, because there's no target. Alright, I've got to do it manually. So, let's actually just get rid of this. View the output here. Alright, sorry this is getting a little bit convoluted. I'm just like fighting with my own memory of what's going on. Instances, scale instances. Oops. Oh, come on. Come on. Scale to 0, right? That makes everything go down to nothing. And then we can go instances, realize instances. So now everything is real geometry. And now I can do an attribute capture. Oh, come on. Attribute capture the vector position. So now I have the position of each of these at their center, which I can then transfer, attribute transfer this vector by index to my other realized geometry over here. Oh, it looks like my internet's just tanking. Bear with. Let me just close everything. Is that back up to speed? No. Are we back up? Are we playing again? Oh, my internet for some reason is pulling real slow at the moment, like 2.5 meg. That should not be happening. Let me just try and sort this out. Oh, and hey, CG. Oh, Windows update's just started. I need delivery optimization. Let me just limit that real bad. All right. All right, hopefully our internet speed should be coming back up a little bit now. It's still pretty slow. Okay, well, I'm going to carry on. I am actually recording this session anyway, so it will be hopefully, I mean, it'll come up in the time lapse. Oh, I can see maybe it's up a little bit better. All right, well, let me know if it's like completely unwatchable, because that would be a shame. I can just change it, like restart my internet properly if that happens. Right, so I have my captured attribute for my local positions, and we're not using this for translation and rotation. We're using this instead of this here. Man, I am confusing myself. Okay, good. I'm glad it's back up and running. Right, where is everything? So we now don't have translate or rotate rotate. But I should just be able to use a should. Right. Geometry, let's go. Let's get our position translated. Whoa, that's not looking good, is it? Let me think about what's going on here. Oh wait, is that because it's an offset? No. This should be offsetting per point, shouldn't it? So I've got my positions, I've got my, oh wait, what am I even thinking? That's wrong. This one is here. And this one, yeah, there we go. Maybe. Well, I'm so dead ass confused right now. Right. Let me get my head back in gear. CG matter is being summoned. Okay, got our separate children, which have been scaled to nothing, realized, and the position has been captured. That position, yeah, is being compared against the location of my controller, so that's correct. Finding the Y gradient, clamping it and giving it some fall off, and then multiplying it by 2. Alright, so this should be a value per segment. It should be like continuous per segment. How very strange. I must be going wrong somewhere. Right, let's try something a little bit different just to debug this. Let's grab a texture white noise, drive it off this supposedly fixed thing. Oh yeah, that's definitely not working, is it? How rude. That one is also not working. So this was all just for doing our material. I wonder if I can do it through Sverchok. Because they will bring the material from the... It's so much some stuff is just so much easier to do with Sverchok. Alright, let's do it that way. What is happening? I'm having like a brain fart trying to work out how to do something. So we don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need any of these. I'm just going to bring this across from over here. Bring this into my deviation, going for scale, not scale, we're going for rotate and translate into these, there we go. Alright, so that is now working. We just need to make sure that we have the correct material going, which we will do with Sverchok. But if I'm going to do it with Sverchok, I need to set up the origin resetting so that we don't have to do that manually each time. Oh, I've got hiccups. If you want to get a loop going with sine, you can do like hash sine and open brackets frame divided by your total animation length, so like 250, and then multiply by tau, like 2 pi, and then close brackets, and that is going to be like a 0 to 1 sine wave, exactly the right length for your animation. So if you want to make circles or loops or things like that, that is your looping driver. Right, let me sort this out in Sverchok, because sometimes you just got to trust old tools, you know. If you know stuff works, just use it. Right, I'm going to be putting 2 materials and everything, so material list. Let's go in here, 2 of these. And let me make a couple of materials as well. Just grab something. Right, new material for ceiling. And another new material for walls. Let's make the walls green. And the ceiling can be white, that's fine. Go up in here. Let's make our wall sections visible. And there we go, ceiling, walls. Now I just need a material index per section, which should be fairly easy to do. Super Tom, gotta head off. Thanks for dropping in. And we will be streaming again probably in 2 days. Oh wait, that's the 6th. Yeah, 2 days. I'll do it after my other stream. Right, get my bounding box. So analyze the bounding box, get my vertices. So I have 2010 sections. I have my average vector per section, which I can use as a matrix offset. I may actually need to invert that. Let me check that's working correctly. Matrix apply. Do I do it like this? And then the other one's an inverted one. Matrix math set to invert, and that goes in like this. So basically I move everything back to the center, and then I move everything with its origin back to the original position. So that's the goal there. Do you think that one day Geometry Nodes is going to replace Sverchok? No, I honestly don't. This has been asked quite a lot on other videos. I really don't. Geometry Nodes is never going to cover design things in the same way that Sverchok does. And it's also a totally different workflow. And it's also Python based, so it's really, really easy to implement add-ons for. I know there's like a lot of architectural add-ons like Topologic, Ladybird libraries that work specifically with Sverchok because it's so easy to implement. And they're great for people who are like architects. Okay, I need to update this. Let's drop this down to like 200, just so it's a little bit faster while we compute. Just gotta give it a sec. Alright, so that's definitely the wrong place. That's also in the wrong place. Maybe it goes this way. Hey, there we go. So now everything's got its origin in the correct place. Could have used a vector drop instead there, but that's fine. And now I just need to stick my ceilings and walls on the correct element, which is going to be based on the Z position here. So I can literally just do like a list. No, wait. A vector out logic function where I'm finding where stuff is less than, because 0 is actually ceiling in this case. A certain value. There we go. Just got to bring it down just off the ceiling. That's not ideal, is it? I really need it to be like per face. So maybe I'll do it based on face centers instead, rather than the bounding box. So let's go again. Component analyzer. Wait. Yeah. Face center, vertices and faces. I can do it this way. There we go. That's nearly all of them. One more. There we go. So that's all of our faces, on the top being the ceiling and on the sides being green for the walls, and we still managed to do it procedurally. And now we've also sorted out all of our origins being correct, so I don't even have to do that manually. Sverchok is just so good. Sverchok devs just have done such an amazing job on it. All right then. We have a better distribution. Ooh, some of these. Oh, I see. If I wanted them to all have the solidify modifier, I'd kind of also have to script it. Or would I? I mean, the modifier is quicker, but there is also a modify node. So, no, let me just do it this way. Select all, Control L modifiers. There we go. Otherwise, I'm just going to be causing myself a mischief, trying to tie myself in knots doing different things. Right, collection back, hide the walls. Everything is still destroying correctly, but now we have colour as well. Do I come from an architecture background? I kind of do, yeah. I was a cabinet maker for a few years. I trained as a cabinet maker, got qualified and worked for a few years doing cabinet making and joinery. And then I graduated from doing that, or I decided to change my career. I decided I was going to be an interior designer. I did an interior design degree, which I graduated from last year. Oh yeah, good shout about the zero offset. And then, oh wait, last year? I finished it in 2020. Yeah, 2020, in the middle of the pandemic. And then there we go, thank you. Oh wait, did I just undo that? That was dumb. Yeah, so I did an interior design, and then I was like getting to the end of my degree, and I've always used Blender. And just like as I was working through the course, I was like, oh, I'm actually pretty good at doing visualization. And then at the end of the course, it was just kind of like, actually, I don't want to even design stuff. Like, I don't like that stuff gets built. Too many buildings are being built all the time, and most of them are bad. Like, they're just awful. Architects are generally architects and planning departments generally just doing a terrible job, and so I want to not be a part of building stuff. Like, I want to be making stuff digitally, and I think there's like a lot of development that can happen in like digital space. And also I think it's just kind of interesting coming into this with like a different from a different place, you know, being like more architecturally inclined perhaps than, you know, I don't want to make like sci-fi spaceships or characters. I want to make buildings. So it's just a bit, yeah, a little bit of a difference of interest. All right then, where are we going with this? Ceiling is done, so that's good. I was going to do chandelier. I might just start with the vacuum tubes, or sorry, the pneumatic tubes. And I also need a door so that I can, well, where am I? Open the door and then everything explodes. That's kind of what I'm going for here. So I definitely need a door. Oh, sometimes the zoom in Blender, it's something else. Right. Okay. So I need a door in here. Let's go ahead and make that. So we can just add something down here. We'll use a cube. Will we? Maybe I'm going to need to use booleans. Gah. Can't really think of another way of doing the panels other than making loads of different cubes and putting them together. Kind of like a real door. Alright, fine. I'll do that. Let's grab this. It's going to be 0.03 Which way is my building? Oh, okay. This way. So let's make this fit my doorway, which is fairly narrow. So, or maybe I should do it one by one, and then I can just sort everything out with transform nodes, because then I can do it just based on the same cube. It's usually the easiest way of working. So let's move this. Oh goodness, where am I? Move this up in the y-axis here. All right. So let's bring these in. Oh wait, no, we're doing that one by one. Bring this one in the x-axis. And it needs to be a little bit narrower in the y-axis. Something like this. And we'll come up to the front here. That skirting board is not looking good, because it stops so shy there. May or may not fix that. Alright, so let's go with this. Z is going to be scaled down as well. Move it up a little bit so I can see what's going on. So that's fine for the base of my door. I'm going to go with 2 of these and then another. Go back. Another one which is a little bit narrower at the top. Move this one up to the middle. Oh wait, the stiles need to be full height. You're not sure you understand everything. This is kind of one of the things with like these ludicrously long streams. It's just like I don't really know what I'm doing. So there's a lot of like jumping back and forwards. Yeah. Okay, so I need actually not to do this one first. I need to do, let's close that. Right. Okay, narrow for the sides, but tall. So open the Z. Something like this. Move it along like that. And then I need the other one to be on the other side. Like that. Wow, this door is super narrow. Like I kind of already knew that, but this is like extra narrow. No, that's good enough. I'm gonna chuck in 1, 2, 3. It can be like a 3-panel door. So let's make some rails. Join this one up. Yeah. Oh wait, oops. Doing everything wrong. Scale this one down in the Z. Move it back to the center. Scale it up in the X. And then we're going down to the bottom. Something like that is fine. And then I could just make a few of these. I could also just like array them. But sometimes it's easier to just move stuff around a little bit easier. Oh, there we go. Move this one up a little bit. And then I'll do 2 more. This one comes up a bit more. This one comes up to the top. Okay. Now I just need a grid to go in the middle, and that'll do me. Actually, it seems I've already got a box here, I might as well use it. So 1 more of these. Join it up. Scale it up in the Z. And we'll move it up. Here we go. A little bit more. Oh, modelling like this is so inefficient. I do love procedural modelling, obviously, but you shouldn't use it all the time. Alright. So this is my door. And now I can center it with an align mesh by mesh. just because I need to get my rotation in the correct place. Oh wait, no, maybe I don't. If I use a vector rotate with a set position node, then I don't need to, because I can set the actual rotation center. So set position, input position, which I will vector rotate. Just in here like this. And now I just need to find out where the actual middle of the door is. All right. Too far. This is just such a weird process. That's rotating around the wrong side. Oops. Alright, it's about there. But slightly different in the X. See you later, Serban. Thanks for stopping by. Man, maybe I just add an empty. God, sometimes you just gotta do stuff yourself. Right, add empty, oops, not lattice. Empty axes, here we go. Let me just do that. My goodness. That's just going to save me a bit of time, isn't it? And there we go. That's on the corner. Cool. Right. I know that wasn't very procedural of me, but sometimes you got to do it. So it's going to open in the positive X way, and then it's going to, everything's just going to blow up. So let me give this a color so I don't forget it. Frame these up, and then we can work on our vacuum tubes. And then the animation. Cool, we are getting somewhere. Control J, tool. And look at that, we've only been 4.5 hours. Nice and brief today. Hey, pyramid scheme. Oh, we're not just doing Sverchok, we're, you know, mixing and matching. You gotta do what you gotta do. Right, next one is our vacuum tubes. I really don't know how to do these effectively, because I want there to be, having all of these walls is actually really annoying. Where are the walls? Mute them. I want there to be like this tunnel down the middle, which the tubes go around and then out on the other side. So I need to have a way to make curves follow, be random, but follow a specific like no fly zone, if that makes sense. So I just gotta have a think about that one. I wonder if I might be able to like stick things to the surface. Or like raycast it, but I don't want it to be in a specific direction. I want it to like, if it hits where I want it to not go through halfway up, I want it to then track over the top. Oh, so maybe I can just do like a positive Z raycast. Ah, this might be really easy. Okay. Let's get this going. I need basically a cutter object to go down the middle, which is where my clear zone is going to be, down the sort of corridor. So let's grab a cylinder, because I want a nice round top. Radius of 1 meter is too big, radius of 0.5 is fine. I'm going to go depth of 4 or 6 so that it fills the room, and I'll go a little bit higher res with a few more segments so that we have more likely accurate collisions. You know, like when you do a cloth sim, the lower the resolution, the more likely, or like a rigid body, the more likely things are to not collide correctly. It's kind of the same with the raycast. So I can do this and then geometry transform, which I can now rotate this in the x-axis by 90 degrees. And then everything which is above z equals 0, so input position vector separate xyz. And then I'm just going to use a utility. Oh, I can also get rid of the ends. Amazing, that's what I need. Yeah, utility compare floats for when z is greater than 0. And now I can use a supposition and plug this in like this, and now I can just stretch this up nicely like that. All right. So now I can just go up to whatever height I need for my no pipe zone. Control J. Corridor space. And now I need to work out how to make some pipes. So that's also going to be a bit of a challenge. That is a bit too tall and a bit too wide. So let's bring this down a little bit. In the middle. Oh, that door is only like 600mm wide. That is very narrow. And head height will come down to, that's about 1.9, which is about 6 foot, give or take. Cool, that's fine. Right, now I just need to fill this with some tubes, and I need some which are vertical, some which are horizontal, and some which are, have like kinks in them. So what do I want to do? I think I need a cube, and then we're going to start snapping stuff. So let's grab a mesh primitive cube. We're going to have some fun in just a moment with setting up a bunch of pipes, basically instancing lines on a surface, stretching points over to other points. So you have like a line between two of your distributed points, and then you can like subdivide it and snap it all, and it'll just like through 3D space, and it'll be like your Windows XP pipe screensaver. All right, let's just join this one up so I can see everything. Go into Z height, Z position, and we are just scaling this. Something like this. All right, and now I can just distribute points on surface. Point instance a line. So instance a mesh line. I need to have 2 vertices on here. And I'm going to keep it short, like 0 length, because I'm going to be playing with all of my indices now. David, just rejoined in time to see some cool stuff. Yeah, you're in for the pipes. We're actually doing the pneumatic tubes now. So this should hopefully be kind of the fun stuff. This is like our finale. Let's grab the, I can delete that tube for now. Instance on pipes, this is all done. Let's go instances, realize instances, go input, index, modulo at 2, so that we have 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, and the 1 is all of our endpoints that we want to move. So we can go instances, oh wait, what are we doing? Set position of these based on our mask, and I need to do an attribute transfer. So I need to find randomly other positions within within like a random space. This is how my pipes and wire flood node works. So we're going to be grabbing an attribute transfer, because we are transferring attributes from our distributed points. The attribute is the vector position, and the source position is going to be the position but randomized. So take a point random vector like this, and now I can set my deviation to be like the distance that we can shoot off in different directions. So now we have a bunch of stuff. Would be cool to see you teach Daniel from Coding Train. He has someone teach basics of Blender before and just recently shaders on Twitch, so he does guests on other streams. I actually don't know many other streamers. I'm not very stream aware. Excuse me. Alright, this can now go like this. That's very strange. This is less obvious than I was expecting it to be. Why are these on the floor? Oh, I'm an idiot. Let's also make sure that we're going up to the ceiling. Here we go. He has an amazing catalogue. Okay. The Dan of Blender. Thank you, that's very kind of you. What's his name? Where was he? Daniel from Coding Train. Let me check him out. I'll stick him in a new tab and I'll have a look later. Interesting. Water time. Damn, you're like, I need you. I need you in my streams. That was the end of another cup of tea. I'm averaging like 2.5 hours per cup of tea at the moment. Alright, so we have a room full of wires. It's looking pretty good at the moment. Everything's working as intended. So if we do a bunch of subdivisions, mesh, subdivide mesh, and I'm just going to crank that, and then I can do another set position, take my position into here, and take a vector math set to snap, and now I can set essentially a resolution for all of these things. Unfortunately it does move, so I'm going to need to recenter it each time. Fortunately I have a node that does this. So I need to align X, Y, and not Z. So center goes to center. Here we go. Looking good. And I'll probably overshoot, make this like bigger than it needs to be, just so that I can get pipes going through and beyond the walls. All right. Before I carry on, I'm going to go and get another cup of tea. And just take another breather, stretch my legs for a moment. But I will be back imminently. Thanks for sticking around, folks, as well. I know it's a bit of an odd stream this time. Alright, I'm back. Fresh cup of tea. The random vertex is actually a random vector group, and it's just a bipolar transform. So instead of it being choosing your minimum and maximum areas, your minimum max values, you can choose your target, which might be like 0 if you want it to be like. So instead of choosing like sketchy, instead of it being between like 0.8 and 1.2, you could just say, okay, I want my target to be 1 and have a deviation of 0.2, so it goes like up and down by that amount. It just, more often than not, I know what I'm aiming for. It's like you aim for something with some randomness rather than going for like a specific number range. So that's all that does. I was thinking as well, at the moment, just because of how everything is and the density, we have like this really big clump. Like most of these are all joined together, so it ends up just being like a big 3D grid. But I think actually what I want is things on the top faces want to be more likely to join onto points on the bottom face, and vice versa, things on the sides want to join to the sides. So I just want to make sure that I'm controlling my deviation relative to the normal before. But that's going into the source position, which means I need to also transfer and then capture it on my realized instances. Fortunately, all of my points are actually scaled down to 0, so I already don't need to do any annoying stuff. So we're just going to take our normal, going to go attribute capture, vector on my realized instances. This should work, hopefully. And then I can now do a dot product because I need to compare the normals. Wait, I need to do an absolute. Yeah, so absolute. Oh wait, no, I can just, because it's a box, I can just do it by Z facing. So I can just do a separate XYZ actually. Let's join this up like this. Going to take an absolute Z. And then a greater than 0, because everything on the side should be 0. Might set like a very low one, like 0.0, 0.1 or something. Alright, so now I have my switch basically, and I can set different deviation vectors using a vector, like a utility switch. Set this to vector, and here we go. Alright. It's when you get to start building up stuff like this that I really come to appreciate proceduralism. Like, how hard would this be to try something and then be like, oh no, actually I want to fundamentally change how that system works. If you had modeled it, man, that would be such a pain. Anyway, let's grab these. So anywhere that it's greater than would be the ceiling. So in those cases, I want to have a good Z distribution, like so. So you can see most of these are actually coming down vertically, and the horizontal ones want to go the other way, and then I want to snap this to actually much smaller things, like, oh, maybe 0.1 is too small. 0.4? Cool. Alright, and I think just the density wants to come down to maybe like 1. Just to give us like a few of these pipes through the rim. Then I can subdivide surface to make them smoother. Oh wait, I want to make them, yeah, subdivide first. No? Oh, now I'm dead confused. Subdivide a little bit. I'll subdivide once and then I'll, oh god, that was 10. I hate when you because on my number pad, my 0 is right next to my enter, so I type in 10 subdivisions sometimes. Okay, now I can raycast these onto my corridor empty space to make sure I have my empty space clear. So geometry set position, geometry raycast from my target geometry. I can leave this all as this, but I want to go positive Z and just use my hit position in here. And then my is hit for the selection. So now we just have a clear space. Awesome. Save. Thank you. Cool. Now this is all coming together. Man, what an exciting time to be working in Blender. Like this, just working in this way would have been like unthinkable a few years ago. Right. Mesh subdivision surface. Oh god, did I mean to do that? Oh, I can do that after. Alright. So I'm just trying to like soften up some of the corners. If I even can. Yeah, that's probably alright. A real appreciation for the non-destructive workflow. Just doing this with traditional techniques would be, I mean, certainly like possible, but you have to know where you're going. You can sketch with proceduralism. That's what's really good about it. Like if you're making something properly, and you have to plan out a lot more, and if you're making something procedurally, you can do so much of it just kind of blind. You can be like, oh, I kind of know how this wants to go together, and like how it wants to work. Like now I'm like, oh, I want to have this corridor through the middle. I don't need to think about where the pipes are. I can just sort out the corridor going through the middle later, because I kind of know how it's going to go. So sketching just is so much easier because things aren't absolute like they are when you've made them directly. Because of you, I learned Procedural. Thank you so much. I'm glad that that's had a positive impact. Isn't 4 levels of subdivision too many? Yeah, probably. I could definitely get away with 3. I was just trying to make these corners a little bit less sharp. Why are they so sharp? Like some of them are just completely 100% right angles. Which I don't really understand. Like all of them should not be. But if I don't subdivide it, then I can't get them to stick nicely to the middle. Oh, maybe it's kind of alright. Yeah, alright. We'll go with that. Erin needs to post-process. Oh, blessings from Sweden. Blessings from England. I hope you're enjoying your very, very short days up there. It must be freezing up there at the moment. Although I suppose it does depend on how north you are. Alright. Maybe I turn these into pipes now just so that we can actually see them. That might be useful. So mesh to curve, curve to mesh. Curve to... Come on. Curve. Ooh. Curve to mesh. Where am I from? I'm from the north of England, the northwest. The vertices that are close to corners are not giving SDS to smooth them. What do you mean by SDS? And let me grab a curve circle for my... Whoa, that's really heavy. We're making these lower res 8.5 0.05. There we go, we've got some pipes going on. Tell my PC specs. My PC specs are Ryzen 9 3900X and RTX 2070 Super. So a couple years old, but still okay. What are we doing here? Living on the East Coast. Oh, right. On the Baltic. Is that actually warmer? I guess because you have the sea air. I'm like right on the West Coast, so I also have the weather is a lot easier on us because of the being so close to the water. Yeah, the subdivision. Oh, sort of STS, subdivision surface. Yeah, but I don't even have any additional subdivisions now. Like like if I set this off. Oh, it's probably because of the snapping. So there'll be like 3 points in the same place. This is why we need the weld. I really want the weld so that I can fix this where I have everything crammed into the same place. Oh well. I'm alright with it. It looks fine. It looks fine. I think my cutter needs to go a little bit longer. Maybe the problem is that snapping compresses. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. So we're ending up with multiples in the same place. If I set this to like 0.05, then everything's a lot smoother, but it's also a lot more. I don't know. It's not really sticking. It's not going in the right way. Let's make this a little bit longer, just so we clear out the door as well there. Cool. Now it'd probably be good for me to cull any pipes which are beyond, which are outside this box. I think I still have that selection box available, so I can just use that. Can you use the weld modifier outside of the geometry nodes modifier? I could do, but I would have to have this as a separate object. Get up to this point, use the weld modifier, and then continue. I don't think it's. I mean, all right. Let me show you. So if I was to grab basically all of these pipes, which are fortunately their own thing, and just Control C. Right, so these are gone now. These are gone. Grab my new cube, call this one pipes. And we're just going to bring these in. Cool. So now we have all of our pipes. So Alt G, put that back to the middle. And rather than doing anything like this, all right, so this can now be like 0.4 or whatever it was before. And can we use delete the proximity node to delete near vertices? It wouldn't work because you need to dissolve. Ooh, I wonder if we can use the delete to dissolve. Punsara, good night, buddy. Thank you for stopping by. 3 AM. Gotta look after yourself. I mean, yeah, I don't think the delete node can just dissolve. I don't think. Although, I mean, it would be amazing if it could. Oh, but the proximity node can't be used on itself because everything would have 0 distance from itself because it would be like immediately next to itself. Yeah, unfortunately that would not work. Alright, so once you've set positions and you're passing out your pipes, you can just like hide that, bring it in, let me call it pipes. Actually I need to view it and just add a weld modifier afterwards. There it is. But then you could bring it in just like this. And then after here, subdivision, use the geometry like so. Maybe? Oh, sorry. I just literally pulled in the wrong thing. So there's that, and then you can, yeah. So you can use the weld and do it separately, but it's not ideal. But I guess in this case it has actually worked quite nicely, and it means we get branching. I mean, I've done it now, so I'm going to keep it. But ideally, we would just have the weld inside. What if you subdivide it after converting to mesh? The issue is just that because we've snapped, we're using the snapping, so and the resolution of the snapping is so high that we're getting stuff really like crunching in together. But if I make it any lower, then it's just, I mean, even now you're getting like this weirdness with things kind of flowing through. I might still stick another normal subdivide first. So mesh, subdivide mesh, just to tighten up those corners slightly. Something like that. Yeah, if we had a weld node, then it would be perfect, but alas, no. I mean, there's so many things that if you have a weld node you can do. This one is pipes. Yeah, pipes. Let me just check what's actually going on in this other node tree. Is this outputting curves? Excuse me. No. I wonder what's going to happen then, because I'm going to be putting stuff along the curves, and I kind of want to have two, because I want to have them unwelded so that I can push stuff along them and they'll go, but I want to have them welded as well so that I can skin them. So I think I actually need to have two of these meshes, one of which has the weld modifier and one of which does not have the weld modifier. This is why it's useful to have the weld node, because I could just do it with one node and branch. Alright, so let's just do this. Right, pipes into here. So this one is pipes welded. And another one, duplicate that, which is just pipes. Can we offset of a geometry by 1 so that it looks like not itself? The index, it's not doing like an index by index count. It's literally just finding the nearest thing to the nearest thing. So it's every single point, regardless of its index, it's going to detect the point which is on the same location. So that's the only real problem there. Excuse me. It's always around the 5-hour mark that I start to lose my voice. But we're still good. We're still good. Alright, so I've got my two pipes. One of them is not welded. Like so. Oh, damn it, that was the wrong one. So this one does have the weld modifier. And the other one does not have. Okay, save. Let's turn those off. Cube, back in here. Right, so now I can... Let me just hide these temporarily, and then I'm going to come in with another object info node, and this one is going to be the regular pipes, right? Oh, which are not subdivided. Alright, I've got to try it without. My only worry is just about getting stuff to fly through the tubes without looking like it's appearing out of nowhere, because I want them to go all the way through. So, HEI. If I grab a curve, from here, and then what am I doing? So that's the reboot. I need to instance stuff on the ends of the curves. So input the instance on points. Let's just use an icosphere for the moment, and we're going to set the radius to be the same 0.05. Here we go. That's a lot of points, and we can use the endpoint as our selection. Oops. So curve endpoint selection, like so. Oh yeah, you see that's just so many endpoints for these curves. And if I do a curve trim, everything might look a little bit odd. Maybe it'll be alright. We'll have to see how we get on. Right. In that case, I need to make a little capsule to go along the tubes, and I think it's going to be like a half round thing at the top with a collet, and then a tube with like a little window in it, and then probably just the same on the other end. So I could probably just do half of it in mirror, and this is just a cylinder with another cylinder with a sphere on the end. Nice and easy. Alright, so I can do this like this. Let's grab a mesh primitive icosphere, 2 levels of subdivision so that we can actually use it properly. We want this to be fairly narrow, 0.04, just so that we actually have a chance to see it as they're moving. And then I need a cylinder, also with the same 0.05 radius and a length of about 0.25, I think. And I can position these actually with my align mesh by mesh, because I can take my icosphere to sit in the Z, so the center is at the top. There we go. And now I can just join these two together and have a look. All right, here we go. Something like this, and I can mirror it down onto the other end. So let's do a couple of these. This one's going to come to the bottom. There we go. And now I need to do basically the same thing with a couple of little wider cylinders. Gotta have the wider cylinders so that you actually have like a gasket seal to the vacuum tube, because otherwise it's not going to get it sucked. So grab another cylinder, radius of 0.05, depth of 0.02, and these can actually just join up with both of these. Here we go. Nice. That'll probably actually do us. They'll be moving, so don't need to make them too decorative. Yeah, that'll be fine. Let's just shade smooth as well. So utilities, matte smooth, so I can select my material and shade these smooth. Control J. This is my what is this? My capsule. And then these can be instanced, and we need to make sure that we have the curve tangent aligning our rotation. So we can just use a vector, utility, align Euler to rotation, align Euler to vector, which is going to be our curve tangent, so that things should follow the curve. Not too worried about things following the normal as well, which would allow you to do like a bi-axis stabilization, so you don't get stuff like spinning. In this case, it's fine. Align the z-axis, and there we go. So now as stuff moves along, it follows around all of the corners. Looking pretty swish. Maybe I need to have a little bit more control on... Yeah, maybe I don't really want to use the unwelded one because then I can't get the good corners. But I also don't want to get the... There's just too many. There's too many of these. Stephen, see you later, bud. Have a good night. So let's use a curve, a mesh to curve on my geometry. And go in here. So now these go a little bit further, but they do change direction a lot faster. So, subdivide, and we'll just subdivide where we can. So output, mesh, here we go, subdivision surface. Let's give it a couple. How's this looking? It's actually less bad than I was expecting, or less different than I was expecting. There's definitely still some bits which don't look good, but maybe when it's all in motion you won't actually see that stuff is popping out of the tubes, hopefully. Let's join this one on here and view the outputs. Alright. Oh yeah, there's literally some hanging out in empty space. Nice. Water time, thank you, Spectrum. I wonder. Sharon, you've posted it. Let's have a look. Oh damn, that's beautiful. That's actually so good. Oh, is this with Houdini? And then rendered in Blender? I love your texturing, like all of these bevel bits of gilding. That's so nice. It looks so like Arabic. I love it. Nice, good job, man. Right then. Okay, I think I do actually need to use these, unfortunately. The original, or like the shorter curves. But maybe it's going to be alright once we're going through and the camera's in motion. I do just definitely need to make sure there's nothing on the back side of this door here, because otherwise the door's not going to open. And when everything explodes, do I need to move the pipes? Maybe I need to move the points of the pipes. Although that might actually look really cool. Alright, let's go with that. Grab these, drop them in, and bring this back. Okay, so culling points. I need to find anything which is not... that has a Y value greater than 3.5, give or take. And just delete it. So this is after the subdivision surface. I'm going to go delete curve, geometry, delete geometry, we're going to grab our positions with a separate XYZ and a compare float on the Y, oops, if when it's greater than a particular value, which is going to be, here we go, 2.5 actually. Brings us nicely into that wall. All looking nice so far. I may increase the density of these pipes actually once I get a look at them. Here we go. And yeah, pipe positions. Maybe I can do this after we bring them in, before we get the subdivision on there. So we will grab a geometry set position and offset, oh wait no, set position, so position, random value, curves, utilities, random vector. Grab this up in here. Let's make it orange so I know that we are animating it. This goes into the vector. Vector goes into the position. And then this gets driven by, let's make it another seed so we don't have the same, just in case. And this is going to come off our original curve or empty fall off. There we go. Alright, so things get blown apart, including the pipes. All looking nice. So I guess the next thing to do would be to animate this. To actually work out where the camera is going and what is going on. Oh, and I need to find my door so I know. Oh, I already marked it off. Good. For the door opening. Good stuff. All right. Spaghetti, yeah. There's never a time that you don't need to be making spaghetti. This is what I've found while noodling. Please don't remove. No, this one will be up. This one's going to stay. I decided that I was going to leave all of the live streams up. I know that's different from what I said before. But yeah. Oh yeah, also for anybody who wants these viewport colors, viewport shading, flat, random, cavity, set it to both. And you get this lovely little pastel look. Alrighty then. Let's add a camera. I'm not actually going to animate this with an empty. I'm going to use a vector which I can control the position of in geometry nodes, so I can actually just animate it on the frame. I think that's a good idea. We will see. So let's go ahead and add a camera. And I need to set this resolution a bit better. I believe it's possible to only have playlists uploaded. This is true. Yeah, if things go in a playlist and they're unlisted, then they will be visible to people who have access to the playlist. But then people never seem to find the playlists, so I might just make it kind of generally available for people. Oh, goodness. Oops. All right. I'm actually really looking forward to using the Shakeify add-on again. It was just so much fun. It like makes things just so good immediately. All right, we're starting here. Let's get this camera animated and get the focal length sorted out. 25, that's probably enough for an interior. And yeah, we're just gonna walk it through. All right, so first 20 frames I can always cut. So let's go location and rotation at this point. And then how long does it take to like walk through a building? Like 1, 2. Oh, that's definitely too fast. Something like this. Going for like 180-ish, I think. Shakeify. Shakeify is Ian Hubert's camera shaking add-on. So basically he did a bunch of camera tracking to calculate how cameras move in different places, like tracked from real life cameras. And then he released a free add-on called Shakeify, which you basically just apply the camera shake to your camera, and it's just amazing. It makes it so much better. 1 meter per second. I don't know what speed I'm going at now, but I think I'm gonna just like use this walking pace. Don't know if I should actually go through the door or not. Maybe we do. Let's stop it here. All right. Location rotation. Oh, that's definitely too fast. Way too fast. Oh my gosh. Slow down. Yeah, it's really good. I used it on the last one, that add-on, and it just immediately adds so much quality to an animation, even if, I don't know, I'm not very good at animation. Now, I do want it to like pick up and slow down. Maybe I'm an idiot because I was bringing the front and the back forwards. Here we go. I want it to come up like, and then I think you just press T, don't you, for interpolation? Yeah, that seems about right. Let's just make sure that we have an end frame far enough forwards, because we're going to want everything to explode, and then the camera like pulls back and go again. What is this? Oh, rotation. And then everything will be like exploded, and then pew, so at like 470. I don't even know what all these. There's like so many additional keyframes. What is going on? So confused. This is still fine. Let me just delete all of the keyframes. Let's start that again. All right, 20. And we'll come back here. Location rotation. And we'll come up to about 320. Just through the door. So the thing should be things shooting up and down the pipes. Little things happening. And then it comes to a stop. Everything starts exploding. How are you controlling it? I'm setting keyframes. I know that's not very good of me. I should be using Sverchok really. Or parenting it to an empty or something like that. And then controlling the empty with Sverchok. But in this case, I am just using animation keyframes. Maybe we bring the front end back slightly. And then about here, we want to get pulled back very fast. Can you use a frame driver with a transform node to hinge the door open at the appropriate time? Yes, and yes, we will be. Hash frame into a map range node is just like, it's basically your start and stop keyframe, and then it maps it to your start and stop positions or angles in the case of that. So map range is just like your best friend for doing that. And here we go. So I want that to be like a second to get back to here. Oh wait, the first keyframe. I can just duplicate that. Cool. So now we can use the Shakeify add-on. And, oh, this one's only a 400 frame animation. Golden. Shakeify. This is like very strong. I hope I can keyframe it, the add-on, because it's... Oh yeah, you totally can. Because I want it to be like especially rough when they get pulled back at the end. This door's going to open, and then there we go. Whew. I need that interpolation here just to be like there. Yeah, scale to 0. Kind of want it to tilt up as well. So this one, my X angle wants to be like shooting things. Where's our side in here? Our X rotation. Cool. And I guess start and end, if they're the same, I also need to keyframe out the influence from the Shakeify so that we go back to the same position. Nice. Bring that up a little bit. And just at the end here, last few frames, we're going to go from 0.5 to final frame being nada. And then for the first few frames, we want the opposite. So starting here, go back to start, turn you off. Great. Maybe let the camera catapult right before it, so it moves slightly forwards. Wait, what? Maybe let the camera catapult right before, so it moves slightly forwards. Oh, so it like has, so it shoots forwards and then back. I was kind of thinking it would be like the camera gets yanked, but that actually could look really cool. So this is going to be the Y location. Oops. So again, handle type free. Let's grab this one. I need to get all of my other animations timed as well. That'll do. I'm not really an animator. I should probably learn how this stuff works. I need a new one, which is going to be, wow, add for car window. That's less bumpy than I was expecting. Yeah, Shakeify is so good if you're lazy, like me. Handycam run might be good. But I just need to keyframe it right for the end. So influence 0, keyframe it's 1. Here we go. Keyframe back to 1 here. And then back to 0 at the right at the end of them. Okay. Hey Sahel, how's it going, man? That just does not look too clean. Maybe I add a few frames for it. 410 maybe. Oh, that's weirdly too much stopping. 540. 6 maybe. Yeah, that'll do. Cool, good stuff. Right, camera's done. Now I need to animate everything else. And then add a few materials. So rather than using an empty, we can actually just use a... Is animating cameras manually cheating? Probably. But to be fair, I am using a procedural add-on, so it's not like entirely cheating, I guess, maybe. You're probably right, though. I probably should do it with Spurtshock. Could you use a less shaky one for the walk forward and a more shaky for the walk back? I am actually. I'm using 2 for the walk back, so it gets real shaky. So it's just like, yeah, maybe I should tone it down a little bit for the walk forwards. But the pullback is like real shaky. And I need to make that door open. Yeah. All right, let's pull that one down slightly on the way out. So we're grabbing our influence I. Let's make sure I grab this top section. And we are just going to be pulling it down. We're about 0.5 at the moment, so let's go down to 0.3, grab Y, something around there. Remember to save, thank you. Nice. It's the same as like color management. I always end up going for like, I set up all my color management and I'm like, that's looking great. And then I halve everything because when you're actually making stuff, you always end up overdoing it. Right, so it's the Y-axis that we're interested in here. Things exploding. So, color this orange. We're going to grab a map range node into the Y-axis. So this needs to be as the door opens about here, about 230, maybe 240 to 280. I might use my fall off nodes as well. Oh, maybe there's already fall off on these. Did I do that? I did. Kind of. Maybe I should use a fall off on here as well though. So that will go 0 to 1. This will go 0 to 1. 0 to 1, here we go. And I will use maybe a back fall off so that it goes beyond. And I'll just stick this in between here. Hopefully it's going to look good. I always find they end up, because I'm not using any real shaders, just because I don't really want to get into procedural shaders when it's just such a commitment to make realistic shaders. So if I'm going to be adding shaders that I've already made, then I'd rather just wait on this and do like final shaders, image shaders properly mixed later. And doing like texture painting and stuff. Oh wait, hash frame in here, 240 to 280. All right. Maybe I should actually have my frame on a separate node, because I'm going to need it a couple times here, because I have forwards and backwards. So hash frame. There we go. And this is going to go into a switch because I need to switch forwards and backwards. Switch to float. Like this. And then float compare for when this frame number goes above a certain amount, which in this case is going to be, I think, 280. So greater than 280. Then we're going to use the other map range, which is going to go in the opposite direction. So like 300. I need a timeline. So we're going to come forwards up to about 3. Where do we get pulled? 360. Cool. 360 to, it's got to be fairly quick. 380, I think. We're going 1 to 0. Is this actually controlling anything right now? It is, but is it correct? Oh, it definitely changes a bit, doesn't it? Alright, so oh, it goes the wrong way. Well, I'll set this up this way round. And we need to go back to completely full together. There we go. About 10. And then when we are at full explosion, this has got to be like there. Something like this. So everything's really coming to pieces. So it's going to come open, everything goes boom. Way too fast. I need my door to come animated as well. So that is going to be over here. I can actually totally use the same. Oh wait, no, I can't. I can use the same kind of setup though. Start over from the beginning. I'm just doing the animation at the moment, which is just a lot of like passing around drivers and making sure that things are like map ranges are making sense for the frame ranges. Where's my door? There it is. So this needs to go from up into here. Actually, I don't need that one at all. So first one, we start open. We need to go a bit earlier, like 200 to 280. Maybe 260. And we need it to be pulled back a little bit. Just needs to go out of the view. And then we're going to come back, right? I think things explode way too quickly. That's like 4 frames. And I need a little bit of noise in there as well, because I don't want things to just like hang out there. Alright, and then this second one is going to go 2 to 1, sorry, 2 to 0. So we're going past here. And then we get yanked back. And this is going to close a little bit quicker. There we go. Let's set both of these to smoother stuff as well. I don't want any abrupt interpolation. Nice, good stuff. Next, I just need to make sure that I have... Actually, let's make this first one smoother as well. Thanks. Oh my god, this fly is like... It's like getting right up in my face. Oh wait, I need this... Right. That's got to start way earlier. We need it to like explode as the door opens. 2:30. And... somewhere around there. It still feels like it's coming in like 5 frames. 6:3 to 7:1. That is way too fast. Right, so when this is 1, should be... Oh wait, when it's 0. Just frame it. Well, we've got it framed at the beginning. It's just, I'm not keyframing it. I am just making sure that this actually like works off. Is it possible to use force fields from... No, unfortunately not. Nothing from physics can be implemented with geometry nodes right yet. But as soon as we get solvers, which are in the plan, we should be able to get stuff like that going. 225, right, let's start the explosion early. This is just not doing it. Maybe we do just go linearly. And we just need to add some noise to it. Yeah, you can calculate physics yourself. That's not a problem. Let's make sure this closes a bit later. Like 390 here. I still want it to be coming back together as we get pulled back. Maybe 400. Oh, water time. Thank you. I'm literally so bad at remembering water while I'm working. It's really bad. Well, maybe that should actually happen a little bit quicker. And not stop so fast. Okay. Let's get back on that smoother step. For some reason we've got only 11 FPS. That seems a little bit odd. There you go, frame drop in, that's a bit better. So many little tweaks, man. I would not last 10 minutes as an animator. Oh wait, I need to go the other way. Start earlier. 200, let's go. Hey, Ellie or Eli? Hey, I recently watched your introduction videos about the node system and still have some trouble understanding the data flow, especially mapping is quite challenging. I tried using the spreadsheet to look into it, but it doesn't seem to work for the shader output. What do you mean for the shading output? You can't use the spreadsheet for shaders, only for geometry nodes, because it's only really reading the it's only reading the geometry. What is it you mean by mapping? Do you mean like mapping textures? Apologies if this has already been covered. Is there any built-in way to extrude in geometry nodes? There is no current way to extrude in geometry nodes, unfortunately, although it will be added. Yeah, so mapping textures, you just need to think of it as, so I'm guessing one of the things which you find confusing, but correct me if I'm wrong, is things like if you scale up a texture, the texture gets smaller. There was an extrude node in the prototype, but it wasn't in the, it's never been in one of the main master branches. Yeah, so the reason that it gets smaller, right, is if you, let's say you're like putting biscuits on a square on the table, and you have like a 10 centimeter square and you put in as many biscuits as possible. If you scale up that square to, instead of being 10 by 10 to 50 by 50, so it gets 5 times bigger, you can put in, it would be 25 times more biscuits, right? You can put in more when the space is bigger. So when you increase the multiplication on something, things relatively look like they're getting smaller, but it's because the space that you're actually packing into is getting bigger. So this is why on the mapping node, you have the option between point and texture, where texture is like logically what you're expecting to see, whereas point being just the point data, the positions underneath the texture, it appears to behave in reverse. Hemigon, I've been messing with a hacky extrusion using mesh to curve, curve to mesh, fill caps. Yeah, is that like with a quadratic? So you can get like a, it's really jank, but yes, that works. But does it work on branching geometry so well? Oh, is it really bad performance as well? I mean, the way that I was doing it was attribute transfer in a grid or a box. So that's like equally, or maybe even worse, like that's just a terrible process. Alright, I still need things to like jiggle in 3D space, like they're hanging. It needs edge split. Pulling back. Alright. I'm happy with that general timing and animation. I just need things to get to a little bit of like wobble in space. How the coordinates and the values are related. Well, textures are just a mathematical algorithm. So something like Perlin noise, it's literally just maths. You can make your own Voronoi just with some math nodes. But, so that's the thing, like each point in space, like 0, 0 is going to be different to like 1, 0 because it's different vectors going into the mathematical equation. I'll see you later, Sharon. Thanks for stopping by. See you later, night. Right, I need to add some noise to all of my bits. Get them all floating around. Where is this? Oh, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Alright, so the studs need to move a little bit, and the let me just add some set position nodes. Your voice is so soothing. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you find it soothing. Some people hate it. It's like surprisingly polarizing. Let's grab another set position over here. And turquoise, there we go. Hey, just wanted to say thank you. Oh, no, thank you so much for watching them. I was so desperate to get out those 101 videos before Nodevember started, because I really wanted people to be able to use Nodevember to like really explore geometry nodes, and there's just not enough. Like a lot of the documentation has not been written yet, so there's just like not enough content out there. Right, I need a noise node so that I can start just letting things boop around in space. And because I need to control, because I want it to be animated, I need to move things around. Yeah, I also need it to be multiplied by my fall off so that it does not happen unless the fall off has happened. But that's fine, so we can take that from up here. So let's grab a position, input position node, and I need to move things around. I don't need it to be looped because it's all happening in the middle. A huge barrier remover. Thank you. I'm glad they're useful. And like for your question before about the mapping, it is just one of those things that you get used to. And it took me a really long time to get used to it. I know there wasn't like so much content out before, but even so, I feel like people think I'm really clever, but like you don't know how long I've been learning this for. It took me so long. I really bashed my head against it for a couple of years. Well, like certainly like a good year and a bit. And that was like while on the Facebook pages, like Blender Procedural Textures and Blender Nodes. They're both really good pages. I've been blendering for like 14 years, 13, 14 years. But my my Blender ability has been very different. Like obviously there's not even been like that many procedural systems until very recently. So even just like if you look back at Nodevember 2019, there was no map range in procedural shaders. Like map range is a new thing. We all just used to divide and subtract to do our map ranges. All right, so color. This is our translation. I want it to be centered, so I'm going to subtract 0.5. Color is a 0 to 1 range. And I want it to go positive and negative, so minus 0.5 in this vector. And I also need to scale it by my fall off value so that I don't get any additional bobbing unless things have exploded. So scale by this fall off. And then I can use this in my set position. I can use it in my my other set position, and I can use it in my other set position. Okay, this should work. Working on the next Christopher Nolan film. I think like between this one and the last one, it's actually been fairly Christopher Nolan-y. Hopefully it's not. Oh, they're really jiggling. Why are these not jiggling? Where is my wall? Oh wait, floor. It's because I'm not affecting my wall. Don't even know where it is. Walls, here it is. Need to add this. Vector math. Add. Nolan-y again. It is Nolan-y again, I'm afraid. There we go. Way too much, but still good-ish. Alright, detail goes down to 0. Scale goes down to like Oh, maybe it's that my frame rate is way too high. Multiply by a low value, 0.1. 0.05? Gonna have to go really low. Right. I just need to loop this bit in the middle, 300 to 400. Maybe 350. All right. Too much. 0.002. There we go. I want that like 0G vibe. Things are just like hanging out, bullet time. Oh, thank you, David. That's really kind of you. To be fair, I did ask Hans, one of the developers, if I even understood fields. Like I did have like have to check that I even knew what I was talking about. I also want to affect the rotation, especially of the wall pieces. Which I can do quite easily, actually. Although maybe I want to affect that faster. Oh, things are overlapping. This is not good for my organization. Alright. Here we go. Thus. Okay. It is at 10, but I've got it set to drop frames, so it should technically actually play at the correct pace. In theory, but hopefully, I'll find out when I render it. Okay, so I need a different texture for one of these. How long did it take you to make the Blender splash screen? Oh, thank you. That took me about 14 hours. So we're about halfway. The splash screen like video, I think I probably did about 4 additional hours on like color correction and stuff. And just like tweaking. But obviously this is, you can't really compare live stream stuff for to just working on your own. How long will this take to render? The last one rendered at a second a frame. I'm assuming this is going to be about the same. I'm just rendering Eevee and I'm not using any special shaders. So I'm just doing these as like, can I make this cool effect? And hopefully the answer is occasionally yes. Move this over here. Multiply by 2. PC specs. Ryzen 9 3900X and an RTX 2070 Super. Man, things are going crazy. I guess this is what it's like to live in a haunted house. Just like shit flying everywhere all the time. Right, I have not even animated my tubes. I wish you could see indices in object mode. Absolutely. I wish I could, I mean, I can't even see indices in not object mode. So I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Oh, I feel like I'm going to have to go into wireframe does not help me. Yeah, because it's Eevee. I'm not rendering the cycles. Rendered the viewport in MP4. Yeah, there's actually Aniblast or something like that, which does a super fast low res. Like if you go into viewport animation, but it's like a specific one that lets you do super fast viewport renders. If you, it's good for like animation on characters and things. If you get timing wrong on a character, you get really uncanny. But for me, in this, I'm not stressing. I'm not stressing. I mean, it's not even late. It's like 10:30, so I can probably finish this off in not too much more time. I do want to add some more pipes, but oh man, this fly. I'm not actually gonna do too much more to this. I just want to animate my what am I looking for? Capsules. Here we go, this one. Forgot to colour it. Always make sure you colour and name stuff. Just, it's going to save you so much time if you have to do stuff like this. Hide. Here we go, cool. Let me show you in a new file. That's probably the easiest way. Let me pull up another Blender. Love the work of the math. One question: how can someone like me, who's never touched nodes, can start and learn the approach? It does seem complicated because it is kind of complicated, but it's not unmanageable. I think you just need to start with some basic exercises. I might do a series after Nodevember of just like kind of like warm-up exercises, or not warm-up exercises, like I don't expect people to do them on repeat, but you know, like simple things that explain a simple thing. I think I was doing streams before Nodevember last year, and I was using the old geometry node system, and it was just like the exercises were a lot simpler. I think were a lot more followable. For Nodevember, do a donut. Do you actually want a donut? Donuts are not too tricky. We don't have a... Oh yeah, alright. Let's do a donut. Let's grab a curved circle. And then a curve to mesh node. And then another curved circle, which is going to be our rest of our donut. And then we want to move the surface positions. So the best way to do that is by using a geometry set position node so that we can tweak the values on here. And I'm going to use noise texture. So texture, noise texture. And I'm going to, if I just stick the color into the offset, everything gets pushed away. And we can just do like vector math. So textures are between 0 and 1 because they're a color. So 0.5, if I subtract that, we'll go from minus 0.5 to positive 0.5. And then I can just scale this to change the strength, right? And then change the detail down, change the strength down to make it a bit more general sized lumps. So now we got our lumpy donut. Looking pretty good so far. Next thing we want to do is add some icing. So what we're going to do is quite simply just distribute points on the faces. We want to mask them to where they're on the top. Oops, that's not a box selection. To where they're on the top. So easiest way is just to use the Z position. We could actually use normals and dot product, but just for ease, let's use the Z position. So I'm going to be making a mask, and then we're going to do volume to mesh, right? So down here, we go volume to mesh. We have points to volume, so we can generate meshes quite quickly. let's set the radius down way smaller. But well, I need to delete some of these points, right? So let's grab a delete geometry node in here. Give the donut googly eyes. All right. So we need to delete some geometry. We're going to grab an input position because I'm interested in finding out what the position is at this point. We can use a vector, separate x, y, z. Find the z positions where they are greater than a certain position. So compare floats where z is greater than. If I plug this in, then we will get the bottom, of course, because we're making a selection and then deleting that selection. So we actually want the opposite. Something like this. And I can just increase the density until you've got some nice thick icing. Make it maybe a little bit thinner. And maybe increase the voxel amount. Make it a bit smoother. And adaptivity. So that'll change what the allowable sizes are. I can now just join this to my original thing. Like so. And then we need to give it some sprinkles, which are apparently going to be googly eyes. Which means that they also need to be animated so that you know that they're googly, not just eyes. And how are we going to do that? So I guess just like a circle and a circle, but the circle in the middle needs to move around. Oops. Donut? There we go. Let's also make this shade smooth. So if you want to shade smooth, just mash set shade smooth. It's all good. And now let's grab another distribute points because I need to distribute. Well, okay, first of all, let's make our eyes. Or shall we? Okay, I've got an idea for the googly. I think this is going to be fun. Let's grab point, distribute points on faces. So I'm only interested in distributing on the icing. And I'm going to show you the normal selection, like selecting by normal direction, so that we're putting them on the outside here rather than on the underside. It's quite simple once you know how. So you just grab the normal, do the dot product against Z, so 0, 0, 1, and now where they point in the Z direction, you'll get an output of 1, and where they point in the negative Z, you'll get an output of 0, sorry, minus 1. So now I can just use this to control with another float compare, greater than, and this can be what I use to limit my selection with my instance on points node. There we go, selection. And only 15 prompts this year to prevent burnout. That is true, although we are doing our best. We are doing our best to burn out anyway. I generally, this is a really bad way of working, but if you like almost burn out but you're not quite there, like it's a fine line, then that's how I know I've worked hard. It's like such bad advice, don't follow that. Icosphere as my instances. Let's make this much smaller. Right, so if I didn't have that, you can see that we have, it might not be so obvious, but we have points top and bottom, and if I plug this in, then we get rid of the ones on the bottom. I love how Luca Rude almost burned out after the first pro. Yeah, I know. To be fair, he did like some really good work. I don't know if he's used geometry nodes too much, and I think he, thank you. I think he just really like jumped into doing geometry nodes this time. Okay, we've got our points. Excuse me. And I'm going to align the rotation. So I can just plug the rotation across. And now that might seem like an odd thing to have done, but it's because I want these to be squished down flat, like little googly eyes. So now if I join these in here. Got a bunch of sprinkles. Right, make them a bit denser. Maybe I use pass on disk so that we have a bit of spacing. Distance between them. There we go, great. Something like this is fine. Alright. And now to make the googly eyes in the middle, I'm gonna do an offset spot and just spin it. Make them spin around. Although they'll be random. Okay, I feel like we've gone out of the realms of like, this is beginner, but the first bit of making a torus with the curves and then doing some points to volume, that's like a good process to learn how to do. But at this point, I'm just gonna take this to like way too far. Okay, let's turn on my screencast keys so I'm not missing anything. Chocolate buttons, they're about to be eyes though. Everybody loves eyes. Okay, KKK. Subdivision on the icing, I've got it set to adaptive so that you get some variation in the density, because if you have your adaptive, oh actually it's kind of right. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. I might as well set the voxel higher then. Or maybe, yeah, maybe subdividing is better. Subdivide surface to make the smoothing. 1 is fine. Cool. So to get another instance on points, I'm using the same points because I don't need different points, and what I need, eyes are intimate. This is, I suppose, true. So now if I move these in the X axis just a little bit, right, and also scale them down, and also move them up in the Z, maybe a little bit smaller. All right, and now, now we can make them spin. So utility rotate Euler, so we can just rotate these, and they need to be local. There we go, and then good night, Eli. Really cute or really horrifying. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I get, if there's questions, I just like jump on tangents and then I lose where I'm going. Tangent, so, tangent. White noise. Yeah, white noise on the position, so that's fine. And this needs to be multiplying what? By the frame? Let's do it in vector math so I can do fewer nodes here. So we're doing this to scale a Z rotation, right? So scale, white noise texture goes in here. I'm going to actually subtract 0.5 just so that we have it again centered. So some spin left and some spin right. Honestly, people who've been on my Discord for a little while, you'll know that I've made some weird shaders that just like put eyes on everything. Maybe I'll show you one of those because they're just so stupid. Alright, frame by 100. Is that right? That's not doing anything. I need this on the position. That should just be already on the position, but we can just make sure. Or the frog shader. What lovely it is. Like the frog one is just so bad good. I love it. Why isn't this giving me a random one per point? How strange. Let's go with a noise texture instead, maybe? Or a random. Oh, I could just do it with a random value. That's what I need. Utility, random value. Float between -1 and 1. That'll do. Why is this not giving me anything? Oh, maybe it's going too fast. Cool. Cool, cool. I had it way too slow. And now I just need to give it some colours. So let's set some materials on here. We're going to cycles real quick. Set for like the indoor scene. We're gonna need some shaders and some assign materials. So can you make it react to movement? Well, like, can I make it look at an empty? Yeah, I think I can. I reckon I can. Oh my god. Right, got dough. Let me just put some materials on so we can see things. Jump in here. Oh, this is such a mess. Why am I doing this? Right, Taurus, where are you? Set material. Dough. Oh, that's definitely the wrong bit. This bit. Set material dough. Poor Suzanne. All right. Let's make that a little bit less yellow. All right, that's probably good enough. Let's grab another one. Slot to icing whites and blacks of the eye. So icing. Any requests for icing color? When you just said stares at the camera, I know you're talking about me, but I reckon we can make them stare at the camera, like as we move around, so that the eyes always look at us. I love it. We're going for green. Okay, green came in first for the icing. Icing color. Give some nice shiny icing. Maybe a bit more toxic. There we go. Lovely. And then we need the whites of the eyes, which actually I can just leave as. And then we can just put in the pupils, which can be like black, shiny. Oops. Here we go. Black pupils. Which come down here. Cool, 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 cool. So, right, let's work out how to actually do this. I need to... You had a meeting for 30 minutes. It's just a curve around a curve and then volume to mesh for some points that we put on the top, just distributed points. And then we stuck some little circles on it and spun some little offset circles so that they like go round. This is definitely fine to do in Eevee. I absolutely will. Maybe I'll drop it on the Discord. Right, so now we need to make them all, when you get close enough, look at the camera. Oh, not speaker, camera. So camera comes in. The slow spinning ones. I feel like maybe we need a little bit more variation here, like -2 to 2. So that some of them are just like absolutely having a bad day. Alright. Probably back chilling. Matisse, you were unfortunately subjected to one of my eye shaders. I made like a 3D version of Matisse with a shader and then covered him in eyes. I just always end up doing really weird things. Right, I need to work out how to get this rotation to actually track the camera. So, oh, actually, it might be really easy. Because I can just use an align X. So utilities, align Euler to vector. I'm aligning the X. Oh, they all did not enjoy that. Damn, I need it to be... Yes, I can do it this way. Rotate instances. Rotation local. Oh wait, yeah, not to the Z. Oh wait, maybe I could have done it there. Sorry, bear with me. Basically everything looks better with googly eyes. It does. Can you make some of the eyes bloodshot? I can, indeed, yeah, because we do have a random value per object, because they're all instances, so that should be fine. Oh, how am I going to do this rotation thing? Because I still need them all to be aligned Z to Z. Okay, so let me pivot around the Z. Subtract the position. So we'll get like delta between these two. And then maybe this becomes my vector. There we go. Oh god, it's so awful. I love it. Alright, why are we doing this? So I also wanted to have a bit of a fall off, because I want it to be like when they're not too close, they just go back to their rolling. Oh my god. So we can do that. Maybe if I put these in the opposite order. Like this. So that shouldn't change anything, but we can now multiply this by some distance from the points. So grab another one of these. Distance, map range, and then scale. Right, so the ones which are close, like within, say, 3 meters, or like 1 to 3 meters. Alright, so when it's 0, right, bear with me. So we're going to go with like 2 to 5, 0 to 1. Oh my god. So when you start getting closer, they all just start looking at you. I claim no responsibility for this. This is entirely brought upon Brought upon by you. Here we go. What a mess. -1 to 1. There we go. It's weird, they really jiggle when you start getting close like that. Oh, I guess it's because of the... It's because this is being driven by the frame. Which means it's like moving away from 0. No, I don't think I can work out. I don't think I can do like a delta time from an arbitrary moment. That would be cool though, if I could like make them start panicking if you looked at them for too long. We could change the color of the icing where the eyes are like looking at you, so you can get like a little bit of a visual fall off. Somebody else said about having red icing, so we can add some of that as like the change point. So we can do this with our map range. Just plug this one straight out. If some of them started blinking, yeah, I reckon we might be able to do that. It's going to take a little bit of maths and a UV sphere, but I reckon we can make them blink. Okay, let's just pass out this as proximity. PRX, I'll do. And come into the shader. We are interested in the icing shader. Do I have a degree in maths? No. I have just brute forced my way through. You thought it was like when you tried an hour ago. It just descends. It's gonna get worse and worse over the next like 2 or 3 hours. The icing shader. Okay, input, attribute. We're looking for PRX. Does this actually come through? Are we... Oh yeah, cool. Mix RGB. And we just go for a dark red. Cool. Maybe I'll give this a little bit better fall off, just so it's not like... Makes it a little bit more obvious. Cool. I sent him my my octopus donut that I made with sphere chalk. I don't think he appreciated it. It was basically just, it looks like an octopus's leg. It's like covered in suckers and it's sitting in a pool of water. It's very strange. Right, what are we doing? Oh, blinking. Okay, so we've already got the points to just give the donut a heartbeat as well. Do you know what, we actually could? Because we can just like display some of it. You know what, you don't want to eat it because it would start screaming and you don't know what you would have released if you did that. Can the red just be around the eyes? Yeah. Oh my god, that makes it so much more horrible. But yes, it can be. Oh my god. So basically we're going to use an attribute proximity. Sorry, geometry proximity. Oh my goodness. If this is just going to get demonetized so quickly. Okay, we're going to come from our points and just plug in our distance. There we go. That should do it. I mean, it should have done it. Oh wait, points? Yeah. Now we can just use a map range on here to make them a little bit bigger and a little bit tighter. There we go. Nice. I hate it. Oh wait, we need to do it with specific ones, don't we? Not because it's a selection. So let's actually do it with geometry. We'll do it with the actual eyes themselves. Realize instances. Here we go. There we go. Gorgeous. And it still just watches you. I mean, what more do you need in a donut than sentience? Oh, what software is this? This is Blender. We're using geometry nodes in Blender. Can you try and give the dough a bunch of mouths? Let me make it blink first, but then we'll add some lips. Yeah. I have no mouth and I must scream. That is actually a really good story. Add tentacles. I think we'll just go with the mouths and the eyelids. Let's see if we can actually make something that's going to be like proper blinky. Oh my god, what a mess. Right, UV sphere. We need to delete a ring. Oh, what's the best way to do this? Because I kind of want them to move randomly, which means I really just need them to be based off rotation. So I could have like two halves which come together. So they'll just be two sets of point instances and then, or instance on points, and then they will just rotate in opposite direction. How can we leave when you say yes, it's possible? There is no, you ask me to do anything and I will do it. I will make Blender make it happen. Let's just delete geometry on x is less than 0. So we have a half sphere. Input position vector separate x, y, z. Wow, what a treat this stream has turned out to be. Less than 0, here we go. Can I fix all the world's economy with Blender? I can, but unfortunately people are resistant to change, so that is a shame though. There we go. Right, here is an eyelid. Which I guess should probably also have the icing texture. Material, set material, icing, here we go. Oh, and I should do that as a shade smooth as well, so I'll use mine. Now I just need to get it to rotate around. Blender has become stand-up comedy. It's like the best improv. The best improv. Alright, instance. Join this up. Have a look at the output. See what we've got. Oh god. That is enormous. So we'll reduce our radius a little bit. And I really want to get these to rotate a little bit different. Rotate away there. I don't know if it rotates before or after. Oh, that's annoying. It scales and then rotates rather than rotating and then scaling. But that is fine because we can just use an instant scale instances afterwards. Alright, so we'll do this as 1 and then we'll go down to 0.25 here. Alright, local, come on. Just like trying to find... Ugh. What a nuisance. So if we don't have it scaling, does it work? Kind of, but it's like way too tall. Every day is Halloween. Oh, how am I going to get the blink working correctly? Maybe we just get the pupils to like fake blink rather than actually having eyelids. I feel like we could get the eyelids to work, but it's also might be a little bit of effort. You don't mind the tall eyelids? I just feel like they should be really like, I don't know, might be nice to have like some fleshy eyelids. If we're doing all the mesh to like points to volume, I wonder if we can just control a few points to come up like over the edge. In which case we only really need like a band or a couple of bands. Or yeah, I actually like the... Wait, let me bring those back. But we're going to feed them through the points to volume with the icing. Points to volume, volume to mesh. Oh, are we? Are we even able to? Well, we can try. Can you just have a sphere and compare to delete the center? Yeah, wait. Actually, my toolkit has a sphere that we could do this with. UV sphere. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, my sphere in my toolkit, we can just animate the where is this? Oh, there we go. That's all we need, isn't it? We just need it to like open and close like Pac-Man. Great. Problem solved, don't worry. What is this? Disaster. Oh, wait, actually, I do need to bring back that entire setup. I had it so close. Right, bring it back. And then I will use the other 1.26. Use the toolkit generator, UV sphere. Geometry goes in here. Make sure that these are nice and little. I don't need any additional rotation. Yeah. And we just need to find out where. Oh, we need to. Okay, I need to rotate it onto its side first. Unfortunately, they will all blink at the same time. It's not ideal, but unless we make a few different ones and scatter them as instances. Bring that radius down a little bit and cover the eyelid. There we go. Oh, perfect. Who doesn't love? What are we doing? So I need a map range and then tau subtract that same map range, and this should give us like an even blink. Oops. Great. Can you not do proximity with two meshes made in the same node tree? Yes, you can. Wherever you use it, that is the one that you're using it on. So like how we have it up here, the target is pulling the information from the eyes, but then we're using that information on the icing. So you can just do it that way. What am I doing now? Let's grab a frame. I need this to be all offset. I only need it to happen sometimes. So, like in 100 frames, it wants to happen for 10 of them or something. So we want to, sorry, I'm just like thinking of the numbers in my head now. So input value, frame, oops, frame, and then can I use some animated noise? Yes, I could do. So we could animate the noise, and then the noise will control the blinking, and we can just clamp the noise so that it only does it when it's like clamps above certain things. 3.0 is so confusing compared to 2.93. Oh no, 2.93 is way more confusing. Maths, because in 2.93, I would have still done all of the same stuff, but it would have been like one long line, like 200 miles long, of attribute nodes. Like all of the maths is exactly the same. It's just that now I can do them on separate nodes that are like specific to those nodes. The eyelids unfortunately can't, unless I turn them into a volume to mesh. All right. Yes, we can. Okay, we're going to do pick instances. We're going to make a few different eyes that blink at different times. No, this is an add-on called Node Minimap. You'll find a link to it in the description. Right. Frame changing controls the position of a noise texture, which can just be 1D, that's fine. And then the factor is going to be from like 0.2 to 0.3, right? Oh, we don't want the spinning, do we? There we go. Yeah, you will work it out. I think it just takes a little bit of time to sit with it and see how different things are like reacting. Point. Ooh. We're getting there. Okay, just need a few that are different. when we duplicate this, and then I can just add a bunch of these. All right, so let's do 4 different eyelids, and I just need to add a different amount to the frame each time. Oops, let's grab that one. Basically just to help randomize this a little bit. It's kind of like adding a random seed for each of these 4. You just joined, what do you think at this? Who suggested this? Somebody suggested doing a donut for a quick thing. And then it became it just kept getting better. Mesh to instance, here we go. Another one. Oh, let me pause it for a sec. Another one. Let's get these all joined up. Points, instances, pick instances. All right. Now things are showing at different times. Looking good. Stick the icing on these ones. Great. Somebody said lips. So I guess we need to make some little mouths for the bottom. They're only happy accidents. Need to give it some little friends. I can't believe this didn't happen before Nodevember. This is such a good result. There we go. Right. This is like such a good Halloween thing. You suggested the mouths. Your wish is my command. I need to work out how we're going to make the mouths though. Are you happy with them just being static, like sitting still? Add a single ear. Beth Woodford. Oh, Beth. Spectre said happy birthday earlier. Yeah, I need give it some happy little friends. I need to think of something to give it. I mean, maybe we just put a few of them on a plate and that'll be fine. Just little holes. Well, we can line them with teeth. That's not a problem. We'll just do like a little cylinder with some little fangs in it. This will be good. All right. Bezier curve circle. Veins. Oh my god, I'm not doing veins. That would be too bad. All right. So we've got this. We're gonna do curve tangent, instance on points, and mesh primitive cone, because we need little sharp teeth. Damn, this is just so good. And we need to align the rotation, so we need to grab a utility, align Euler to rotation to vector. I hope you're all learning lots. This is this is actually a really good exercise for learning. We're going to grab the Z, or the X, while locking the Z. And then I'm going to do another one where we're going in the Z, locking the X, following the curve normal, which is just a normal node. Here we go. And now, oh damn it, now I can just do it with the set curve tilt. Point these into the middle, 180, here we go. And we just need to make our cones a little bit smaller. So now now we're making some little teeth. Oh my god, gorgeous. Gorgeous. I want to have some really, really pink lips around the outside. And then we can give it... Maybe we make two, like one of them is like this and one of them has loads of teeth, but also a tongue. How do I know about tangents and Eulers and such? Because there's nodes for them, and I look at the nodes and I'm like, I wonder what that means. And then I just look it up, or I ask people on my Discord server. So if you do want to know more of this stuff, definitely jump on the Discord. It's actually loads of fun people doing stuff all the time on there. Okay, so this is teeth number 1. Can the monster mouth be like a Star Wars and Monsters mouth? Is that popular culture reference that I don't get? Star Wars. Which Star Wars monsters are you talking about? Like the big desert one with like the rows of teeth. Oh, the pit, the Sarlacc pit. Nice. That was actually the first one that just came up on Google. Good stuff. Right. So that was like pointy little teeth and rows of them. Let's grab another couple of these. Oh wait, what's a better way of doing this? Okay, generators, cylinder. My cylinder might be of some use here. No curve tilt, but we can still work it out. And let's just plug in our rotation directly. And let me just toggle this to be Z. Alright, nice. Now I can just spin them the other way with a rotate Euler. So utilities, rotate Euler, local. That'll do, 180. Nice. This is going to be the middle of the donut. I was going to put them around the outside on the bottom. I don't think there's really enough space in the middle. Although it would look horrific. Right, so a couple of these, and the bottom ones need to get closer, and they also need to be twisted. And the depth needs to be a bit shorter. There we go. And maybe the ones at the top can be less rotated in. Wait, which angle is this? 1? Maybe I need to do that one before. When is enough enough? I'm afraid we do not reach that point. I kind of want the top ones to like point up more than the bottom ones. Hey Nugget. Yeah, still going strong. It's only 7 hours and I actually feel really good. I'm like 3 cups of tea. We're doing good. We're making like a horror donut. It's really good. It like blinks and it looks at the camera. There's really nothing bad about this. Trying to animate a weight hitting the ground and stuff around the rocks bounce because of the impact. Is it possible to do it procedurally? Well, you could do it with this physics sims. I don't really know how people are faking physics with geometry nodes because I don't know how you can do the time unless you're literally faking the time, like everything is 100% faked and like the whole impact, but like you can't easily, at least, do that, I don't think. Excuse me. Right. Let's go back to Euler. So they're all pointing into the middle, more or less. And let's just do an aligned rotation to vector, Z, and that can go in the factor. Good. Oops. Oh, and the factor. Right, I need to do a subtract position. Input position, subtract, and then this one. Oh yeah, there we go. Nice. Nothing says crispy donut like rows of teeth. Nice, that'll do good. Now we just need to add some lips, of course, and stick it all over the donut. Just on the base, of course. So, why don't you use AN for animation? Because I don't really get on with animation nodes. Like, I can use it, but I never really spent a long time getting fluent with it. Oh, this is for just fun. This one is my four-sided one. Let's go back to the beginning. So it's not finished. I haven't finished animating this one yet, but it's like a room, and then there's a door, and then everything blows up, and then it cuts. But it does just go back the other way. I think it was at 406. Yeah, and then it just pulls back here, and starts again. So this one's for four-sided, but I'm not there yet. It's because somebody was asking for a good beginner exercise with geometry nodes, and somebody else said the donut, and then we made a donut. We got distracted. This happens all the time. I would go to uni and literally do this all the time. Not this. I don't think I'd be seen in public doing this. But I would literally go and sit on people. Like, people would be working and just like doing their uni work, doing their degree stuff, like serious stuff. And I would just like come and sit on their table and just chat for ages. I was like such a bad influence. All good fun though. Alright, geometry. Oh wait, no, curve primitive. We need a curve to mesh. Alright, up like this. And then we can make the lips kind of fleshy and this is so weird. Okay, so we're just making another little ring. And I need to attribute capture the curve parameter, which is like 0 to 1 along the thing. Still going, Tricks Water, thank you. I actually did just finish off my cup of tea, but thank you. Oh, nice. Let us know when you finished, Nugget, and I will bring it up on there. I'll have a look. Alright, so curve parameters in. We can now use this attribute to drive some noise. Texture, noise. Here we go, make this 1D. Make this a bit bigger. And then we can use this to drive to displace. Oh wait, no, maybe I should just do it before. In which case I don't need the capture attribute. Because we can just set radius. So color, curve, set radius. And I can just do it like this. Great. Just to make it like a little bit lumpy, you know? Nice. Looking good. Just need to map range this to make it a little bit less extreme. There we go, and I will move it up a little bit. Let's geometry transform in the z-axis. Oh, needs to be a bit bigger. Something like this, and then Oh, do you know what? This might actually totally work just without much more. I want it to like pull in a bit in the middle. Does this have geometry? Oh yes, it does. Nice. So I just need to delete my top and bottom faces. So geometry, delete geometry. Oh wait, that's not delete. Geometry, delete. And we are deleting only faces from the top. Looks like a Kraken mouth. Yeah, it does. So normal's facing up. So curve. Oh wait, no, sorry. Input, normal. Oh, actually, I'll just use my. I've already got a node that does this. Masks, selection, normals. Outside. This is weird. It's really not, doesn't want to do that. That's fine, it's just to cover the bottom bit anyway. Join this in. Great. Maybe we stretch it a little bit. Cool. Nice, that looks almost perfect. So here we go, we have our mouth. Control J. Mouth. And I just need to chuck some materials on it so it looks gorgeous. I guess I'll go black inside and then do something like pink for the lips. So set material. Go. Oh, that's the teeth. Here we go. Maybe make a less shiny one. There we go. And one more for the lips because, you know, it's going to be gorgeous. Animate it. Or I don't know if I can really. Maybe I can make the teeth move up and down. Like, because they're just following this, right? Maybe just like a little sine wave in here. Frame. Sine frame by like 50 or something, maybe 100. That's too slow. Closing the lips a little bit. I don't know how easy that would be. Divided by 2. Oh, it definitely goes down too low. Is it all driven by this? Maybe it is. In which case, maybe we can just scale, like transform this one. Geometry, transform. Oh wait, there's a separate curve over here. Okay. Okay, great. Perfect. We can close the lips a little bit now. So we want to go from like 0.5 to 1, I guess. So hash frame. Oh wait, no, hash sine frame by 50. Or maybe a bit slower, faster. And then that's -1 to 1. So we want to plus. How can you think so mathematically? Practice. I've done this so many times, like literally hundreds of times I've had to write out drivers like this. I always used to do it with like loads of math nodes. So I take like a frame node, and then I would, like a value node with frame in it, and then plug that into like your sign node, and then put it through a map range. You missed the more specific prompts from last year. I think a lot of people do. I've seen actually quite a few people using our prompts. So I think, yeah. I don't know, as good as the open prompts are, I think there's probably going to be quite a lot of people who don't get past like the 10th, I want to say. Which I think is a bit of a shame. Like, it's such a fun challenge to do, if you have the time, of course. Alright, so from 0.5 to 1 needs to be like divided by 4. But then, first of all, let's add 1.5 and then divide it by 4. Maybe 2. This would have been easier with a map range. Let's add 3 actually. Alright, down to 0.5. Up to 1. Oh, great. Perfect. That's what I wanted to do. Maybe you can do it on the X as well. I can do, yeah. Do you want it to be the same or like offset? Copy driver, paste driver. Because if we change this over to cars, then it'll like do one and then do the other. Oh, it's kind of like, If it wasn't a hole full of teeth, I would say it was kind of sensual, but let's just instance this everywhere. Where's my lip material? Look up some lips. Let's go pink. It's like the horror film Teeth. That is such a bad film. But yes it is. Where is the lips? Here it is. Pink. Beautiful. Beautiful. Just makes it, you know, like it's been dressing up. This is not making it better. Oh my god, what am I doing? I just wanted like a lipstick colour. This is atrocious. This is like, I'm gonna have to not make it pink, I'm sorry. Let's go like this. Fucking hell. Pardon my French. Right, let's get this instanced on the thing. Right. Distribute points. Where are we putting these? Here we go. Here's our mesh. And then let's make sure that we are instancing points on just the bottom side. So we'll grab another mask normal. Where are we doing this? Inside? Oh yeah. Let's go down like this. Probably a little bit narrower. That's right, a little bit fewer points. And here we go. Oh my god, this has just like become so awful. Instance on points. And make sure we get our rotation in, of course. These seem really big. Let's just make them a bit littler as well. We could probably change the colour to randomize them. The eyes should be 1 to 2 times as big as the eyes. Alright, well let's join them all together and we can, you know, Make sure that we're not making some horrible mistakes. Oh, it's pretty close actually. Maybe come up slightly higher. I don't know. There's a little bit of overlapping there. I'll take it, it's alright. Oh god, what a mess. Some subsurface scattering will be perfect. I kind of don't want to make it flashy because I think that's going to make it so much worse. But I will randomize the colours. Right, so have the mouse sink into the donuts just slightly. I will do, just a moment. So object info. And let me just pause this. Converter, color ramp. Let's make ourselves a palette. If you set this to constant, add a few stops and distribute evenly from the left, then you can grab some colors that you want. Let's go for like a purple, maybe a pink, red, go for a green, and a grey. That might be awful. There we go. Yeah, just to give it a little bit more personality. And then, I guess, some subsurface scattering. We need fewer mouths, or definitely more spacing. So that's up here. They're like awful sea creatures. Geometry, transform. Here we go. Let's move them down in the Z a little bit. Oh, and then we're going to have to do an attribute proximity just to like push in the surface. Let's grab another attribute proximity. So, sorry, geometry proximity. I keep doing that. Target points. There we go. And I want to displace the surface. So I'm finding my surface. I'm going to grab my geometry set position because I want to move the position of the surface here. And then I want to move it along the normals so that we're just pushing them in. So I need an input normal node. I'm going to be doing it by the distance, but I want to control it. So a map range. And I will multiply that map range with a scale node by the normal vector. And then this will be our offset in theory. Although it does not seem to do anything. That's very odd. Oh wait, no it's not. I was looking at the wrong thing. Make sure you're looking at the right things. Okay, so 0, 2. I guess where the distance is lowest, we need it to be negative. And there we go. Now we can control this a little bit better to give us the clearance for the mouths. This is part of the prompt, unfortunately not. Oh my god, what a mess. Right, let's put it with a happy little friend. We'll make another one. Just stick them next to each other. Maybe make them a bit different colours. Well, as odd as it has been, I hope it's been at least partially a learning experience. Grab these ones. Here we go. Move it across. Rotate it. Move it up. You know, you got to position these things so that they're you know, make them look appetizing. So, oh, maybe I should have just positioned this one by hand. Here we go, down and back across. There we go. It's kind of like one is eating the other. It's kind of a nice thing, actually. Sustenance, circle of life. This is what sleep. I wake up with these on my chest just every day, just like holding me down. Oh, that's not working with the attribute proximity. Right, because it's being a bit tricky with the proximity. I am actually just going to duplicate it and do this by hand, right? I know that's not very procedural of me, but are the donuts mating? No, they're just like having a little munch, because you know, donuts are delicious, so they can't really help themselves. Let's grab the icing colour. Maybe I randomise the colour a little bit. Right. Just got to hear what's happening. That's a good question. I mean, we're basically just making some donuts. Maybe I should hold this one back for like the round one, or if anybody else, so prompt number 5 or 6, 5 I think, is just round. So I challenge any of you to copy this like cannibal donut thing and submit it for prompt number 5. Right, converter, color ramp again. Distribute stops from left. Make it a soft body to make it extra squishy. Object index, here we go. Make it just a few. Oh wait, if I reset that, if you go into HSL far, and then you can go like red to red. Oh, are these just, do these work? There we go. And now you can just make as many different donuts as you want. You know, you want 1,000 donuts, you got donuts. In fact, you could just totally use this as so if I just grab like a, oh, so many of the ones on day 9, 10 are going to be donuts. Everybody's just like Blender donut. To mesh to instance. Oops. Oh god, what have I just done? Ah, it doesn't work if they're instances. Alright. In that case, I will just duplicate a couple more. Maybe make a couple a little bit smaller. Cool. I see nothing wrong with this. Alright, I am unfortunately going to have to get back to my normal prompt. But hopefully this has helped somebody. This is just so strange. Alright, delicious. Let me save this and I'll put it on Discord and then I will share a link. Or if you're on Discord already, then let me just drop it into resources, I guess. Donut test, there we go. How big is it? Oh, it's only 2 meg. All good. Tasty donuts. So if you're on our Discord, and you want this file, check out in the resources, and you can find it in there. Could I come on Discord for a second? I am on Discord. What? All right. Let's go back to. Let me just close this one properly, so I'm not tempted to start it again. Wait, Riaz, should I be on Discord? You can just send me a message. Oh yeah, there we go. Index viewer. All right. So Riaz might have just worked out the thing that we asked for, viewer index. If you have, this is amazing. Right, let me again open a new file. Open a new Blender. Very heavy. Oh my god, I can't believe you let the kids watch that. How do you make an align rotation to vector in fields? The utility align Euler to vector. Oh god, I just opened the wrong file. Yeah, there's a node already there that can do it. Hey, you actually did. I like your workspace names. Man, I have to know how this works. Does it work with all things? So Luca, the align Euler to vector, it's just the top one in the utilities, so that's the one you want. Or if you want to make your own, you just have to use trigonometry. I mean, just align. Let's use a generator. File attack axis. Let's see if this holds up. Oof! Oh my god, it does. What? How did you do this? Oh my god. Well, at least it's only simple. I see. Oh my god. I mean, it's amazing. But, so what he's done is he's basically generated the numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then he's instancing them like he's building numbers out of his pre-made numbers by just doing loads of maths. It's not even all maths, like loads of Boolean maths as well. I mean, props for getting this done. That's pretty cool. Let's see how high we can go. Okay, we're still good at... Oh, we're starting to get a bit laggy at 8,000. Still alright, actually. We're definitely lagging at 10k. And it's pretty unusable at 30,000. Amazing work though. This is super useful for people who are beginners. I mean, literally for everybody, but especially if you're a beginner and you're like trying to visualize what's going on with the numbers. This is going to help so much. So, Riaz, you should release this. You should share it. Share it with the world. That's amazing. Congrats, man. That's actually so good. I need to have more of a play with it later. Alright. Let me go back. Let me finish this. Right. We just got to animate our capsules. Going up and down here with our endpoints. Should be fairly easy. Just got to get a vector. Sorry. a map range, hash frame. How does the pipe room relate to the prompt? The prompt is 4-sided, and I'm making a room, so I'm doing it pretty pretty straightforward. So we need everything to be like 2, 12. So 1 to 2, 12. Almost bedtime. Good night, man. Thanks for stopping by. It's always fun when a stream just goes a little bit off kilter. Alright, we want to start like 0.001 and shoot up to 1. And then it wants to go in reverse, does it? What's the weirdest single node in geometry nodes? That's a good question. I mean, weird in terms of not very useful. Probably the string node, because we don't have any strings. Or I guess you can use it with your text nodes. Yeah, I suppose that's not actually that weird. There are some like curve primitives which seem a bit strange, like star. In terms of like weird ones to use, like some of mine are a bit odd, like the pers node, or the torus. You can actually make some really cool shapes with. But yeah, I don't know. Quantum node. Right, and I want it to do the same again as we come back. So it's like still going forwards from 372 back to the end, which is going to be 406, right? Oh, that's definitely going to be a different pace. Oh, actually, a node which I really just don't understand why they bothered. The vector in. Like, what's the point in having a vector in when you've already got to combine X, Y, Z? It's like the same node, but much less useful. That's just an annoying one. Okay, frame. Oops, that's the wrong spelling. And I just need to mix between these when the frame goes above, I guess like 230-ish. Switch. Should you make a shader version? Are you able? How does it even, what? But a shader can't. Oh, do you mean like it'll instance a plane and it'll just write the words on the plane? Like the numbers, I mean. Okay. Yeah, well, if it's like doing a plane, if it's anything to make it faster, really. I mean, if people are going to be struggling, I mean, my PC is fairly quick, but if you're going to be struggling on a laptop with like 10,000 values, then yeah, the same math to generate the number. I did like a pixel value counter before, and I just used like some, you know, like a flipbook, so it shows all of them and it just like translates it horizontally. So you just have like a super low res image that you can pack in the file. Although how's it going to link? If you use a set shader, then when you append the node group, if it's setting the material inside the node group, it should also append the shader that it's got set. So that should work for you. All right, let's get these plugged in. Get a utility compare float. Again, hash frame greater than 230. And here we go. All right. So things are moving around. I might need to make the pipes a little bit thicker. Comes forwards, everything blows up. And then you get pulled back. Wait, what do you mean? For the the shader. Right, if you have a group in so everything in the group node, when you append a group node, if it is referencing other things, like if you have an object info node with a particular object selected in your group node. When you append that group node, it will bring the object. But if you use a material, like set material node inside the group, then whenever you append the node group, it will bring the material. So it will always function for you. That's kind of, I mean, that's what you need it to do basically. Just make sure you have a set material node doing the setting material. Is there a way to stop self-crashing? There is not, that I know of. I don't believe so. I mean, there probably is a way of doing it with maths, but I don't really know too much about physics sims. Right, I need to make my tubes a little bigger, but I don't know where my tubes are. Oh, here we go. 0.00, 0.06 maybe. Cool, right. With a raycast, ooh, you'd have to do a raycast for every frame and then store the data, and then I don't know if there's a way of doing it. Right, the Node Minimap add-on is so good. It's so good. I'm loving using it because I don't have to zoom out all the time now. And especially, you know, sometimes you get that like glitch where it'll suddenly like punch you off into space, and you can actually just like click straight back onto your map. So good. Wait, if there's an image texture in the shader node group, will it append that too? It will do, yeah. It should do. Yeah, it should. Right, I'm gonna need some illumination. Let's just for completeness, let's use sphere chalk to generate our lights. So I'm going to make a new node tree, calling it lights, and I'm going to use a plane, nice and simple, with Viz light viewer. Join these two up. Now we got some lights. Yeah, append should basically check everything and group it all together. Right, let's move these up. Matrix. I'm gonna go centered. Okay, here we go. Location. The ceiling. Maybe we have fewer. This one's only 400 frames, so maybe I can render this one with cycles. That might be a little bit better. You'll put it in the asset dump. Oh yeah, on our Discord we have a little channel called the asset dump. So if anybody ever has things that they're just like, I want to share this, you can drop them in there. Right, geonodes, let's assign some more materials. Let's make some more materials. Oh wait, I need to put those into my light collection. Geonodes. Capsule. So I need a material for my capsules. Set material, drop that on there. And this can be selected. And I also need one for the pipes themselves, which I think ought to be glass. Maybe we should put some like little metal bands around them as well, which we could do quite easily by just instancing cylinders with the correct tangent, like align Z to tangent. Which actually I'm definitely going to do that. It always makes things look so much better and more pipey. Right, I'm going to use matte smooth this time because I want it to be smoothed on the pipes. Make a new one called glass. And I don't really want to use glass because it's really, really noisy. So it seems like Sverchok and geometry nodes can work together. Does one happen before the other? I don't know, actually. I know that shaders happen at the end. I would assume geometry nodes probably happens first because it's like a core part of Blender, and then Sverchok is Python. So I would assume it gets analyzed afterwards. Glass. We're going to just... I will probably make a different one, but I'll just use glass for now. And we'll go clear. Looking good. Let's make these... I don't know what colour the capsules should be. Maybe they should all be different. Damn, this is looking weird. Yeah, there is a node minimap patch, but it's not been worked on for a little while. And yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that like they might just look at it in the community, like in the that there's an add-on now, and they might just be like, well, we'll just leave it for now. Add it later if it's like requested. Different color for each tube, but not each capsule. I actually don't know what model. I don't know what the oh, metallic does look good. I don't know if I have a random value per tunnel or if it's per pipe, or if it's a singular object. Let's go into the glass here. Input object info. No, it all looks like it's the same. Oh, maybe I have geometry random per island though. That I have different. Alright, well now we can do this with a can you show the whole scene? I will. Just give me 1 sec just to colour these. White noise. Different colours, which I might just make like more neutral. So we'll sort of mix them towards white. They look like they're completely solid, don't they? I feel like you would have almost no distortion because they'd be super thin glass. So I just want them to look a little bit more like pipes, maybe like 1.2 or something. All right. Let's do this. It's a little bit choppy because it's in cycles. Whoa, that was super choppy. Oh, and I need it to be like white outside as well. Like white. Let's do it in Eevee real quick for you. Oh, all the capsules in one tube should be one colour. The tube should just be glass. Yeah, well luckily there's only one capsule in each tube. So that actually works out fine. So yeah, that's how it all looks. Everything kind of explodes as the camera comes up and then gets sucked back together. Pretty neat. Alright, I need temperature must be rising too fast. Yeah, because I would have done more capsules in each pipe, but it was just being a bit difficult. I could have probably done 2, but yeah. Do you think that geometry nodes can do everything that Sverchok can? Absolutely not. No, Sverchok has like 700 nodes. Geometry nodes has like 50. And they're aimed at animation, whereas geometry nodes, Sverchok is aimed at design. So it's quite different. Alright, back into rendered view. Definitely want to change those lights. Are these all the same? I Need to make sure these are all instances of the same one, so I can just change them together with a thing. Let's use a black body, because you always got to use black bodies for your lighting. 3500 should look nice in the interior. Why don't you use animation nodes? Because it's not as good as geometry nodes or Svetrock, to be honest. Svetrock's like incredible for modeling. Animation nodes is good for animation, but geometry nodes is also good for animation. So there are nodes in Svetrock that you can't make with the geometry nodes group. Yeah, like if I had a bunch of points, I could join them in like the plexus effect. You know, like just randomly joining stuff together. I'll do some tutorials on that at some point. The thing is with Svetrock is like nobody watches the tutorials, or very few people, so it can be a little bit difficult to justify it compared to like geometry nodes content, which everybody really, really likes. But I personally prefer Svetrock just because I feel like I can do basically anything with it. Let's get some strength in here. External. Oh, this is not procedural, but I'm going to use IES lights. IES lights give you light cone textures, basically. But it means that you can get some really nice, realistic lighting very easily. Going to go with the jellyfish. And you just got to turn the strength right down. Is Svetrock coming close to Houdini? No, Svetrock is close to Grasshopper. Grasshopper is a parametric design tool for architects. And yeah. Houdini is much closer. Like, geometry nodes is kind of moving more towards Houdini. And Grasshopper and Svetrock are much more similar. Here we go. I need my noggins and my studs to be woody. You have a question. In fields, if you have an instance and you scale it with a scale instance, and then you use the instance points, and then you... What? Where's your question? Oh, will the new object inherit the scale of the old instances? I don't think so. I don't know if a point actually holds scale information. I'm not really clued up on it. But if you are doing that, you might as well just use the original points. Going around in circles. Right. I need to get some wood going. Let's get these in. These are my studs. Yeah, I know. Material, set material. Let's add another one. Let's get some wood going in here. It's just got to be an indication of wood. Oh, it's so nice to make stuff with cycles. It's just so easy to make stuff look, even if it's just flat colours, it just looks like infinitely better. Oh, nice. Wait, spicy melon, how does that even work? Also, I really like your name. I didn't even think about it before. Alright, let's get rid of the roughness. Oh wait, no, specular. Turn that down. And I want to work a little bit more on the wall shader. Just want it to be like... have a little bit of texture. Don't forget to add a bevel node in shaders. That is like a really easy way to get stuff, especially if you're using cycles. But is it going to make me use... oh, that has not changed at all. Oh, I understand. It's because it's now got to load CUDA. It's one of these nodes which is not included in optics. which means it's going to render like a fifth the speed. So I'll probably not use the bevel, unfortunately. I could really do with a bevel node in geometry nodes. Huh. Store the rotation and scale with 7 points in a point cloud. That seems actually really smart. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. Whoa. I think I just went through a glass pipe and everything distorted. Right, let's grab some noise. Or maybe Voronoi. No, we'll go with noise. Texture, vector, bump. Bump into the normal. Grab a texture, noise, texture. Go for fairly high detail and roughness here. Height. Bump. By the way, the distance is in meters, so make sure you set that accordingly. Probably like 0.01. And we're going to use real coordinates here. Let's use texture coordinate object. Just so we don't get any stretching. Yeah, what do you guys think of this Nodevember's prompts? I don't know, jury's out. I don't hate them, but I think they make it difficult for some people. Geometry Nodes already has over 100 nodes, does it? Okay, and we're going to also add some other noise, lower stuff, higher roughness. To my roughness in here. Map range. Point 2 to 0.4. You accidentally combined it with one of our prompts. What did you do for it? Okay, some weird artifacting in here. Yeah, I really like the general prompts, but I think it also makes it harder for people to like your work. Because I feel like a lot of people just want to like compare like for like. You know, if everybody's doing a donut, everybody can compare your donut against somebody else's donut and be like, I can see like, I like this one and I like that one. Whereas if everybody's doing random stuff, it can get a little bit like, meh, just different stuff. Combining not accidentally. I'm glad you're using them. I want to put little collars around the points that the pipes meet the ceiling. How do I do that? Pipes welded. I can maybe use an output attribute with the position of the original points. Why don't you use donuts in destruction? How am I going to get these back in? That's really annoying. I need to... Oh, this is really annoying that we don't have that weld node. This is making lots of issues. I need to like pass out some information. Right. Attribute capture. Just on here as output the vector input position. Here we go. for over 8 hours with just 2 breaks. I do actually do a lot of leg exercises. Like while I'm sitting here, I have a balance board at my feet and I also have a footrest. But I should for sure move a little bit more. I'll plug in the normal as well now. Okay. Position. I'll lose my back and my voice. This is true. Pause and norm. There we go. Let's see if I can pull these up in the other one. So cube. What is this? Something has happened. I've unplugged something or I've changed some value somewhere. And I've lost... This is so annoying. Alright. Wait, what? Okay. That's very confusing. Okay. Nothing's sticking through the wall now. Odd. Let's grab... Yeah, I kind of hope they were a bit more specific next year as well. Like, you can totally go as abstract as you want anyway, you know? Attribute. Right, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull these in, but group input. Going to be doing an attribute transfer from this geometry vector from the front, and we're going to be calling in pos. Yeah, the color ones, even the size ones. I mean, the color ones are especially abstract. I'm really confused at like how music people are going to be doing these prompts, because there are quite a few people who do music, you know. Transfer attributes by index. And I also need an attribute statistic, so I know how many points we're going to have. So geometry. Vector on this attribute. Hey, Taylor, how's it going, bud? Where is Spectrum with the drink time reminder? To be fair, he's probably, and very well deservedly, gone to have a rest. Alright. I just need to add one to my max. No, wait, what am I doing? Oh, my max value. I need to know how many there are, though. How long is this field? Field length. I wonder if that's going to be a problem. We'll just let it be. Right. Let's grab a mesh line, mesh primitive line. Let's make sure we're visualizing this. And we're going to set positions, geometry set position to these positions, hopefully. Is that not working? Damn. That is not working. Alright. In that case, we will leave off the things on the walls. That's a shame. I don't want to have to split things further, and I kind of want to get this finished off. Just want to put some rings on the pipes themselves. So I'm just going to grab a curve resample. Where is that? Resample curve. on here. This is all of our points, and then we can do an instance on points mesh primitive cylinder. Put it over here. Nothing top and bottom instance. These, and I will align my rotation to the curve tangent. So curve tangent utilities Euler to vector tangent z rotation. Make these little 32 radius of 0.06 1 and a depth of 0.02. Cool, lots of little rings. Now we just need to reduce the number. And make them out of metal. So mesh, material, set material, change this over to capsule just so they match. Come back into first person. And camera. Oh, there's not even many in that. Maybe we go for a couple more. There we go, something like that. Right then, now I just need to make the floor brown and the door brown. Generic wood color. Right, wood is here. Door is somewhere else. The floor. There we go. And where's the door? Door's down here. Cool, now I just need to grab that wood shader and fix it, because that is horrible. And the best way to do that is going to be, let's just check if we have a random value for the floor. We do not, but we will do for a per island. Oh god. I don't know what's happened to the floor, but it's horrible. Alright. Set that smooth. Weird. Well, that's definitely a bug. Going from not shade smooth to shade smooth is apparently separate mesh islands according to cycles. Shade smooth, bug, mesh islands. Yeah, if you ever find bugs just while you're working, do note them down. Always helps the developers. Let's just use this as a factor for a couple of different brown colours, which we can do in here. Alright, let's make those lights a bit brighter now, everything's dark coloured, and then we are good to render, I think. Cool. Color picker looks different, does it? Oh, because it's picking square. Yeah, under your interface, you've got the color picker type in here, and you can set it to whatever you want. Yeah, that floor is way too pink. Alright, I'm going to leave it there. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I'm just going to leave this to render now. This has been fun and strange. Is there a way to bring F-curve data into GeoNodes? You could set your for doing something like audio, I'm assuming, I would do something like bake your F-curve to the Z position of an object and then bring it into GeoNodes, bring that object in and then use like position, separate X, Y, Z. Rather than, I don't know if you can use it directly. Do I know about Sheepit? I do know about Sheepit. But, to be honest, how long does this even take to render? I doubt it's going to be too long. What? That's taking a little while, actually. That's going to take like 30 seconds. Do not want that. Have a stab at pentagon tiling. I mean, you could do, but it's like pretty brave. Oh no, 0.75. (1080 by 1440). Brave, because pentagon tiling is like not easy. Luca, one last question. How can you make a parabola curve in Fields? I was watching your tutorial on the bridge and I realized that it was in the previous version. Yeah, I would just use a, oh, there we go, 7 seconds per frame. I can deal with that. Geometry nodes. The parabola that we make is identical to the, oh wait, this isn't geometry nodes. It's identical to the curve primitive quadratic Bezier. Like this is literally what we do. We make a quadratic Bezier. So I would just use this node. That's the easiest one. So there we go. Let me just set an output place. Nodevember 02. Four-sided. Yeah, I know it got a bit weird in the middle, but I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you learned something along the way. And I will see you, I guess, in 2 days when I'm streaming on the 6th for the 5-sided brief. Gonna come up with something good for that one. Alright, thanks folks. I hope you have a good couple of days. And I'll see you.